What do you wish for behind those muddy eyes? Volume 2. By Toritonin. Translated by Kinakura. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 32. Carrying a basket, one was walking around in the woods while holding a handy stick. This was to maintain a good diet. After all, it was difficult to completely fill the stomach of a family with just fields alone. While his parents were working hard in the fields, one was working hard collecting edible wild plants in the mountains. It wasn't just 12-year-old Wam. He was with his older brother, who was 2 years older. He climbed up the slope, squeezed the fallen leaves, and filled the basket. It was hard work on the child's body, but strangely Wam didn't feel it. His brother ran through the forest as if inviting Wam to join him. Wam hesitated a little, but he understood that sometimes he needed to show appropriate behavior to his age. While running, Wam became absorbed in chasing his brother's back. Not long after, Wam struck the back of his brother, who was a slow runner. "I've caught up." Even though Wam felt a slight embarrassment, he said so with a triumphant look. His lungs screamed and his legs quivered, but a win was still a win. "For someone short, you sure fast." His brother's hand stroked Wam's head. "Look, Wam. A berry tree full with the fruits at the point where my brother pointed. You're amazing." Wam praised his brother. He had seen small berries several times before, but they had a lot of competitors and were a source of conflict with the stupid brats in the neighborhood. However, this was the frontier. There were many slopes, and overall, the foothold wasn't good. This place, which was close to the demon territory, had always been a sanctuary that didn't allow intruders. "It's a secret to the other guys, because you're just growing up." Wam stuffed berries with his brother to his mouth. His hands were dyed red and his nails and mouth smelled sweet and sour. It was a sanctuary where beasts didn't approach, but birds aiming the berries occasionally gathered. Seeing that, Wam with shiny eyes said, "There are even birds. It's great that food comes by itself." "Huff, really, what a cold guy. Have you never thought that birds were beautiful or cute? Your brother is really worried, you know. Even Dad and Mom are worried since you've never let them spoil you." For Wam, worried by a boy far younger than himself seemed so humorous. Still, his brother's good intentions felt itchy but warm at the same time. "Well, but it's still a treat." His brother had a dark smile on his face as he agreed with Wam. Wam and his brother, who used berries as bait and made traps from ivy plant, twigs, and branches, secured enough protein and vitamins for their families to eat and triumphantly returned home. Suddenly, the image of the world solidified. Wam held his head and clenched his teeth in pain that shacking his brain. He couldn't even open his eyes because of the pain. Wam couldn't swallow the situation. "What am I doing? What am I doing?" Wam, who was asking himself repeatedly, arrived at the answer. "That's it. I'm done with my work. I need to go home." Slowly opened the eyes. What was in the vision was a railway level crossing, with the warning light shining bright red. The sound of railroad crossings echoed forever. It was a familiar road. The road that Takakura Reizu took over and over thousands of times. A 10-car train passed by with a loud noise. It was so fast that no one could see the figures inside. "I forgot something. What am I forgetting?" The warning light dimmed, and the barrier slowly rose. "That's it. I have to go home." Reizu continued on the way to his house. Curiously, only the streetlights and houses on the way back were shining faintly. Confused by the situation, Reizu looked back. There was only darkness. And it was slowly approaching, there was no doubt about that. "I can't be swallowed by that." Reizu instinctively realized so. Turned right, went straight at the crossroads to the left, and went through the park for a shortcut. Something could be heard by Reizu. It was a sound that shouldn't exist. The swing, which should be empty, was moving slowly. There was a translucent figure there. The sound of running up the slide innocently echoed. "I'll arrive at the apartment soon." Reizu saw the exterior that would show its age soon. But then, he stopped his foot. He saw a person, lying down in front of the building. It was Takakura Reizu. Something is strange. Something is strange. Wam's thoughts were knocked down into a chaotic crucible, but a ray of light came down. Yeah, that's right. Takakura Reizu is dead. The wrinkles disappeared from the hands. Once he put the hand on the head, he felt the richness of the hair. Wam sighed without trying to hide his tiredness. There, a black hole appeared in the place where the body was. The more I look at it, the weirder it gets. Wam smiled bitterly, looking at the hole. Before he knew it, all black midgets surrounded Wam and the black hole. The world had gone all black except around the apartment. Do you want me to go in? When Wam asked, one of the black midgets clapped his short hands. The others did the same in a chain. Are you seeing me off? Well, I don't hate it. When Wam stepped in, he slowly sunk. The black midgets applauded as if they were complimenting their child. Wam felt like he was being ridiculed, but the stupid sight made him smile. Now that Wam saw it once again, he thought that the black midgets were somewhat charming. Leaving himself in a mysterious sensation like in a dream, Wam left himself in the drowsiness. Chapter 33. Muddy Eye. Wam felt something was wrong with his mouth. Then, the brain hurt intensely as if it was repeatedly hit by a war hammer. His limbs couldn't be moved freely and his chest hurts when he exhaled. Hey you, uvuaf! A feeling of suffocation and oppression wrapped Wam's whole body. Thick earthy smell and foul smell stuck to the nose. When Wam moved his body, the darkness cleared up after a slight resistance. Wam exhaled air from his lungs as if he had been longing for it. Lumps of soil and water came out. Wam took some time before he realized he was in the ground. Still, even after he had escaped from the ground, half of his field of vision was covered in darkness. And the other half was the night sky. The scent that Wam had accustomed to smelling on the battlefield was stronger than usual. When he moved only his right eye and traced around, he saw the ruin of what once was and many soldiers were messed up and tossed around. Wam felt a dull pain like a vice tightening his head and a pain on his eyeball as if it was pierced by an ice pick. He saw his face in the reflection of the long sword blade he pulled out. There were no noticeable wounds, but one of his black eyes was muddy and discolored. Nothing was reflected in the muddy eye. Wam realized that the stream of light came from the left. I guess it must have been because of that. Strangely, Wam was convinced that it got burned by magic. He received an attack with excessive and dense mana. Luckily, it was only one of his eyes. Wam checked the condition of his body. The head might be cracked. Curiously, the laceration had already started to regenerate. His left hand, all of the fingers were pointing in any direction as it pleased. Every time he breathed air, he suffered unbearable pain. He was for sure not in decent shape. After some time checking his body, Wam looked up to the sky again. It was a full moon. The shape of the moon had changed from what he remembered. How many days has passed since that? Wam asked a question. But no answers, there was only death around him. On the hole caused by the magic attack, corpses were thrown in. The corpses that couldn't be thrown and the corpses buried half on the ground had begun to decay. Rats and maggots covered the surface of the body and devoured it. All of them belonged to the High-Cirque Empire army. I guess they didn't care much about the corpses of the enemy. Wam speculated that they had been poorly buried the corpse of the enemy army. The smell of holy water was barely there after all. A large amount of earth and sand caused by the explosion hid Wam in the ground, thus avoiding damage from vermin and enemy soldiers. Akranus, Tibber, Damfan. Wam mentioned several names. It was the three oldest members of the Due's squad. He wasn't particularly close with them, but it was a fact that he had been on the deadly battlefield and on the verge of death together for almost a year. Far from companionship, but were loyal to their desires. It was the impression Wam had of the three. Still, it didn't change the fact that his life had ever been saved by them. A bright red alert was screaming in Wam's brain. Stop it. Don't look any further. He saw bright red hair, a shattered bow, and a broken squad commander Due's battle axe. You ugh! The empty stomach tightened, and stomach acid rose. The feeling around the mouth was the worst. Unknowingly, Wam joined hands. What to do from now? The weakened Wam didn't have much time to think. All the flags illuminated by the moonlight belonged to the Four Countries Alliance. Most of the layers had fallen, and the layer protected by Wam had changed into a huge graveyard. It can't be so quiet on the front line. I guess it must have been a safe haven in the area completely crushed by the Alliance. Wam could understand that the enemy's main force was stuffing soldiers into the layer that was still protected by the High-Cirque Empire army. How far is it? Is it all? Is the one left only the walls? What should I do? Should I continue to pretend to be a corpse and run away after seeing a gap? Or should I surrender? When Wam looked down, he saw the empty eyes of his companions who he rarely talked to. There was a corpse that didn't even retain the original shape of the face. It wasn't the only one. Wam had been told by his brother that those who lost both eyes when they were still alive couldn't reach the Hell Gate, let alone the Netherworld, and would wander for the rest of their lives in the darkness of the void. Wam didn't know if the eyes were hollowed out before or after their death. The corpse had the hands tied behind, meaning they were killed after detention. Perhaps it was some rampaging soldiers? Or it was intentional? Soldiers who couldn't hold their emotion and rampaging even after the enemy surrendered was also a common story in a war. Food place, look out. Wam, who had dealt with prisoners of war, had experienced how costly POWs were. High-Cirque Empire was officially refraining from murdering POWs in order to worsen the sentiment of the occupied territories and secure a labor force. Wam had seen many times that even such High-Cirque Empire, the POWs were killed due to the lack of supplies for them and for calming some of the soldiers. Countless soldiers of the Four Countries Alliance were killed or injured in the third layer. Wam could imagine that the army, whose chain of command wasn't unified, treated POWs differently, leading to the annihilation of POWs. Still, Wam couldn't understand the need to take out the eyes of the corpse. It's a war. It's not that strange, but is it necessary to despise the enemies to that extent? Everything is justified in a war? When such words came to mind, Wam showed his teeth and laughed loudly. Haha, you ha-ike. Even though I've killed humans too, yet why do I still keep my belief and character? Wam didn't really know how many days had passed. Still, in his head, the squad members who had been joking until just a few hours ago came to mind. Hey, that's right. Death always comes suddenly. It was the same before. Moreover, this is a war. It's a war. You killed others. And you may be killed too. Wam tried to sort out the situation, but emotions hindered him. At that time, Wam knew that the light was approaching him who was in a dark area. Oh look, something is standing. Is it undead again? Even after being killed, those High-Cirque soldiers still give us trouble. We've crushed the eyes and limbs of the ones around here. For sure, he can't move well. Let's go crush his head quickly. The conversation of the carefree Farius soldiers could be heard. Wam flickered with the idea of surrendering and begging his enemies, but he once again saw what was his comrade who had their limbs tied up and died. Surrender? Fuck it. Don't joke with me. They're the ones who tormented them. Even if you beg for life, they won't give you an easy death. Should I cover myself with maggots and pretend as a corpse? Ha, not bad. It wasn't a bad idea if only Wam could ignore the fact he was surrounded by over 10,000 soldiers in the middle of the enemy territory. Duties, responsibilities, vengeance. Prayer to the squad, loyalty to the homeland, hatred to the enemy. What do you wish for with the muddy eye? Oh, isn't he muttering something? He's just moaning. It's dirty, but his eyes aren't crushed. Maybe it's the one they missed. Once we surround and hit him, the result will be the same. Words circulated in Wam's head. Wam came up with something. He remembered that demon fire was also called as fire of Hellgate. If I ignite it on a grand scale, those guys won't get lost, right? With the hope that the companions would be able to reach the netherworld, Wam declared to his comrades who had no eyeballs. Even if you can't see, you can still feel my demon fire. I'll specially make a bonfire. A grand bonfire. As Wam spun words for his comrades, the furious soldiers finally realized that it wasn't undead. It's not undead. He's still alive. The battle was 5 days ago. He's just a coward who survived by hiding as a corpse. 5 days in such a place. Something hit the foot of Wam, who was standing still. He lifted it up and muttered happily. Aren't you so thoughtful? Wanna come along? It's a grand bonfire from now on. The mask made a loud noise as if it agreed. Wam slowly wore the mask and exhaled. Perhaps because of the stimulus of breath or imagining the bonfire that was about to unfold, the mask trembled vigorously. Chapter 34. The war between the Four Countries Alliance and the High Cirque Empire was about to enter the climax. The Four Countries Alliance destroyed 2 battalions of the High Cirque Empire, even if they had more than 10,000 casualties, and the defense layer had fallen except for the last layer, the U-shaped layer in front of the castle gate. Tomorrow, they would do an all-out attack on the castle gate, and a large number of supplies and soldiers were gathering at the captured layer. More than half of the soldiers went to bed before the big offensive, with the exception of the commanders and sentry soldiers of each country who participated in the late war council. Jackson, a furious soldier, was unfortunately ordered to act as a night watchman. Although the High Cirque Empire had been pushed to the fortress ramparts, Jackson's heart wasn't at ease. After all, there was a risk that enemy spies and rebels would enter their camp by taking advantage of the darkness of the night. Jackson had heard that the total number of deaths in both armies had exceeded 15,000. In this battle to capture Sarajevo Fortress, there were many fierce battles in layers before the fortress. Among them, the battle in the third layer caused the greatest damage to both sides due to the fierce hand-to-hand combat. In this layer, there were many large holes, which were opened by a large number of magic attacks from the magic user soldiers plus 2 of the 3 heroes of the other world of the Crazed Kingdom. More than 5,000 soldiers were randomly buried there. Despite the spraying of holy water and prayer by military chaplains, there had been a series of corpses that became undead, and today alone there had been reports of 10 undead. Jackson himself subdued the undead of the High Cirque soldiers' corpses, whose eyes were hollowed out. Even if the corpses became an undead, as the limbs in both eyes had been crushed, the threat level should be low. Some idiots thought so and actually did such stupid things. Perhaps they got cursed by an evil spirit for doing that. Or it was just bad luck. The corpses that became undead were more than ever. Jackson was also disgusted by the High Cirque Empire. But at the very least, he knew that they wouldn't go crazy as killing the non-resisting prisoner of war and destroying corpses. He wouldn't fall into the madness of his allies. It was Jackson who advocated such an idea. But ironically, he was guarding the 3rd layer, which had become a huge graveyard, and the 6th layer, which was the largest and tallest among the 13 layers. In this place, where the most undead had been confirmed came from, 40 soldiers including Jackson had been ordered to guard it, and they had been continuing to patrol. The magic stone lamp in his hand, torch, and moonlight were the lights that kept Jackson's view. Not far away, 3 sentries screamed from the place that Jackson was in charge of. Jackson didn't know what happened. Still, it was the soldiers, who talked happily in the graveyard-like area. He could think that a part of their heads was strange. They must be crazy people. From a distance, even if he asked what had happened, no answer came. But judging of equipment, it must have been a High Cirque soldier. Jackson turned his gaze to the left and right, and turned to the direction of his friends. Thinking that it must be an undead, Jackson felt tired. He was sick of it, but it was his job, and if left unchecked, it would cause damage. The feeling of strangeness grew as he got closer. The corpses should have no equipment, and should have their eyes and limbs crushed. And the one he saw didn't fit into any of them. Jackson had his hand holding the magic stone lamp, took his shield, and the other hand onto his long sword. Hi, it's a lie. He should have died already. The attitude changed, and the voice became distraught. The nearby soldier happened to be a magic user, so with the magic torch, the appearance was revealed. The whole body was stained with blood and flesh, and all the fingers of the left hand were twisted. Up to that point, there was no difference from the corpse in that area. However, seeing the man bringing the mask to his expressionless face, Jackson couldn't stop trembling all over his body. The reason was, the man who was supposed to have died during the capture of the third layer led by the odor of Reharzen, wore the rumored red demon mask. Is it the user of demon fire, the one manipulating that fire of Hell Gate? Jackson shouted reflexively. A high-circ soldier of unknown background with a terrifying skill that could burn a group of soldiers alive. Jackson remembered his characteristics since the soldiers heavily injured by him kept talking about it. Remembering all of the talks, Jackson, who was preparing for battle, couldn't move his legs further. The moment the soldier in front of him pointed the weapon, the hot air instantly dried Jackson's lips and eyes. The mouth sucked a little of the air and felt as if inside the mouth got burned. Still, Jackson was lucky. His distance and the fact that he was behind other soldiers helped him avoid fatal injuries. The rising heat and the shining blue flame that felt like a sun at night were instantly formed, and the soldiers were engulfed in fire. Jackson couldn't even scream anymore. Jackson, who had his knees given out, crawled away. In the mind, thinking as to why it became like this, Jackson kept cursing. Damn it, damn it! No one should ever play with the corpse. He thought that it must be because of the dumb soldiers playing with the corpse. Jackson blamed this strange situation on his comrades. Like the unlucky soldiers in front of him, he himself would become a human torch and started dancing like crazy soon. Jackson was determined he would soon join them, but the imagination of his own death ended as just an imagination. The user of demon fire, together with the hot air, disappeared into the shadow of the embankment of this layer at an unbelievable speed. Seeing that, Jackson understood. It wasn't that he was forgiven. It was just that the man wanted to go to places where there were as many people as possible. So, the destination was undoubtedly the sixth layer, and the unprotected sleeping soldiers would soon be attacked. Even though he knew that, Jackson's legs were so heavy that he as if he was cursed, resulting in him couldn't warn his surroundings. Chapter 35. Wam, who eliminated a small group of enemy soldiers he encountered, turned his direction to the sixth layer in a straight line. He climbed the slope of the embankment with the support of wind magic, jumped over the wooden walls, and killed enemy soldiers he passed. His injured body was surprisingly light. Perhaps the pain had exceeded a certain level. He was numb to the pain. Even broken fingers and ribs were a trivial matter for Wam today. The soldier on guard warned the surrounding soldiers and shot an arrow at Wam, who disappeared into the darkness. But the arrow pierced a misplaced place. After all, they were in the sixth layer, which was wide and large. There should be a limit to the place where the soldiers could be deployed, especially if they wanted to save some power. As a soldier who helped build the sixth layer, Wam was familiar with the surrounding. Wam didn't have to deal with all the soldiers. Human eyes were dispersed after he blasted a soldier stationed near the wall. Wam split up the upper and lower bodies of the Kraus soldiers who stood in the path, and finally found his goal. The camp was crowded with soldiers. In the stretch tent, supplies and generals were resting, and the soldiers pulled a cloak on the ground and were sleeping on it. Part of the bonfire was still lit, and Wam confirmed the soldiers who perhaps had been drinking surrounding it. The attentive non-commissioned officers and veterans responded quickly to the turmoil and rushed to wear their equipment. But more than half of the soldiers remained unarmored. It was a scene that Wam wanted. What is it? What's the fuss? Undead? No. Is it a sabotage by the enemy? Get up! Get ready for battle! Most of the soldiers would have been able to react quickly during the battle. But in addition to the mind and body worn out by the fierce battles every day, the bed in the safe area slowed down the movement of the soldiers. Wam stepped into the camp and flowed the mana out of his body. The cold outside air at midnight quickly became hot and transformed his surroundings into an unbearable temperature. Stop him! The sorrowful scream of the Kraus soldiers echoed, but Wam wailed to override it. The soldiers with only a sword, spear, and dagger approached Wam in slow motion, but their figures disappeared in an instant. The swollen blue flame rode on the hot air, burning the whole area and diffusing to the surroundings. A general who was covered by fire rolled on the ground and burned the nearby tent, and the soldier who inhaled the blue flame burned his trachea and lungs, and fell on the ground in suffocation. Wom was well aware of what he was doing. Still, he couldn't stop. The emotions that had been suppressed overflow as if the floodgate broke down. A naked man and woman jumped out from one of the tents and got burned. They must have been in the middle of communicating their love. Won didn't think it was because of the high tension before the big offensive, or because they felt relaxed by the atmosphere. It must be because there was no guarantee of tomorrow. When humans understood their life wasn't guaranteed, they would follow their desire, regardless of ranks you might be in the army. However, luck wasn't on their side. After all, a battlefield was always unreasonable, no matter where it might be. When you noticed, the people around you had died, and it would be your turn. Even, Wom had also tasted it. Attack him, attack Aya. It's not a normal fire, it's the fire of Hellgate. Wom continued to burn the camp while continuing to shoot out demon fire. The crazed soldiers who should have attacked the enemy were breathless even before trying, and so they tried to escape to a place without fire. There was no skill to use, no armament to rely on, no chain of command that should be there. Everyone there was equally afraid of the fire like a primitive human. Damn it, it won't disappear, it'll cling to you. Idiot, don't grab me, stop. Don't roll on the ground, the fire will still cling to you. Run, keep a distance. Those who tried to extinguish the fire of their comrades, those who tried to escape their subordinates. It was a scene that usually would warm Wom's heart, but he kept shooting demon fire. After all, what he was doing had only burned one of the goals he had set in his mind. Section. Yuto had been having a hard time sleeping on the bed in the tent, as he had been ordered to support tomorrow's battle with his magic. Yuto, who had buried a huge number of humans with his skills in the past week, had put a heavy burden on his spirit. Yuto managed to do it well during the day. Even so, it was in the middle of the night, and when he was alone, the scene on the battlefield didn't stop crossing his mind even if I didn't like it. It had been burned on the eyelids after all. Blowing limbs, blood spreading around with a scream, intense murderous intent, and hatred directed at him. When he hit an individual with magic that wouldn't even leave his limbs, the man was wearing a mask, but Yuto was certain their eyes met at that time. It was as if the black eyes of the man wanted to tell him that it would never forget Yuto. Yuto didn't think what he did was a wrong decision. If he didn't kill him, many of his comrades and the knights who belonged to the Order of Reharzen, who was he indebted to, would also be harmed. Get a hold of yourself. You're a man, aren't you? For the new home, and for his companions, Yuto couldn't escape. Yuto rolled over on the bed several times, and finally, he brought the thin bedding over his head. When the consciousness finally faded, Yuto's ears caught the turmoil. Did the undead escape? Human bodies might become undead. Yuto had an excellent light attribute, and had been engaged in the subjugation of the undead many times. Like humans, they were monsters with great individual differences, and their power fluctuated greatly depending on the body and how strong the human was before it died. The resistance of the soldiers of the Hyserk Empire after Yuto helped the breakthrough of the layer was tremendous. Kill the 3 Heroici SS. Yuto was deeply frightened by the enemy soldiers who shook his belly and approached him while his limbs had gone. It was still in his ears even after a week. Furthermore, when he heard that the soldier had become undead, Yuto was reminded of the horror of human willpower. Yuto got up from the bed and sat down. If the others had trouble, he might be asked for help. He had no prior announcement, at which time the entrance to the tent was rushed open. Yuto! It was Makoto who jumped in. A childhood friend who shouldn't lose her composure even during battle showed a strange appearance that could only be expressed as having fallen into a panic state. Yuto took a breath. What's wrong? What happened? A campground and a command post are being attacked. What about Ain? Is Johanna-san safe? The first thing that came to Yuto's mind was his other childhood friend, and the female knight who raised Yuto in this world. I don't know. The information is confusing. Over a wide area from the 3rd to 6th layer is burning. Yuto couldn't believe that the soldier would allow the enemy to invade. At the same time, Yuto, who felt unpleasant at the word burning, opened the tent entrance. It was as if the whole layer was burning. The smell of burning came to the nose and the screaming of pain echoed. Above all, the flame was blue like the sky in the day. No way. Is it the user of demon fire? I don't want to believe it, but I'm sure this blue flame is the fire of Hellgate. Yudo talked about its true identity. The user was definitely the one he killed. A blue color that would stick to something it touched and burn. He couldn't have made a mistake. At the same time, the reason came to mind. By connecting the words blue flame and the third layer, Yudo understood that it must have taken about a week for the man to become undead. Makoto, let's go. Ain and Johanna-san is in danger. With a minimum of equipment, Yudo jumped out. Chapter 36. Johanna, a knight of the Kreist kingdom, was frustrated by the feudal negotiation that had been going on since a long time ago. My army will be the vanguard. No, the mission to recapture the territory is for us, Farius army. Please let us lead the attack this time. Given the firepower, Kreist, who has the three heroes, would be appropriate to be the lead. It had been a long time since the moon rose in the sky. A magic stone lamp was hung in the room, which was enough to illuminate the map in the center of the room. Before the big attack tomorrow, the army to take on the last layer was about to be decided, but it wasn't that easy. It was understandable to Johanna that each country was obsessed with the most prosperous moment. It wasn't just for individuals, but for the future of the country. Which country contributed the most to the defeat of the High-Cirque Empire would have a considerable impact on the influence they would have in four-power alliance. Therefore, no country knew when to give up. The only exception was the Principality of Myard, which lost its remarkable land and power. In the war council attended by the general, commander, and the deputy of each country, Myard was only attended by Rita Myard, the leader of the country, and the composition was such that the power relations of each country could be understood even if they disliked it. Johanna thought that following the flow of the meeting, it would be likely to be ended with either the Liberatory Trade Federation or the Farius Kingdom becoming the vanguard. The Kreist Kingdom had the achievement of defeating the Liguria Battalion, one of the most elite battalions of the High-Cirque Empire, by capturing the third layer which was guarded by that said battalion. Furthermore, even when the sixth layer, which was the core of the 13 layers, was conquered, the magic of three heroes was prominent, and for now, the Kreist Kingdom was by far in the lead. Johanna had been informed in advance that the strategist of Kreist Kingdom was persistently negotiating to make it as if the Kreist Kingdom giving the position of the vanguard as a favor. The war council to decide a vanguard, frankly, Johanna thought it just wasting her time since the three didn't want to give up that easily. Johanna wanted to hit at least once against the commander of the Order of Reharzen who passed on the meeting. Better yet, why don't you decide with a lottery? Are you joking, Johanna Dano? That's right. Please refrain from such irresponsible remarks. The representatives of each country who didn't overlook the words that Johanna had leaked due to the lack of progress were pursuing rants one after another. I'm sorry. It was a careless remark. Seeing Johanna apologize, the discussion returned to its original agenda. The only one who showed sympathy for Johanna was Rita Myard, who participated in the feudal war council. Johanna thought that rather than wasting time here, she would have preferred to train Yuto and Makoto, or to cultivate her spirit and strength in preparation for tomorrow. It was the hustle and bustle of the outside and the roaring atmosphere that broke the debate. What is it? Is this magic? The civilian, who had little experience in combat, couldn't swallow the situation, but Johanna was determined by the sound of the battle that it was some sort of magic attack. In the room, military attaches and escorts felt that the battle was taking place outside, just like Johanna. Maybe a sabotage by the enemy? Some nodded when the brigade commander of the Liberatory Trade Federation army said so. It's possible that there was an assassination aimed at a VIP, using the attack as a diversion. The security is tight. It seems better to wait for information here. Johanna also disagreed with evacuating blindly, but she felt a chill run down her spine. She couldn't help to think that she had ever experienced the drifting mana. Far from subsiding, the turmoil was spreading. Johanna grasped that the distance was getting nearer. It looks like it's not just a sabotage. What do you? One of the civilians of the Farius Kingdom wanted to ask for an explanation in Johanna's words. Johanna tried to reply, but it didn't happen because a soldier jumped into the room. Enemy attack! The dead from the 3rd layer! It was a Liberatoa soldier who kept the guard of the 6th layer. Calm down. Is it undead? How many? Asked by the brigade commander of Liberatoa army, who was participating in the war council on behalf of Hugo, foreign minister of the Liberatoa Trade Federation. It's just one man. The user of demon fire that should have been killed crosses the camp of the Crayest Kingdom and goes straight to the command post in the 6th layer. Impossible! Johanna shouted. Johanna was the closest to confirming that magic had poured into the man at a density that wasn't enough to be described as a mere thick. The earth was scooped out, and the dust soared as tall as a dragon. Even if the man became an undead, it would be unlikely that the body remained due to the torrent of destruction. I'll crush it alone. Where is it now? Immediately nearby. The wind blew, and the map was blown away in the room where the wind shouldn't blow. Sweat gushed from the whole body. Johanna kicked the desk, pushed the strategist into the shadows, and covered him with a cloak. When the flame entered the room, it instantly covered the room. Those who were late or in a bad position screamed briefly and rolled onto the ground. Johanna hit the void with strike and blew away the approaching blue flame. Only 7 people were left standing indoors when the blue flames subsided. Johanna, Rita Meyer and her escort, the brigade commander of the Liberatoa Trade Federation army and 2 Liberatoa soldiers, and a strategist under Johanna's protection. Various kingdoms' representatives were in a bad place, and everyone was burned to death. The rest were swallowed by the blast and rolling around on the ground, wrapped in fire. Johanna tried to help extinguish the fire, but was interrupted by a halberd extending from the entrance skewered one of the Liberatoa soldiers. Yeah! When the fire erupted from the inside from the wound, black smoke and blue flames erupted from the throat. The user of demon fire blew out flames from the inside. Bastard! The brigade commander flashed the long sword hanging on his waist, but with the halberd covered in mana, his sword was cut all together with his body. The last Liberatoa soldier had his belly cut with the halberd and burned his from the inside before he could even pull out the long sword, resulting in him dying after a severe convulsion. Johanna, who had heard that the user of demon fire was a long-distance soldier, noticed that her perception was significantly wrong. To be clear, Johanna now had only the minimum equipment. When Johanna asked herself how long had, the user of demon fire certainly pointed to Johanna with his twisted left fingers. He died through the mask and felt a strong murder. His broken fingers were squeaked, a blue flame was blown from his whole body, and an enemy who had become an incarnation of fire itself attacked Johanna. Strike collided with each other, and Johanna's hand was severely numb. The magical barrier was scraped off just by standing. All the left fingers of the user of demon fire holding the halberd were crushed. Nevertheless, Johanna was being pushed by the pressure. They played with each other's blades from a close distance, but when she took distance, the blue flames clung to her. The ice wall that Johanna unfolded momentarily sprinkled hot steam and scattered the flames. Through the mask, his eyes could be seen. Johanna noticed that the user of demon fire hadn't lost his intellect and was in a mad state. He was a far more dangerous opponent than when he was operating in a battalion. It was as if the restrictions had been unleashed because there were no friendly forces within range. Johanna was spinning the gears in her head. She remembered that the Liguria battalion had been destroyed in the 3rd layer. In short, the man in front of her didn't have any friends to keep him in control. So, perhaps the madness of the man came from the desire for vengeance, was what Johanna concluded. Useless resistance. The Liguria battalion has been destroyed. The reply was given in a form of fire. At the moment when the demon fire swelled again, Johanna was ready, but was stopped by the blade that suddenly slipped from the side. Go yub! It was a sharp blow that had been cultivated for years by an old knight of the Principality of Myard. Section. Rita Myard, who was participating in the war council, couldn't keep up with the battle in front of her. She had gained many experiences on the defensive battle at Edinburgh and on the escape to the floating city at Lake Celta. But all of that wouldn't be a help to her at all here. More than 20 people participated in the war council. But now, only a few remained. Rita-sama! Please stay back. A long sword that entered through a gap in the armor caused bleeding from the abdomen of the user of demon fire. It was a nice interference of Rita's escort, Lutwidge. I know it's a shameful action. I have no excuses. The user of demon fire attacked Lutwidge with strike and demon fire, but Johanna, the knight belonged to the Order of Reharzen, wrapped around in the blind spot, not allowing a poor execution. Still, the user of demon fire didn't falter. The man dealt the front with strike, and the sides and blind spots were filled with a blue flame. Rita could only step back to the wall so as not to get caught. Rita cursed her own powerlessness. But the truth, it wasn't her first time hating herself. Then, momentarily, Rita's eyes met with the eyes of the demon fire user. The intense breathing and heat were approaching Rita. The user of demon fire tried to change the direction of his halberd momentarily, but Lutwidge forced the man to point its blade at himself. I should have killed you. Just that short conversation was enough to make Rita remember that conversation, and the taste of food she had during her run as a fugitive, as that memory was clearly engraved in her mind. The good-looking smile was lost, and the eyes were burning with a flame of anger and hatred. Rita bit her cheeks, thinking the benefactor who was the invader, but also good-rooted man became so crazy, because of war and also her, as one of the leaders of Four Countries Alliance. For the people? For the sake of the country? It was just such a weak determination to hit her vulnerable self. She felt disgusted with herself who hung the good hope of the man who spared her life in the same balance with how that action affected the man's future. The two knights took a defensive posture due to the inflated mana. The demon fire was blasted in the room, but its user was no longer in the room by the moment it got subsided. Rita-sama, are you injured? I'm okay. More than that, Yes, at the Edinburgh, but now you should forget it. Rita understood that she must not get upset in front of people from other countries. Silently exhaling and calming down, Rita called on the Kreis strategist, who had fallen into the wreckage of the table. Are you okay? Kreis strategist got up from the wreckage of the table, glanced at the room, and replied to Rita. Well, I can move on my own. Apparently, it's just us now. It's a big difference from just listening. We underestimated that. The danger of that alone is even higher than the three heroes. Yeah, let's join the other soldiers for the time being. We should look for Grand-sama. The surroundings are still dangerous. Mayordano, let's evacuate from here. Thank you very much. Rita agreed with the proposal of the Knight of the Order of Reharzen. She couldn't be stubborn and took unnecessary risks. The camp was attacked, followed by the command post, and next would be somewhere that Rita couldn't figure out. Chapter 37. Gerard Berger was inside one of the rooms with a strong wall in the Sarajevo fortress, and was indulged in the thought. The three heroes. Of Kreis, they're more dangerous than I thought. I didn't think that the Liguria battalion would be destroyed. The most combat-experienced Liguria battalion that had been polishing their combat skills since the battle with Liberatoa, was one of the most skilled infantry units of the High-Cirque Empire. It had survived endless battlefields of field battles, siege battles, maneuver warfare, and defense battles, and was now regarded as both wings that support the direction of Faria's front along with the Jaff Cavalry Battalion. An excellent handpiece equivalent to gold, or even magic silver, was lost. The enemy's firepower was underestimated, and the instruction to retreat was delayed, resulting in the Liguria battalion having hand-to-hand combat with more than double of their number. Battalion Commander Liguria died, and some of the remaining key members retreated backward, but it wasn't perfect and reconstruction wasn't easy. Even if I activate the trap, there's no one can be used as a diversion. As expected, the battalion should be preserved at the rear from the beginning. Even if he was praised as a war god, he misread the enemy army and lost one of the battalions equal to the treasure. Gerard couldn't help but curse his own stupidity. This isn't good. Even if want them to come back, they can't. It's too late, but I can't afford to give up. Gerard switched his thoughts. Even if he were to activate the trap, if no one could maintain the last U-shaped layer, the enemy couldn't be pushed out. An assassination of VIPs required a platoon-based suicide squad. It wasn't impossible to do. But the result wasn't guaranteed. Sabotagers could be put in, but considering the time of withdrawal, at best, it would only be sleep disturbance of enemy soldiers and cause loss of some breakfast foods. As per the second plan, I have no choice but to bleed them as much in Sarajevo fortress and devote the army to delay them with scorched earth tactics in the land of Mired. If that were to happen, Gerard's status would be stripped by the imperial diet. While the empire is being scraped away, perhaps I should shove myself in the countryside? I'm sure I'll be bored and frustrated to death. The question was where the enemy would stop. For sure, all countries in the Four Countries Alliance were appealing as a good country, both inside and outside, but for Gerard it sounded just as a funny story. On the surface, the relationship might seem good, but behind the scenes, conflicts had begun, betting on concessions, battles for the leadership, and the position in the alliance. What Mired will do is easy to guess. The problem would be, how far will they try to get back their land? Tracing the map with a finger, the old general indulged in thoughts. He blew out purple smoke and dropped ashes. The windows shook slightly as he reached for the lamp to light a new cigarette. What happened? I will go and check. Gerard stopped the attendant from leaving the room. No, I'll check it myself. Gerard left his room and headed for the military room where the staff officers were waiting, with his servant. What's happening? Gerard entered the room and stopped the nearest staff officer. It was clear that something unexpected had happened from the atmosphere of the room. A big explosion occurred at the Furious camp in the 3rd layer, and the 6th layer, which is subsequently established as the main camp of the Four Countries Alliance, is also on fire. Fire? Did the black water of Liberato ignited by someone? An infantry battalion was attached to the last U-shaped layer, but Gerard didn't order them to take any action at night. He couldn't conclude whether it was an accident or some kind of camouflage. Get the whole army ready for battle, including reserves. Jaff's Battalion 2. Your Excellency, where are you going? I need to see from a better place. I'll go to the ramparts. Gerard skipped the cobblestone stairs 2 or 3 steps, running up to the ramparts. Leaving the stunned guards behind, he entered one of the fortified towers and leaned out of the top arrow slit. The enemy's camps were certainly on fire. It also covered a wide range from the 3rd layer to the 6th layer in which the trap was installed. The screams that arrived in his ears by riding the wind must be those of enemy soldiers in the camp. But above all, there was one thing that thrilled Gerard. That was the blue flame. Ha 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 ha! They're on fire. That blue flame, it must be demon fire. It must be one from Dewey's squad. Gerard told the staff officers who were catching up. It's time for a sortie. I'll use the trap. Let's mobilize the reserves. Tonight is the decisive battle. Why, Your Excellency? Hit the shoulders of the stunned staff. Gerard shouted. Move now. Speed will never betray. What have you all learned at military school? Time will decide everything. So run. Now. Run. The ramparts were wrapped in a frenzy. The staff officers rolled down the stairs and sent a messenger to each battalion. The inside of the fortress was as if the microorganisms in a human body trying to awaken the body. Section. Walm's flank was hurt. It had been stabbed after all. The sensation of his fingers was disappearing. As he kept running, his legs were also screaming. As he continued to lose blood and mana, his vision was even beginning to distort. The reason why he started such a thing was that he himself, who was so full of himself with a reason and morality from a modern world, left himself to the emotions. The death of his friends made him meaninglessly sprinkle death to the surroundings. I'm sure they're laughing from hell. Wom had no choice but to ridicule himself. One magic user soldier from Hyserk Empire, who was counted as dead, was attacking a sleeping enemy soldier from behind on the eve of the Great Offensive. Wom, who continued to struggle with meaningless actions, couldn't hear the cheers from the ramparts at this time. When Wom hit the halberd against a soldier who stood in the way, the soldier collapsed like a broken thread without raising any voice. Without a glance, Wom advanced his foot. His goal was to go to a place with a lot of supplies. After all, in the warehouse, only things that burn were gathered. It would for sure be a great bonfire. Even if it had been robbed, it could still be used. The Four Countries Alliance would have used the existing facilities for convenience. 2 soldiers jumped in. Unable to properly move his left finger, Wom slid his halberd with only his palm and launched a deadly blow into the throat. The tip of the halberd was dodged, but the left side of the tip of the halberd was an axe, and the right side was a claw-shaped blade. Even if the soldier avoided the tip, the soldier couldn't avoid the claw-shaped blade. Cut the throat and wrapped around the right side of the soldier, leaving only the other person. The remaining soldier attempted to rush at Wom with an angry expression, but at the moment when Wom and the dead soldier's bodies crossed, he did a small stab. The tip of the spear, which extended from the back of a dying comrade, couldn't be evaded, and resulted in the soldier collapsing from the knees to the ground after a small groan. Wom kept running with the sound of bubbling water on his back. In this short period of time, Wom felt his growth. He had a muddy left eye that shouldn't be able to see anything, but he didn't feel crippled. Rather, he felt that the 6 senses were sharpened. A large number of soldiers were on guard in what appeared to be a corner of the warehouse. Soldiers from many countries were there. "Don't let him step into the warehouse," one of the soldiers shouted. Perhaps it was to improve morale or to inspire himself, but for Wom, it was good news. The frequency of him using demon fire has been decreasing. Surround him and exhaust him. There was a soldier who used his head. The idea of the soldier in command was generally correct, but there were still some mistakes. Along the way, Wom didn't use the skill to preserve his mana, for when he met the 3 heroes in the Order of Reharzen, he still had some spare mana and energy because he didn't have to control the skill. Wom prepared himself and activated demon fire. Hot air blew and blue flames overflowed from the body. Wom was faintly realized that there were no companions to protect or shield to protect, that there were only enemy soldiers to kill. So, the thought that it would be more efficient to use the skill indiscriminately in the enemy's territory, rather than for defensive purposes. "It's demon fire, yeah. Wait. Run, yeah. Move away. Keep a distance, ye." The soldier, who had even only one experience in seeing it, had abandoned everything at the moment when the blue fire came out from the body. Those who chose a thorough fight, and those who were late in responding were all dragged into the sea of blue flames. Wom walked slowly through it. In the end, neither the 3 heroes, who seriously injured Wom and killed his squad, nor the main unit of the Order of Reharzen, appeared in front of him. Wom didn't know if the camp was burned down, and the influential soldiers and knights were so involved that they couldn't do a sortie in a short time. When Wom opened a corner of the burning warehouse, it was a warehouse for provisions. For Wom, who had been in a state of asphyxia and hadn't eaten anything for nearly a week, the sweet smell ran through his nasal passage in an instant. If only there's no death odor. Should I change clothes? The bonfire should be enough for guiding them to hell. Wom dragged one of the corpses he killed into the warehouse and stripped off his equipment, thinking that he might be exposed fast if wearing the equipment of hostile Kraus soldiers. Wom chose the Farius soldier, as he was quite familiar with their behaviors. He was familiar with the behavior of the Liberatoa soldier too, but he talked to the POWs of the Farius soldiers more. Also, there was the fact that Farius did an emergency call, so the army had a lot of militias, so it would be easier to blend. Regrettably, he made the dead Farius soldier wear his equipment and threw him into a burning warehouse. One was worried about what to do with the mask, but it vibrated violently, and so, he gave up on throwing it. It's basically a harmless living mask, but if I throw it away carelessly, I don't know what will happen. Wam put the mask in the bag and moved away from the warehouse with the equipment he borrowed, mimicking the injured. After all, Wam himself was already seriously injured. He forcibly put the broken fingers in a good arrangement, and suppressed his bleeding wounds by cauterization. Right now, Wam looked like a soldier who was ambushed. He wouldn't look like a rampaging demon. Sitting in a corner of a clay wall mixed with dead and seriously injured people, he became one of the furious soldiers with burns injuries. Shit, it's a strong flame. Take the seriously injured to the treatment center. Don't relax your guard. The warehouse and command post has been attacked after all. Come on, stand up fast, or you'll get swallowed by the fire. One of the furious soldiers grabbed Wam's shoulder and stood him up. It's a terrible injury. Let me take you to the treatment center. There is a lot of security there. It was a proposal that Wam couldn't hope for. In the territory that continued to burn, the search for the user of demon fire was still in place, while most of the soldiers kept extinguishing the fire. If carried as an injured furious soldier, it would be easy for Wam to heal his injuries and escape. Wam was dragged to the treatment center. When Wam arrived at the treatment center, there were countless injured people gathered under the tent. It wasn't just those who were injured by Wam. Some were injured in daily battles with the High-Cirque Empire. Healing Magician Dano, this guy has a serious injury. It's a serious injury, but it's not too late. Please carry him all the way. At the destination, incense mixed with medicinal herbs was cooked in addition to the deadly odor that could make you cry and cause nausea. Please lay him there. The soldiers who carried Wam immediately returned to the burning camp. Maybe to extinguish the fire or carry another injured person. He was a very disciplined guy. About 20 dying people lined up and all of them were severely burned. They would have never thought the villain was lined up side by side with them. It was an ironic sight. Wam relaxed himself and turned his consciousness to the operating table. The healing magician cut off the adhered clothes and cleaned the wounds with skillful hands. What was amazing was the mana and healing ability of the healing magician who healed wounds. The recovery speed was also amazing. Extensively lost skin and blood vessels were joined together and regenerated. The healing magician was young and looked like just in her late teens. Her long hair was tied up and tucked into the hat. Judging from the appearance, Wam was certain that the girl must be the last of 3 heroes of Kreist. The girl might be someone who came from his old previous world. He understood that, but it didn't make Wam happy. After all, right now, they were enemies, who were killing each other now. If he was foolishly getting carried away by the happy feeling, it might end with his head rolling on the ground. Ian-sama, the next patient. It was Wam's turn and he was put on the operating table. Embarrassingly, his armor and clothes were taken off. Bruise on the whole body, burns and lacerations on the right abdomen, 3 ribs broke, and fractures on all of his left fingers. The woman, who might be an assistant, searched for the injuries that Wam suffered, one after another. I'll start. The girl declared so and held her hand over Wam's wound with a serious look. It felt warmer than the healing magic he ever felt, and the pain was relieved at quite a fast pace. I see. With this kind of healing magic, soldiers can jump into the battlefield without hesitation. She is an obstacle that must be eliminated for High-Cirque Empire. However, Wam was nothing but an injured soldier. He wasn't ordered to kill her either. Right now, he was just a patient who received treatment. If he harmed the girl now, he might lose the life that he had a hard time keeping. He wanted to avoid doing such a risky move if circumstances allowed. Also, he wanted to pay her back for treating his wounds if he could. Thank you, healing magician Dano. My body is so light as if the injuries are all a lie. I'm glad to hear that. After less than 10 minutes of treatment, Wam thanked the girl from the bottom of his heart. She laughed a little like a shy girl. The operating table was cleaned and the next patient was immediately placed. Wam left the treatment room and headed for a corner where many injured people gather. Wam clicked his tongue lightly. The female knight he battled before and the remaining 3 heroes came to the treatment center. Good. It seems that the user of demon fire hasn't come here. Well, when I heard that Johanna-san was attacked, I almost got a heart attack. If I didn't make a blunder, the damage wouldn't have spread. That surprise attack, no one expected it. It's not because of Johanna-san. A black-haired boy comforted the female knight. Just keep talking like that. With such hope, Wam kept walking. But even though he had been injured so much, for him to still alive, I've never expected that. The remaining distance was about 5 steps. Cold sweat flowed from Wam's forehead. The warehouse is on fire, and there is no sign of the fire will be extinguished soon. The darkness has helped him to hide himself too. The party passed by Wam. He kept telling himself in his mind to not suddenly speed up his legs. What happened? I saw a soldier with familiar features, but I don't have someone I know any of the various soldiers. Maybe it just someone looked like an acquaintance? Yeah, perhaps that's the case. You, the various soldier there. Have we met somewhere before? Of course, it won't be that easy. One seemed to hate the fate that came at him as it pleased. Thinking that his voice had been heard, he had no choice but to change the voice like a defeated soldier. Perhaps I was in your sight when you were attacking the lair. Hearing his own bad voice, one wanted to ridicule himself. But he didn't lie. Well, I attacked some lairs with various soldiers. I might have seen you there. By the way, you closed one of your eyes. What happened? I was hurt by the magic of the enemy. What a disaster. But at least your head didn't get crushed. So luck is still with you. Thank you very much. I'm sorry to stop you suddenly. No, I'm happy to get a chance to talk with the Knight of Christ. Wam tried to keep calm and moved forward, thinking that he had done well this time. What he needed to do was to escape after he saw a gap. Where is the 3 heroes? A messenger soldier jumped into the treatment center, called 3 heroes, without even moving his eyes to Wam. I am here. Johanna Dano is also with you. Immediately go to help Grand Sama. There are many High-Circ soldiers in the lair. Did the front can't hold them? Wam focused his ears. From what he understood, the High-Circ soldiers should have abandoned the lairs, leaving only the last one. It seems that the enemy uses this chance to attack back. They invaded from the underground tunnel. Even at the last layer, the Jaff cavalry battalion has turned to counterattack. Now hundreds have invaded from the tunnel, but the invasion doesn't seem to stop. Grand Sama wants to crush the entrance with magic. Hearing that, one remembered there was a time he wondered as to why the embankment on the 6th layer was high and from where the soil to build it came from. Wam had an experience of digging the ground. However, even from all of his experience of digging up empty moats, trenches, and spider holes, he didn't think it would be enough to make such a tall embankment. Wam never thought it was the soil from the construction of the underground tunnel. Wam would have welcomed the appearance of the friendly army with a leap, but fate was a shit. He understood that the people near him had the power to crush the entrance. Wam conflicted. If left unattended, hundreds of soldiers would be killed. Should I prioritize my own life? Okay, I'm heading right away. Wam intended to tell himself that he had worked hard until now, that he had fulfilled his duty. But he spontaneously opened his mouth. Excuse me? Wam himself thought he was such a stupid guy. But if he didn't do that here, he wouldn't be able to call himself a soldier. What is it? Now is not. The female knight changed her soft eyes and looked sharply at Wam. What happened to your eyes? And your voice? Wam changed his bad voice back and opened his closed muddy eye. Well, nothing much. I was just wondering if I could take the healing magicians and the injured as hostages. Johanna-san, that person is... Yuto noticed and tried to prepare his stance. Wam changed his tone and shouted. Don't move! If you pull it out, the whole area will be wrapped in blue flames. All the gays in the treatment center gathered at Wam with murderous intent. You're the user of demon fire? You dare to take hostages so broadly, huh? Johanna blamed Wam for broadly exposing his canines. As you've guessed. Wam was wondering if he should hit them in surprise, but there was no doubt that his mana would drop rapidly if he used demon fire. In that case, there was the excellent knight and 3 heroes who had high mana even if the soldiers were cleared up. It was unclear if he then could suppress them in such circumstances. However, if he said broadly that he held a hostage, the movement would be decided naturally. Wom was surrounded, but he had no intention of entrusting the initiative. "Why don't you be quiet here for a while? I don't want to burn the non-resisting injured and the healing magician who healed my wounds." Wom said the truth. As a soldier, Wom had no intention of killing a person just by following his grudge, but in the course of the battlefield, targeting the one he had a grudge with, or the close relatives of that person. He didn't want to admit it, but he was for sure think it would happen. It didn't mean that he wasn't willing to avenge his companions, he just thought that killing them when the situation flowed that way would be the best. "You must be a coward." Listen to the words of a boy called Yuto. Wom felt that the boy's anger had grown, but he wouldn't want to have such a discussion here. Johanna tried to provoke Wom, who kept ignoring them. "Do you think we can't stand the demon fire?" "Sure, some people can endure it, but well, most of them can't. It would be profitable to restrain multiple enemies with maximum strength. Even if the restraint failed, the injured and the healing magician would be burned down. Wom might die, but among the female knight, the brown girl, and the black-haired boys, one of them might be killed too. Instantly, the skin will be sore and the exposed nerves will feel pain even in the water. Water will start spilling from the eyeballs, the trachea and lungs will burn and you will roll on the ground. Well, many of you know that," Wom said to the injured who had been burned. The more people who tasted the demon fire, the paler their faces and the more they trembled. "What a terrible way of killing." "It's terrible. I know. But you guys are like that too. My squad members were detained, their eyes were hollowed out, and killed. The order of Reharzen will never." "Then who? The other Kreis soldiers? The soldiers from the other 3 countries? Who gives a fuck about that? From my point of view, it's something you guys did." The surrounding soldiers that completely swallowed the situation were in silence, unlike the hustle and bustle of the ones a little far. The sound of spit, the sound of rubbing cloth, and even the slightest sound remained in the ears. Wom had already earned a few minutes. All he had to do was wait for the High-Circ army to overrun the lair. He just needed to keep doing the silly questions and answers. It was the messenger of the Kreis soldiers who broke such silence. Perhaps because he was a soldier who had the information, he couldn't stand the feeling of frustration, and with a sudden action, he instantly pulled out his sword and slashed at Wom. Wom lowered his hips, pulled out the long sword with his right hand, stepped one of his legs, and used strike to slash the soldier together with his sword. When Wom jumped back, the female knight and Yudo also pulled out their swords. Guard soldiers were also rushing in all at once. Wom didn't know whether it was intentional or not. Still, it was the fact that they made a move at him. Yeah, that's right. Threats make no sense unless it's carried out to some extent. If you hesitate, you'll be seen through and defeated. One shed the remaining mana, and the fire of Hellgate responded. Why? The only sad voice of the brown girl who didn't pull out her weapon reached Wom, but the humanity left in Wom wasn't enough to make him hesitate. The healing magicians was wondering about the ruckus and opened the tent entrance a little to peep. At that moment, the treatment area was wrapped in demon fire. Chapter 38. Various groans and grudges leaked from the soldiers who lay on the floor in a disorderly manner. It's the demon fire. My feet are. Yeah. In the middle of such commotion, Wom couldn't hide his surprise. After all, in a short amount of time, Makoto, the Brown's girl, unfolded an ice wall. Johanna, the female knight, protected a healing magician who squeezed her body in fear, and, albeit incomplete, Yudo, the black-haired boy, unleashed a holy slash to minimize the damage of demon fire. There were fewer deaths than Wom expected. Most people were only got burns injuries. Why you can't just die quietly? While glaring at Wom, the female knight Johanna tried to stand up. Holy slash and demon fire collided and broke in the direction where not many people were present. Yudo was breathing roughly while spitting blood. Makoto had a lump of ice stuck in her abdomen and was breathing faintly. Aya any Makoto. A boy in his late teens breathlessly called his companion's name. Ain was on the ground and didn't move at all. Throw away your weapons. I'll give you an easy death. Don't joke with me. I'm not. Hearing the expected answer, Wam slashed his long sword from the top. Although he was out of mana, his wounds had healed and his physical strength had returned to some extent. The female knight, on the other hand, had lost her magical barrier due to demon fire in addition to the exhaustion of the previous battle, and had been injured by the fire and debris from the explosion. The blow was caught by the flat of the sword, but the female knight couldn't stop the momentum that came from the shoulder. The posture that would have been able to endure such an attack normally was greatly collapsed. The knight fell behind. The attack targeting the neck was a feint, and Wam changed his sword direction to slash the feet. Feeling the tearing meat, the knight responded by hitting her long sword horizontally and pulling her body back. Good. The female knight lost to the sword pressure and was floating back. Wam prioritized speed and pushed the long sword with one hand as it was to the left shoulder. His sword's tip entered through the seam of the armor. Wam intended to hollow out the entire left shoulder, but was only able to inflict a deep wound because of the toughness of the armor. The female knight tried to make a distance, but Wam launched another attack. She couldn't handle Wam's sword pressure with one hand. A large scar was carved on her cheek, and in the middle of the battle between swords, her abdomen was kicked through her armor, forcing her to exhale the oxygen. The female knight rolled on the ground. Once again Wam kicked the female knight who was about to get up, stepped on her back with his knees, and pushed it back to the ground. Bah tard! Goodbye. Wam tried to decapitate her, but turned around to the footsteps approaching from behind. Newcomer. Instantly crossed the sword. The armor of a large man was soaked in fresh blood that it was hard to tell whether it was someone else's blood or his own blood. One after another, what a bunch of annoying knights! Commander Gran. The armor had the same design as the female knights, but the coat of arms of the Order of Reharzen was engraved big on the armor. Wam could tell by the response of crossing the sword that the man had a first-class sword pressure and speed, and was definitely the commander of the Order of Reharzen, Gran. This is bad. Johanna, take them and run away. We'll surrender this place. Wam was prepared himself, but then he smiled. The enemy was in a predicament, bad enough to leak the battle situation in front of the enemy. While crossing the sword, Wam caught the female knight in his sight. She was holding up the nearby Yuto and Makoto. Sure, she had tremendous strength, but her movement was sluggish. You think I'll let you? Wam tried to jump out, but the route to Johanna was blocked, and on the contrary, the blade grazed his neck. The knight commander wasn't an easy enemy that he could deal with one hand. How persistent! The swords rubbed with each other, and the metal made a high-pitched sound. The bodies collided with each other, and Wam and the knight commander became close to each other. Wam slid the blade and aimed at the finger, but it was caught by the brim of the sword. The sword's technique of the knight commander was higher than Wam. Brand new wounds increasing on the completely recovered body. Still, unlike before, time was on Wam's side. Attack! The enemy is only a small force now. Don't give time to recover. Outside the treatment center, a voice that seemed to be a Hyserk soldier's voice echoed. It's our defeat. Next I will drop your head. What a loser. The losing dog can only bark and hang his tail. Gran turned around from Wam as if the previous confrontations were a lie. Is that okay? You seem to have forgotten someone. Wam moved a girl called Ain who was lying on the ground with his feet. Changed her position from prone to supine, the girl making a painful voice. Please what? Johanna-san, Ain is still there, Despite being seriously injured, Yuto on the female knight's back rampaged like a fish on land. He expected a delay or a reversal, but Johanna forced him to shut up. Haha, really? Hitting a human who is vomiting blood? But well, too bad, it seems you all have been abandoned. In addition to Wam, the injured and Ain were left behind. Wam gazed at Ain who had fallen under his eyes. Her chest was moving, she was still breathing. Soon after, soldiers with familiar equipment flooded the treatment area. They carefully pointed their spear at Wam, who was dressed as a Farius soldier, but they didn't step further. Wait. I'm from Liguria's battalion, Due squad, my name is Wam. I robbed the Farius soldiers' equipment to disturb the enemy. I don't tell you to drop the spear until the suspicion clears, but I don't want to be killed by my allies. Wam was prepared to be dismissed as a bad soldier and an idiot at the time, but the soldiers looked at each other and called out to the outside of the treatment area. Platoon commander! Demon fire user, Wam is alive! In a hurry, a platoon commander who was far higher in rank than Wam came. He nodded and lowered his men's spears that were pointing at Wam. His Excellency Gerard has said, fighting alone capturing the lair, the work of the Fire of Hellgate manipulator, will be rewarded. For my platoon to meet you first is such an honor. The platoon commander smiled and reached out to Wam. Thank you. The 6th layer has fallen and the enemies have been struck with a pincer attack. The situation is still unpredictable, but if it keeps going on like this, there's no doubt that it'll be our win. You can relax, it's our turn to work. Oh, that's good, and I've got some prisoner of wars, but this one here is a precious healing magician. Moreover, she's one of the famous 3 heroes. The platoon commander, who sensed Wam's intention, had a big smile on his face. The High-Circ army loved securing human resources. There was no doubt that someone who could heal even sight defects would be abused as labor. Well, His Excellency Gerard will be really happy to hear this. Yaki's squad remains here to guard Wam and the prisoners. The rest will go with me to eliminate the rebellious soldier in the lair. Don't miss any soldiers. The platoon commander left the treatment area, leaving Wam and one squad. The threat of tension came off, and Wam sat down. Are you okay? Want some water? One of the soldiers presented a water bottle to Wam. Opened the cap and poured water into the mouth. Feeling the water flowing in his stomach, Wam breathed out. Do you smoke? The soldier then took out a cigarette from his pocket. Yeah, I want to smoke. Wam received a cigarette and held it in his mouth, but his mana was exhausted and no fire broke out from his hand even if he wanted to. I wanted to see the famous demon fire, but please bear with my fire. The man then shed mana and embodied the fire. Thanks. I'll show you as much as I can when my mana returns. Smoke flowed out of the lit cigarette. Smoke slowly filled the lungs. When the purple smoke was exhaled, it diffused into the void. The feeling of fatigue rushed in at once, and Wam's consciousness disappeared without warning. Chapter 39. The 4 countries alliance was losing a lot of things. Over 10,000 soldiers, head generals, and the supplies that support them. Hugo, the foreign minister who carried Liberatoa's diplomacy on his back, looked up at the burning layers. A terrifying blue flame was spreading, revealing the High-Circ soldiers in the dark. The burns on the head from the cheeks, which were old wounds, felt hurt. Hugo smiled. Liberatoa was damaged, but the damage on Creist was particularly great. Although uncertain, the loss of the knights was great. 2 of the 3 heroes were heavily injured, and the last one was taken as a prisoner. What a bunch of sloppy people. To be burned to death by a ghost. Hugo, who was a civil official, didn't have to be on the front line. Still, there was some scenery that he couldn't see without putting himself on the front line. People come and go in the tent as if it were in a storm, and the chairs and desks left behind were scattered. It was like a house that had been broken in by a thief. Hugo-sama, the headquarters must be moved to the back. The 4 countries alliance has been pinched and collapsed. It will not last long here either. One of our battalions that stuck to the front line has been annihilated. It's a shame, but it can't be avoided. The people, who were valuable assets, were scattered without fulfilling their functions. It was a very unforgivable situation for Hugo. At the same time, the fragility of the 4 countries alliance and the viciousness of the High-Circ Empire were indescribable. The general, who was amongst Hugo's limited pawns, was also burned to death by a surprise attack during the War Council. It was also by one soldier, the user of demon fire. The dedication of the survivor of the devastated Liguria battalion, To stay amongst the buried corpse for a week and then lurk among the enemy was something Hugo envied. Hugo regretted that Liberatoa lacked the symbols of the army such as the Jaff cavalry of Hyserk and the Order of Reharzen and the 3 heroes of Kreist. However, the Liberatoa soldiers weren't vulnerable either. The soldiers were well equipped and well trained. He was trying to retreat from the lair while towing soldiers from other countries who got into the habit of losing. Emred's company has successfully secured a retreat. In this situation, he has a great skill. Neither flattering nor sarcastic, Hugo praised the company from the bottom of his heart. Even if there were no prominent great people or heroes, soldiers were working desperately to make up for it. Liberatoa wasn't that hopeless either. It is a unit trained at the border with Hyserk Empire. They have good adaptability and tenacity. So that their work is not wasted, we need to go now. With the escorts solidified his surroundings, Hugo left the camp. Section. The heavy eyelids opened, and Juan looked around. It was a room with no viscera or burnt limbs rolling, which was not similar at all to the last memory. "You're awake?" A soldier sitting deep in a chair called on Juan. "Is this inside the Sarajevo fortress?" What happened?" "The battle? It's been a day since then. It's a big victory for the Hyserk Empire. It seems that 2 battalions have been lost, but the enemy has lost well over 10,000 soldiers and supplies. Now, both positions seem to have returned to the beginning. Including the defensive battle in the layers, the death toll of the enemy exceeded 20,000. There were still 30,000 soldiers left, but they were multinational and no one would be dumb enough to try to draw the short straw since the fortress walls hadn't been breached. In addition to the Farius front, which Wam also participated in, there were soldiers left in his homeland and mired. Even if the enemies wanted to forcibly penetrate the fortress, Wam didn't think that the 4 countries alliance would still have that much power. "Victory, huh?" Wam uttered sweet words. "Yeah, for now. Well, it's still unpredictable. Anyway, I'm going to report that you're finally awake. You're the one with the most achievement in this battle. You mustn't die. Take enough rest in the room. The water and food are on the shelves. Eat whatever you like." After saying so, the soldier left the room. Wam left behind in the room got up from the bed. There was no discomfort in his body. The only problem was the eyes. The left eye seen in the mirror was still muddy. He stepped into the only window and looked out. Many soldiers were engaged in each work, but there was no heavy hectic air like how it was before the battle, and the blood-washing battle until yesterday had disappeared like a lie. A victory is still a victory, but the one who survived, only me. Juan didn't feel it because he lost consciousness at the climax. Juan extended one of his arms and poured water into the glass. His body, which was asking for water, absorbed the water. He didn't feel well. He was so tired. Still, Juan had no choice but to laugh at his body honest that was honest with its desires. He had no intention of being killed. Still, he didn't go crazy, he didn't jump to his own grave, he was still alive. Grabbed the red fruit in the basket and turned it in hand. Such a round shape that was easy to hold with a shiny vermilion color, everyone wanted the sweet fruit that fit in their hands. Juan suddenly opened his mouth and bit the fruit as it was. The juice overflowed from the bitten section and penetrated into the oral cavity. The hungry tongue and the growling stomach were very motivated. A strong sweetness followed by a sour taste was flowing in the oral cavity. Chapter 40. Invitation of the War God. Gerard Berger, commander of the Furious Front, was welcoming guests in a room in the basement of the Sarajevo fortress. "Well, thank you for coming here." The room was dim, and a person facing Gerard emerged from the light source, a magic stone. The person was one of the 3 heroes, Ain Sugimoto, a girl who came from a different world, and had a hostile relationship with the Hyserk Empire. The girl had her hands tied behind her and stared at Gerard. Gerard saw that it was just a bluff. Gerard, who had been involved in the life and death of humans for many years, loved humans. People wouldn't show the real them until their last moment. Such a moment when humans started to get irritated, Gerard loved it very much. That was why Gerard wanted to tease the girl more, as she tried to curb her fears in her heart. Gerard would have given her bread and sent her back, if only she was a helpless girl, but her ability was rare and too dangerous. I like humans, and my homeland treats prisoners of war carefully. Unlike the Four Countries Alliance, I'm not going to handle prisoners like garbage. I think the death of a person should be meaningful. However, a prisoner of war who does nothing is just a burden and an obstacle. Don't you think so? The girl didn't open her mouth to Gerard's question. You see, I am talking to you, Aine. If you keep silent, it'll look as if I'm talking to myself. Anyway, let's continue. Gerard resumed talking without waiting for the girl's reply. To tell the truth, it didn't matter if she didn't want to reply. I'm thinking of getting you to treat the injured in our army as labor. So, can you give me a reply? Of course, even though you're a prisoner, I'm going to reward the labor you do. I must refuse, the girl said with a quivering voice. She was optimistic that someone would come to help. She couldn't imagine what would happen if she refused. Perhaps having been told by Gerard about his love for humans, she thought that the old man in front of her looked like a gentle old philanthropist. What a shame. I just want you to work for people's life. This is a problem. There is a limit to how many prisoners we can feed. We have to reduce the number of the burden. Like the Four Countries Alliance. Looking away from the girl, Gerard called out of the room. Bring him in. What was dragged was a prisoner of war, a heavily wounded soldier. A great soldier who didn't lose his rebellious spirit even after being captured by the enemies. Even Gerard was impressed by his attitude. He's a Kraus soldier. I heard he was in the treatment tent, but do you know him? The girl remained silent, but her face, which was acting expressionless until a moment ago, was distorted. Still, she remained silent. Again, Gerard didn't care whether she responded or not. As you've guessed, he's a target for the reduction. But first of all, total disposal. In one go is a waste. I'm thinking of going from his finger first. What do you think? You're just a crazy old man on verge of dying. Do you think she'll hesitate? Momentarily, the Kraus soldier screamed. A real brave soldier, he didn't hesitate to shout like that even in the enemy territory. Gerard thought that he was a good soldier. Great. You're so enthusiastic. The long sword at the waist had long lost the opportunity to show its shine on the battlefield, but it still could be used by Gerard to slash one of his targets perfectly. BAS tard, you damn bastard. Fuck. Gerard picked it up and gently put it on the desk. One for now. I can't let you bite your own tongue. Human resources are limited. It would be a waste. Gerard smiled at the girl. The soldiers on the side made the Kraus soldier bit a gag and secured his hand to the desk. One more. The man bent his back and fluttered his legs. UGH. Have you ever had all your fingers dropped? Have you had your limbs scraped off? Have you been roasted alive? Had you ever lost your nose? Ears? Teeth? Eyes? Many people misunderstand one thing. Sometimes death can even be salvation. Do you know what it means now? It seemed to be a teacher who reminded the students. For the first time, the fear color lit in the eyes of the Kraus soldier. On the other hand, Gerard's intelligent eyes became dark. I love my country, the people who live there too. So I fought day after day for 40 years, but the more we won, the more the neighboring countries interrupted us. Like the Four Countries Alliance. A dull sound and a muffled voice echoed in the room 3 times in a row. When the soldier collected the amputated finger of Kraus soldier, hemostasis was applied to the finger. 15 more. Let's change the way. Next I'll mince the fingers. Together with the bones. Picking up the mallet on the shelf, Gerard walked around the room making footsteps sound, and stopped near the girl. What a problem. So let me say this. I'll do whatever it takes. Yes, if I must, I'll do whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. Fortunately, there are many prisoners. Behind him, the fingers of the Kraus soldier were fixed to the desk. Gerard watched over the soldiers who twisted himself, groaned, and began to resist. You seem to like it. Well, the preparation is complete. Recalling something, Gerard clapped his hand. Oh, right. I have a woman who seems close to you alive. I thought she was an assistant, but if she doesn't want to work, I don't need her. I must give equal rights to both men and women, right? They all have equal rights to live. So, let me ask again. What about your reply? The conclusion was made, and the girl, trying hard to suppress her disturbed breathing, squeezed out words from her throat. I will cooperate. I thought you would say that. I'm glad I haven't crushed it. Your first job would be to connect the man's fingers together. The girl connected the soldier's fingers at a speed and skill that exceeded Gerard's expectations. The girl who finished her treatment hatefully looked up at Gerard. You did the job. I'm the type of person who keeps my promise. I'll give you a workplace and an assistant. And yeah, that's right. You'll need an escort. I'll arrange everything. All of this, is everything going according to your plan? Gerard smiled at the girl who regrettably said so. I'm not such a person. I'm just a person who simply does what must be done. I can only do that much. Chapter 41. After regaining consciousness, one was guided to a room in the fortress. Commander Gerard Berger, this was the third time Wam saw him. Previously he saw him with the battalion, then with his squad, now only Wam alone. I've been waiting. Sit down. If you insist, then please excuse me. Wam sat face to face without hesitation. First of all, let me thank you. The achievement of burning the camp of the Four Countries Alliance, destroying the chain of command, and taking one of the three heroes as a prisoner, is comparable to legends, to myths. Now, no one in the Farius front who doesn't know you. To be clear, it was an overestimation. Wam was trapped and slept with the corpses for about a week. He only survived by chance. I'm overwhelmed by the compliments from the war god. You overestimated me too much. My survival was only a coincidence. When the battalion was on the verge of destruction, I couldn't do anything. The destruction of Liguria's battalion is a great loss, both publicly and privately. There aren't enough key personnel left, and there's no prospect of reconstruction. But Wamkun, it is not good to underevaluate what you have done. If you say it's just an overestimation, it's the same with me being called a war god. Humans would only show their true talent only in a deadly situation. And you have achieved it. You must be given the proper evaluation and reward. Gerard Berger told Wam as if he wouldn't accept refusal. Wamkun's ferocious efforts have reached the capital with communication magic tools. And the Imperial Diet has decided that you will be given the title of Knight. Although it is just an honorary title. Knight? Trying to understand Gerard's words, Wam repeated the word in his mind. I'm just the third son of a farmer. A knight is too much. In the first place, is there a knight in our army? As the third son of a farmer who had only small farmland, Wam felt he didn't deserve to get such a title. He was confused and didn't know how to respond properly. Moreover, in this world where the military was still developing, the units and classes of the army were ambiguous and different in each country. But Wam had never heard of the rank, knight, in the High Cirque army. It's no wonder you don't know. It's a title in the era of the old military. Now it's just an honorary title in our country. Still, the title of a knight is useful inside and outside the country. If it's an honorary title, it's similar to a medal with no real benefit or harm, right? And unfortunately, there is no way to decline. After all, the only ones who have earned the title, Knight, in the last few years are all dead. The Imperial Diet wants a living hero. Congratulations, it seems you two have taken the first step towards the war god. I am humbled. Seeing Gerard smile with all his heart, Wam twitched and smiled back. Even so, it's already too late. Well, just talking is boring. Let me give this first. When Gerard looked at his servant, the servant took out a heavy box wrapped in cloth. After removing the cloth, the sword taken out of the box was unrefined and plain. It was a sword that earnestly made and sought of practicality. It's a sword given to the warrior of the High Cirque Empire. You see, despite its look, it's amazing. It's a sword made from a mix of magical silver and fire dragon steel. It's a gem that can only be given to those with the title Knight. Gerard pulled out the sword and Wom took a breath. The light vermilion blade was shining even though it was indoors. You seem to like it. The sword already belongs to Wom-kun. Try using mana. As said, Wom used mana as if he was about to activate strike. The blade was dyed red. Fascinated by the color, Wom ran his gaze from the tip of the sword to the brim. What if this is used when I activate demon fire? Wom was curious and used demon fire. The blade turned from pale red to blue. The air in the room was heated in a blink of an eye, and the air trembled. So fierce. As Gerard leaked such words, the mask trembled, and Wom returned to his sense. I'm sorry. I'm just fascinated by it. I was the one who started. You don't have to apologize. When Wom looked back, the guards had come into the room, probably because they were waiting at the door and felt the heat. It's just a small ceremony. Sorry. The guard complained to Gerard's words. Please do it moderately. When Gerard raised his hand, the guards returned to the outside of the room. His attention was taken by the blade. I was allowed to see something good. The sword is a gift from the Empire. But I'll give you something personally. The next thing Wom was handed over was a well-used waste bag. This is... No way. That's right, it's a magic bag. Well, even if it's called a magic bag, it's something for personal use, so it's not that big inside. Still, any merchants will use a lot of money to buy it. Such an expensive thing. I got it when I was young. I've been keeping it in nostalgia, but yeah, it's better to make use of it. Don't think too much. Thank you very much. Now, it's okay to keep chatting, but I wonder if there's anything else to say. Wom, who felt uncomfortable with the words of the old general, frowned. He had a bad feeling. Oh, that's right. Wom-kun, you're now under my direct command. Under the direct command of your excellency? The good news is that there is a job that has been bothering me. It's an important person's escort and surveillance mission, but you see, there isn't a suitable person for it. Wom's reason and instinct were screaming danger. Already, there was an attempt to recapture and also an attempt to assassinate. Of course, all have been prevented, but still, a good escort is needed. An old general with a good smile on his face, but the meaning behind the smile was unknown. Wom regretted that he had eaten the poisonous bait, but he was too late now. The escort for one of the three heroes of the Crazed Kingdom, Ain Sugimoto. Haha, your excellency, are you joking? I'm serious. I am sorry for my rudeness. Sure, my ability is useful during the offensive, and I have been engaged in transport escort missions, but I think being a personal escort is not suitable for me. Definitely, you have an attractive ability for the offensive. Other than demon fire, you've also got a top-notch skill. Don't underevaluate yourself. And don't be ashamed of your lack of experience. Also, if Wom-kun is always by her side, Ain would feel safe. You want me to escort the person who had treated me but was also deceived by me? What a kind old man. Would you accept it? Understood. Alas, there was no veto right, even though Wom had been given the title, Knight. Gerard tapped Wom's shoulder while nodding. Chapter 42. The first impression Ain had about Wom must be the worst. Wom killed the Crazed soldiers, disguised as the Farius soldiers, and got treated by her, blew away the treatment area, and burned her childhood friends. Without showing his inner conflict, Wom declared to the girl, I'm Wom, the one who will take on the role of supervisor and escort from today. I'm Ain Sugimoto. Ain's attitude toward Wom was icy. Still, she didn't completely refuse him. Commander Gerard said she had been persuaded, but it was hard to believe. Perhaps magic tools or some sort of insect had been planted in her head to make her slightly obedient, was what Wom thought when he heard it. I'm Maya, a healing magician. We met once, right? The other one was a woman from Farius, who worked as Ain's assistant. She introduced herself, but her tone was clearly sarcastic. Juan knew that no matter what he wanted to do to fix the relationship now, it would be useless. Yeah, thank you for the other day. 4 people, including me, are always watching you too. I don't plan to interfere when you give treatment, but in an emergency, you must follow my command. Okay? Understood. At that moment, Juan thought that he was more comfortable on the front line than being where he was now. The treatment was endless as long as the mana was still there. The healing magician had a saying about it. The wounds that made you want to look away, torn wounds, and even the arm that was about to start decaying were healed. Because Juan had been killing people, he could understand the horror of the wounded soldiers returning to the front in a good shape. Maya's knowledge and skills as an assistant were also great. Simply applying recovery magic would connect the broken bones, albeit leaving foreign objects, bones, and muscles left in the body. If she used recovery magic carelessly, serious after effects would remain. They were removed in a short time by applying water magic and proper incision. Here, Juan was reminded of one of the factors that supported the offensive of the enemy soldiers who attacked the layers. In the end, the sabotage that Juan was worried about didn't happen, and the 2 healing magicians proceeded without rest. The soldiers gave them a thank you word, even though they knew both were the enemy healing magicians. Juan was seriously worried that some of the soldiers might be moved by the kindness and held affection for them more than necessary. More than 100 seriously injured people who might not be able to see tomorrow were healed to the point where they could even return to the battlefield immediately. Only by the recovery magic, anyone would agree that the girl must be one of the 3 heroes. There was a declaration that the 2 were out of mana, and the treatment for the day was over. As expected, the color of fatigue in their eyes was deep. Today's work is over. It's time for a meal. Follow me. In a cell-like room, soup made from boiled birds, potatoes and beans, herring pickled in salt and herbs, vinegar-soaked cabbage, bread, and fruit liquor were lined up. Although all of them were well preserved, they were the best foods that Juan knew to eat at the forefront. It was an exceptional treatment for someone who became a POW. Juan also knew that sleep and diet were important because healing someone required physical strength and mana. The 2 went on eating silently. Among them, only fruit liquor was left alone. Minors shouldn't drink alcohol, don't you think so? It was a frank question from Juan, but Maya frowned. Even though I look like this, I'm 21 years old. Ayn is also an adult, she's 16 years old. It's surprising to be belittled as young. My bad habit of thinking with my past life values is coming out. In this world, once you hit 15 years old, you would be called an adult. You would be counted as a full-fledged person, good or bad, whether you wanted it or not. Then, do you both hate alcohol? The 2 answered Juan's question. I have never drunk it. Well, if you're a lawful minor in the old world, that would be the case. I don't like it. Maya didn't seem to like it. Juan took out preserved food and pot from the magic bag. At the beginning of use, Juan was confused by the feeling that the tip of his wrist became ambiguous. But once he got used to it, he realized the convenience that couldn't be explained if you had never used it. Then you could have this instead. Mana was poured into the sallow pot with cheese on it, and the melted cheese spread in it. Don't hesitate. Instead, I'll get the fruit liquor. You can enjoy it by spreading it on bread. Ayn, who was hesitant, spread the melting cheese on the bread and ate it. So good. One felt that Ayn's face, which had always been tense, was slightly loosened only at this time. She had been drawn to the war under the name of 3 heroes, but deep inside she was just a teenage girl. I'll ask His Excellency if he can change the fruit liquor with something else if possible. I can't promise it'll happen, but I will make an effort for it. After all, even though you're a prisoner of war, you've been doing a good job. A work is a work after all. Juan didn't feel like cutting corners or becoming too intimate with the 2, he just wanted to avoid monitoring in a heavy atmosphere all the time. After seeing both finish their meal, Juan left the other soldiers to watch and settled down in the next room. How about when it's your break time? After I take a break, I'll drink with you. Or do you hate alcohol? To Juan's question, the guard said with a serious look. Alcohol is life. After the night guards, the day was over. Chapter 43. For a week as an escort, Wam hadn't moved far away from the treatment room, even today. Most of the seriously injured had returned to the battlefield, and the treatment was centered on the ones with minor injuries. The Four Countries Alliance had been reorganized at a great distance from the layers, and no new attacks had occurred except for some scouts and spies. Although not publicly disclosed, Ayn was unusually popular as a POW. It should be natural since she was someone who treated the heavily wounded and on the verge of dying soldiers. Moreover, when she was a young and beautiful girl, Wam gave up on the fact that the soldiers who felt lonely couldn't be stopped from looking at her with love and looking at him with envy. Without saying, some sent a thankful gift. Even though Wam handed out non-dangerous looking things, he couldn't help but be amazed. Wam Dunno, next is the soldiers who felt while working on the walls. A charming young bald soldier told Wam. He was a soldier named Moritz who belonged to the escort team and cared a lot for his surroundings. Originally a personal servant soldier of a staff officer at the headquarters, he had been praised for his loyalty and poison-resistant skills and so assigned to be one of the escorts. It was itchy for Wam to be called with honorifics by Moritz, who had a long military history, but he didn't dare to call Wam normally because he was afraid of a knight, who also a user of demon fire. Wam described Moritz as an amiable and attentive man, and that it was a shame such a person must be on the battlefield. Please bring him inside. The soldier carried on the stretcher had a broken left leg and left arm. It was a stupid person who fell from the stairs of the wall miserably, but such a thing was not a problem since now there was a good healing magician. Ugh! In pain, the soldier closed his eyes and clenched his teeth. Maya gave the soldier a wooden gag and a cloth in his hand. It'll be hurt. Maya said so and returned the man's bent leg to the correct position. The soldiers groaned. Ayn held her hand over the broken leg and treatment began. The painful face of the soldier who was sweating buckets loosened. Treatment of his arm finished earlier than his foot. As expected of a great skill. It took less than 5 minutes to completely heal a simple fracture. The gag and cloth were returned. The soldier who got off the stretcher thanked Ayn and Maya. I was saved. I can't believe he'll heal so quickly. The soldier's hand, which had been held during the operation, remained tightly closed. Wam, who had seen the process of the healing for a week, felt uncomfortable. Most people who just had surgery would likely be in a relaxed state. But the man kept clenching his fist. Wam took a step closer while carefully running his eyes around. The man noticed Wam's approach. He laughed in a friendly manner, but Wam couldn't feel the laugh from the back of his eyes. Slid his finger and pulled something out of his waist. Its true identity was a kind of hidden weapon. Burst! While kicking up the ground, Wam, who used wind magic, accelerated at once. Grabbed Ayn's arm and switched position. A high-pitched sound echoed in the treatment room. The hidden weapon was flipped by Wam's iron armor. With Ayn behind him, Wam pulled out a long sword from his waist and slashed from the bottom, but the man dexterously moved his upper body to dodge the attack and jumped away. It's an assassin! Moritz shouted. The assassin stuck out his arm as opposed to the one holding the hidden weapon. Feeling the momentary increase in mana, Wam was ready. Release. A rod-shaped projectile, a type of hidden weapon, popped out in the hand was fired with compressed air. Wam, who realized that the aim was Ayn, smashed it with a long sword. The assassin tried to reach his hips again, but Wam jumped in, pierced his shoulder with a long sword, and stuck him to the wall. Still, he tried to pierce Wam with his free hand. But when Wam put fire to his wound, he screamed and stiffened. As it was, Wam held down his throat and arms. Tie him up. Gag him, don't let him bite his tongue. A little later, Moritz and the other escort soldiers flooded in. The assassin was detained, but suddenly he opened his eyes wide, screamed over the gag, and stopped moving. Did he just kill himself? Wam took a breather at the assassin who kept his eyes open and didn't move. Moritz broke open his mouth and began to search with his hands. It's a poison. I think it was put in the back teeth. It's extremely poisonous. It's a strong poison made from red scorpion. mixed with a highly flammable poisonous plant. When I tasted it a long time ago, its exciting taste made me suffer abdominal pain for a week. Moritz, who was said to have a resistance to poison, said with an ecstatic expression. You're still alive even after eating that? Even others than the offensive skills, were something that could bend the logic of the world. I'll never put that thing inside my mouth. If you have recovery magic or a strong fire attribute, you can withstand it. Oh, it's also on the hidden weapon. The assassin's boldness and determination to slip down from a high place just to enter the treatment center made one feel cold on his spine. Turning his gaze back, Ian stood in the corner of her room with a shocked face. As for Maya, she was standing on the wall. Are you both okay? Ian nodded a little to Wam's question. Why me? Maybe Liberatoa or Farius decided that if they couldn't recapture, it would be better to kill you too. Kreist wasn't mentioned, but Wam didn't have to bother to say it to make Ian understand. It's a lie, right? We're on the same side, right? Heal those who are heavily injured, and bring back those who are standing on the brink of death. For any army, it's a dangerous threat. I'm sorry for being rude, but killing you can be considered as indirectly killing enemy soldiers on the battlefield. It's natural to aim for elimination. Well, it's the same as farmers who provide food, or ranches where war horses are raised, there is no end to it. In short, it's a war. When you're branded as an enemy, your status and background are irrelevant. Hearing Moritz's opinions, Ian's knees gave up and she sat down. From such a perspective alone, Ian thought that Wam should be threatening enough to be on the kill list. Let's stop today's treatment. I haven't ensured the safety. Also, both of you are shaking. Wam felt sympathy when he saw a girl who got swung around because of her high-level ability, but he understood that he shouldn't hold it. He must be firm. He mustn't deviate from the relationship between soldiers and prisoners. After all, it was Wam himself who took her away from her companions and brought her to a foreign battlefield where death roamed. To comfort her now, such a hypocrite act, as a human, his dignity couldn't forgive himself to do that. Chapter 44. I see. So it failed. I lost another really good human resource. Hugo, the foreign minister of Liberatoa, who received a report from the spy, leave his weight on the chair on which he was sitting. Hugo was the only one in a tightly closed room, which was suitable for summarizing the situation without any hindrance. Intelligence personnel who were proficient in providing information and assassination missions were valuable. Their upbringing began in early childhood and was very costly. It was a great loss in a strategy similar to abandoning valuable chess pieces. It was a really sad loss for Liberatoa. Kreist's attempt to recapture failed, Farius's attempt to poison failed, and now the assassination directed by Hugo also failed. The layers, the fortress, High-Cirque soldiers, Demon Fire, Gerard, and even one of 3 heroes, this battle, we may lose. The number of troops of the 4 countries' alliance, which had exceeded 60,000, had decreased to 32,000. In terms of numbers, it would still be twice as much as the High-Cirque army, but the 4 countries' alliance couldn't even enter the fortress and instead, they were pushed back. There might be a chance to win if the alliance managed to capture the layers once again. In Hugo's homeland, the Liberatoa Trade Federation, there were black water, springs in the desert where powerful and deadly monsters such as Red Scorpion were residing. Sufficient enough to burn the Sarajevo fortress intermittently was brought, and a large thrower was also installed in the occupied layer. It was all ruined by a total attack triggered by a surprise attack by the user of Demon Fire. Using normal means won't be enough. Then there is only the demon territory. With normal troops, there was no chance of winning against the High-Cirque Empire, which still held Sarajevo Fortress. Hugo looked away from Sarajevo Fortress at the map and pointed to the largest demon territory located in the center of the continent. The large thrower was lost, but the Liberatoa Black Water was safe as it was shipped to Lake Celta. Hugo thought that it would be a waste to not use it. It was the largest and strongest demon territory on the continent, and even carrying a barrel containing black water would cost some troops. Still, As the situation was bad if nothing big happened, the answer in Hugo's head was decided. There was enough to burn the forest in the demon territory, so no problem with that. What Hugo needed to do was to whisper a sweet invitation to Kreist, which received a lot of damage caused by the revenge of King Farius, who was blinded by the vengeance of his younger brother, such as losing one of the three heroes. If Hugo could talk it well, Kreist would be in favor of his plan. However, if it failed, Hugo needed to make a new strategy. Then, a girl who succeeded her father and became the Queen of Myard appeared in Hugo's mind. A patriot who was still immature but worried about the country. Myard wouldn't be convinced with the plan. However, Hugo laughed, thinking that if it were 3 versus 1, nothing could be done by the weak Myard. Fortunately, the Liberatoa soldiers had the lowest damage and now had the largest number of troops in here compared to Myard, Farius, and Kreist. Whether successful or unsuccessful, the High Cirque Empire would be hit hard, was what in Hugo's mind. Hugo, who finally put together his thoughts, called his followers and gave instructions. From the beginning, there was no option such as not achieving anything and returning to the country. For Hugo. Section. Are you serious about burning the demon territory on the outer edge of Myard? Rita Myard's angry voice echoed in the tent under strict security. Myard had only Celta territory, had the least force to mobilize in the 4 countries alliance, and the leader, Rita Myard, had limited influence, as the youngest amongst the leaders. As the representative of the country, Rita wasn't silent, knowing that the land would be devastated. That said, is there any other way to move the High Cirque Empire from Sarajevo Fortress? If you burn forest in the demon territory, the demons will attack the High Cirque soldiers. Of course, some people of Myard will be sacrificed, but it's the cost of necessity. Rita raised hatred for the selfish argument of the foreign minister of the Liberatoa Trade Federation. Thinking that she had to be calm, Rita calmed her breathing. If she let herself in angry, it would only lead to what the old fox wanted. Are the other 2 countries aggrieved with the operation at the expense of the people of their allies? The tent was attended by the king of Farius Kingdom, and the leader of the Order of Reharzan on the behalf of the king. The knight commander replied to Rita's question. Sacrifices are an integral part of the war. Kreist has made great sacrifices. Despite being a country that was just invited to this war. The one that needs to steal the resolve to win, isn't it the Principality of Myard? Then King Farius preached. Farius has also made a great contribution to both the military and civilians. This is the only way to knock the High Cirque Empire down to hell. Burning the demon territory at the outer of Myard will also cost my kingdom. And we're prepared for it. Feeling crazy in his eyes, Rita realized that the death of his younger brother, whom King Farius had been fond of, had a severe effect. Rita herself had lost her great father and her hometown in the Battle of Edinburgh. She could understand the luscious temptation of vengeance. Still, she couldn't let herself be tempted by it as a ruler of the country. But Hugo interrupted Rita, who raised her voice, as now 2 candles had been lit by him. If you allow High Cirque to recover here, you'll be attacked one by one. The High Cirque Empire can't help but cut the opponent's neck once being attacked. That country is terribly aggressive in the name of the defense war. And if you don't draw them out of Sarajevo Fortress, the High Cirque Empire will regain its strength and mobilize troops from its territory. I don't want to say this, but if that happens, Myard will be the first to sink. In short, what Hugo wanted to say was, because I'm thinking about Myard, there's a need to burn the forest of the demon territory on the outer edge of Myard. Rita's persuasion continues, but the talks slowly moved on to what she feared the most. In advance arrangements, the direction of the war would be decided by majority vote. Right? King Farius, who was in a hurry to conclude, presented a plan that Rita didn't want to hear the most. It's definitely written in the agreement. If so, let's take a majority vote. My Kreist Kingdom vote in favor of burning the demon territory. Ugh, the Principality of Myard vote in objection. Farius vote in favor. Liberatoa Commercial Federation vote in favor. It's 3-1. It's decided, we'll burn the demon territory on the outer edge of Myard. That land is a demon territory with mighty demons that even the three great powers do not touch carelessly, and the degree of danger is different from other demon territories. It cannot be handled by humans. It was a box that shouldn't be opened, where even monsters classified as S and a class inhabited. From normal people's perspective, Rita would be among the ones involved in unlocking the box that would endanger her people. We will use adventurers to burn the forest. It seems that the adventurers who have been locked out of their hometown will cooperate. Aren't the people of Myard really devoted? Let's pray for the success of this operation. Rita clenched her fist, saying that everything went according to the expectations of Foreign Minister Liberatoa. A country without power could always only choose nothing. Rita looked up at the sky with her helplessness, but she could only see the cloth of the tent, feeling trapped in there. Chapter 45. Rampage. Don't stop your feet. Don't stop your hands. If you want tomorrow, hurry up. Emred, commander of the infantry company of the Liberatory Trade Federation, raised his voice. He understood that his subordinates were working hard. Still, Emred rushed to get the job done even for a second faster. The installation team is fighting with monsters. The enemies are more than 40 orcs. Phil's platoon shall deal with them. The installation team will continue to work. Each country had sent soldiers on a battalion scale into the forest on the outer edge of Myard, but things were only getting worse. It would be easier than attacking the fortress defended by the High-Cirque soldiers. Emred wanted to hit himself, who thought so before his departure. Even Emred, who led the subjugation corps in the demon territory that existed near his homeland, thought that even the word struggle would be like a warming up before the storm. And for sure, there would be a company unit that had drawn a bad luck card and was destroyed. First of all, the number of monsters was unusual. The number of monsters that they came into contact with while traveling just about 1 kilometer easily exceeded 100. Not only small monsters such as goblins and kobolds, but at least orcs, and more than that, there were monsters classified as B-class such as ogre, lizardmen, and lamia. The shortest route is just to go straight, but there is the habitat of Abyss Bird. The adventurer leading them called on Emred, who opened the map. No one didn't know Abyss Bird. A monster in the sky that sometimes fought for territory with the flying dragon subspecies. A-class monsters, why are such a monster lurking around? What about another route? When it came to a class monster, it was necessary to take the opponent with a platoon. Still, it wouldn't a guaranteed win. If there were multiple of them, even a company unit would be in danger. There is, but we need to get out of the area where insect-based monsters are living. What kind? Mainly B-class equivalent spiders and ant types. There are also a few worm types. If you are unlucky, you will encounter a giant centipede. Well, if you can use fire, you can get rid of them, but... The adventurer stopped speaking and looked at the barrel in the handcart. Luggage is luggage. Fire is strictly prohibited. The contents were black water from Liberatoa, which was extremely ignitable and volatile. If you use fire magic carelessly and ignited it, the route to retreat from the forest might get cut. It was a really annoying situation for Emred, who was in command there. We'll go by the detour. It's easier to take on than Abyss Bird. There were multiple ways to counter insect-based monsters, which usually came largely in number but low in risk. It should be better than opponents who would fly over and land on the ground only when attacking. At the point where Emred decided the course, angry voices rose from behind the formation. It's Gigant Ghoul. Among the ghouls who were obsessed with living people, Gigant Ghoul was a monster that had failed to become high-ranking species such as Lich, and the giant rotting flesh that had swelled up to about the same size as Cyclopes and had high regenerative ability was reflected in Emred's eyes. Volk squad come. We'll crush him. Emred's decision to use the reserve unit was quick. Although they could escape by running, it was a troublesome opponent who would track the prey endlessly, and shouldn't be left unattended if they wanted to continue their plan. And they couldn't just abandon the installation team. I will help. If you stop it from moving around, I'll kill it with wind magic. One of the leading adventurers told Emred. He was skeptical if the adventurer could really get rid of it, but he heard that the adventurer that was chosen to lead had good skill. Even though the appearance was just a young girl. I'll stop it with my magic. I'll leave the rest to you. The squad at the rear had already begun fighting. One soldier got crushed by the bloated arms, and another one got crushed with the upper body. This is for my subordinates. A few spears and a lot of arrows pierced the upper body, but it wasn't effective against the undead. The scratches that Emred's subordinates slashed were also reproduced with a creepy sound. Eat this idiot. Emred refined his mana and touched the ground. Earth cracked. After a lag of a few seconds, the ground cracked and some were rising. It was easy for soldiers to avoid it, but it wasn't the same for the gigant ghoul, which was huge and slow-moving. The rotten skin with many layers of sag, those both feet, which sprinkled the liquid, were swallowed by the ground. The swollen ghoul tried to crawl up, whirling his upper body. Emred stopped his men who were trying to slash the monster. Evacuate. Don't enter the range of magic. The adventurer, who was a little younger than Emred, had released the mana she had needed. A gust of wind blew through a forest. When the blade of the wind released from the girl hit Gigant Ghoul's head, the neck flew away together with the wind as if it had been hit by countless slashes. It was wind form, a skill manifested by the wind attribute that Emred also knew. Get away. It's still moving. Gigant Ghoul, which just lost its head, swung the huge arms, but the movement gradually slowed down and finally stopped completely. The contents leaked, and the stinky smell like boiling down the sewer irritated the nasal cavity of Emred. He had no idea how much food it had eaten to be so bloated. It's annoying even after dying twice. Emred confirmed the damage while completing first aid for the injured. There were 2 dead and 1 injured. Still, it was small damage for destroying a monster comparable to the top of the B class. Your name is Lethia, right? Thanks. I'm glad that I could be a help. This is also for Myard after all. The light of hatred was visible in the eyes of the girl. Emred determined that it was aimed at the Hyserk Empire, which invaded her hometown. Emred heard that they hired adventurers for an exorbitant amount of money, but some were joined because of their hatred against the Hyserk Empire, which now controlled their country. Emred couldn't even tell the feelings of her Lefty, who took the job of hitting Hyserk to the point where they left their party. Even so, Emred was pleased that the number of excellent handpieces had increased. Adventurer, I'll leave the directions to you. At the same time, Emred was anxious. Emred felt chills on his spine as to what would happen when the forest that had a lot of B-class monsters even on the outer edge got burned. His reason had argued that the plan should be cancelled, but as the military personnel, as well as the company commander, he had no choice but to carry out the duty. Section. There was a feeling of entrapment in the rural areas that became the effective territory of the Hyserk Empire. Yogim, one of the farmers in such a village, was thinking about the future of the village. Young people were mobilized at the Battle of Edinburgh, and only one who managed to return because he fled from the battlefield. According to him, the rest were killed in action or taken prisoner. There were rumors that if many were alive, they would be released in a few years, but Yogim wasn't optimistic. The village lacked enough people to work in the fields, and the resources were squeezed by the Myard army and the Hyserk army to the extent of the bare minimum. Basically, the people and resources were equal to 0. Even the retired old people and children were sweating to mess with the soil. The villagers who helped transport the goods said that the battle between the 5 countries was still going on the border of the Farius kingdom. Picked up the branches that fell in the forest and put them in a basket. If you could use even one magic, your life would be convenient. But Yogim couldn't use magic, and his physical strength was average. He knew that he was an ordinary man himself. What is it? The forest suddenly gets so bright. The depths of the abhorred forest connected to the demon territory were faintly bright. Riding on the wind, the smell of burning arrived. Yogim scratched his head, thinking that it was just a wildfire or something that was a nuisance. The army of Myard had already been destroyed, and fire extinguishing activities must be carried out only by the villagers. Yogim must have been chosen as one of them. Yogim was on his way back to the village, but naturally, his steps were getting faster. Yogim was average for sure, but he had one mysterious ability. It was an ability that would be useless in peacetime. When at the crossroads of life and death, Yogim's intuition had always been good. Whether he was chased by the horned grizzly in the woods or fought against the High-Cirque as a soldier of the Konoha kingdom, Yogim could stay alive following this intuition. His son Moise inherited that ability and escaped to the village when he was fighting against High-Cirque as a mired soldier. Went through the center of the village and reached his home on the outskirts. There, his wife Deborah and his son Moise chopped the potatoes and prepared their meals. "We need to run away," Yogim shouted in a surprisingly loud voice. "Is it a pursuit of the High-Cirque soldiers?" Yogim's wife had a sharp eye, thinking that her son's pursuit had finally come. "No, the forest is in a bad state. It feels like it's about to be destroyed." Yogim could be taken by his imagination, or perhaps he was lost in mind, but Deborah said without question, "Moise, connect the carrier to the horse and load only food and weapons." "Mama." "Stop being stupid. I won't say it twice." Moise stiffened his body for a moment, but then rushed to the back of the house as soon as he could. "Both you and Moise have the skill of intuition. If it says that you must run away now, is the village hopeless?" "Mama, remember, a flock of ogres attacked the village a long time ago?" "Yeah, mired soldiers suffered a lot of damages. It feels like a toddler's mischief compared to this time." "That dangerous?" Yogim's ears caught people's screams. "They're coming." Screams and angry sounds from all over the village, and people were fleeing. A wave appeared from the woods. A wave of monsters. Monsters rushed in violently. Not just a kind of monster, but a wide variety of monsters were approaching like a torrent. A rampage, huh? Some country has really done it, damn it. More than 10 silver wolves with excellent movement speed rushed under the Yogim. Yogim didn't hate dogs, but he hated Silver Wolf. It seemed that Yogim's body, which was full of muscle, looked attractive, and the wolf sprinkled saliva and opened its jaw. Immediately before reaching Yogim, the head of the Silver Wolf was crushed by the hand extending from the side. "What do you want to do to my husband?" Yogim's wife slammed the dying Silver Wolf's body against another Silver Wolf, then she jumped at the Silver Wolf. The flank was hit by a fist, the skull was crushed, and the Silver Wolf was beaten to death. Yogim always had a hard time fighting with his wife whenever she started to use her fist. He was inevitably bruised no matter what he did to resist. If Deborah hit him directly, his soul would be sent to hell in no time. Yogim pulled out a stick-shaped fence and turned his gaze to the approaching Silver Wolf. He was determined that it should be easier to deal with than his wife Deborah, a former adventurer who had the skills, super strength, and iron body. Yogim might be a better choice to fight rather than Deborah, but there was no escape for the Silver Wolf. Yogim, who had read through the Silver Wolf that jumped in with a feint with intuition, inserted a fence into his mouth. He didn't need power. He just holds the bar fence with his right palm and hips and clenched the bar with his left arm. After that, the Silver Wolf would be skewered. Yogim wanted to praise it for being a good dog. Another one was friendly. The wolf jumped into Yogim's throat. Yogim welcomed him in a hug. Wrapped his arm around the throat of the Silver Wolf, flipped the body, and twisted it. Without his skill, intuition, Yogim was nothing more than a muscular man. Even though he was once an adventurer, his power was average at best. "How long do you want to keep playing? Let's go quickly, before it's too late." Beyond Deborah's sad gaze, a giant monster rushing into the village was reflected. There is even Tyrant Worm? Peasants who attempted to counterattack with farm tools and self-defense weapons were also struck to the wall to death by the Tyrant Worm. Yogim and Deborah wanted to do their best to keep the village last longer, but it was hopeless. "Let's move our butts. The burden is too heavy for a weak peasant. It's just right to leave it to those High-Cirque soldiers." Yogim together with his family left the village, which had become a hell of screams. Of the 478 villagers, only 3 people and 1 horse were saved. Chapter 46. The various front at the Sarajevo fortress was in turmoil as if the world had turned upside down. The security forces in the Yanan city have retreated. The number of monsters is over 40,000, and the number of civilian casualties is large. Gantrius City and Mariburg City have fallen, and in the final messenger from the scout, more than 90,000 monsters from both cities are rushing in. It seems that a group of monsters has also attacked Lilianka City. Although the number is unknown, we have to stop the advance from the forest. Only bad news came in, and scream-like reports came in from the troops in each area that was devoted to maintaining the public order through communication magic tools and messengers. His Excellency, this is... One of the staff officers seriously called on Gerard. Gerard could understand what he wanted to say and that he probably didn't want to say it. It's an outbreak. An abominable phenomenon occurred when the demon territory was destroyed rapidly beyond a certain level, and the monsters started to run wild and turn the surrounding area into ash and dust. Gerard had also experienced before, to be exact, when it was the expansion period of Hyserk. At that time, even the demon territory, which was said to be small, destroyed the neighboring country and killed more than 110,000 people. The Hyserk soldiers who blocked the border also suffered great sacrifices and were still deeply engraved in Gerard's mind. The problem this time was that it happened in a demon territory called the continent's largest and strongest. Even now 130,000 monsters had been reported to be in sight. Considering the cities and villages that were destroyed without even being reported as unconfirmed, the real scale couldn't be read. The Four Countries Alliance must be the one who did this to avoid Hyserk's victory. What a bunch of stupid guys. Certainly, there will be no winner with this, but we all will equally lose. Gerard, who was then silent, glared at the map and indulged in his thoughts. If he were to cut the land carelessly, the whole thing would be in serious danger. He must choose which land should be cut off to have the least amount of damage. A decisive battle on flat ground wouldn't be possible. It would only be possible to bury up to several times as many opponents, but the scale of the Great Outbreak, which could be called a colony attempt, easily reached hundreds of thousands. Although some monsters could be called the center of this outbreak based on past events, it was extremely difficult to distinguish them, and the method of aggressively crushing the potential targets would only end up in vain. We'll abandon Sarajevo Fortress. With the border of Hyserk with Myard as a line of defense, we shall bring the troops there. Are we throwing away Myard? At Gerard's instructions, the staff officer couldn't hide his dismay. Gerard told the problem child as if to remind him. Myard, don't be so naive. Even able to protect our homeland, it's already a good story. Defense the homeland, even that was doubtful. However, Gerard wasn't so good at giving up. What about the people in Myard's land? Save only those who can follow. Pour the others into the Celta territory of Myard and Farius, and blast their heads to the monsters if there is no other way to save them. The main principle of the Great Outbreak was the pressing of monsters. It would be possible to annihilate it if the main forces of the three major countries were mobilized, but it wasn't enough with just the general army of the Hyserk Empire even with those under Gerard. The HQ was quiet as if time had stopped. Gerard's subordinates, who had a sense of reality, were stiff on the spot. Even the chief of staff officers of the glorious Hyserk Empire. Really, it was a pitiful sight. They should move their bodies and work their head without stopping. Even if the empire was crumbling. Gerard ran his gaze around and shouted. Come on, work. Every move we make will determine the survival of the Hyserk Empire. Regardless of what rank they were, they started to move. Instructions were given from the battalion to the company, from the company to the platoon, the squad, and the team, and the fetal movement began all at once. In order to counter the colony of monsters, the battle with the Four Countries Alliance must be stopped, and the human-demon war between human races and demons was about to begin. Section. The operation was successful. The Hyserk army couldn't hold the outbreak and abandoned the Sarajevo fortress, and continued to retreat. Which meant the operation was successful, too successful. Emirates Company, which burned down the trees one after another, was succeeded in retreating to the HQ. They were fortunate. Of the 6,000 troops that were sent, only 2,800 were able to come back to the HQ, and those small numbers of troops weren't reorganized for further battle. The results of the operation were immediate. Monsters were overflowing in Myard, and instead of the High-Cirque soldiers, the people of Myard had been swept away. It was a terrible scene. But Emret couldn't be on the sidelines either. The people of Myard were running out from Sarajevo fortress as the monsters invaded the fortress. The Alliance aimed to contain the monster at the Sarajevo fortress, but a shocking report came to the four countries' alliance forces from a unit that was watching the movement of the monsters. Monsters overflowed into the Farius kingdom through the burning forest. The order given wasn't an interception but a retreat. This was because the Farius people and the Myard people rushed to the position where the four countries' alliance army expected. Emred was proud that the initial response was successful. Someone noticed while repelling the second wave and the third wave with the help of the skill and magic of 3 heroes, that the frequency and scale of the monster waves that were rushing and kept soaring. On the 5th wave, the four countries' alliance troops collapsed, each began to withdraw to their homeland, and even Farius soldiers abandoned their homeland and began asylum abroad. Sea retreat via Lake Celta couldn't carry troops all at once, and it was easy for Emre to imagine what would happen if the people were flooded in. Ships that departed were always over capacity with soldiers and people. Some jumped into the lake, trying to follow the ship. Some were clinging to the ship. In the harbor, people fell into the lake, some were trampled by the people and crushed to death. Emred wouldn't allow himself to die like that, and he couldn't let his subordinates' death be in vain. Emred's decision, which could be said to be arbitrary, was quick. He followed the order of Reharzen and chose the land route. He was aiming to return to his homeland via the Kreist kingdom. Ignore the back, pay attention only to the front and sides. If it's blocked, everyone will die. Emred's troops swelled to the size of a battalion due to the defeated soldiers of each country. The commander of the battalion and regiment class was lost in the Battle of Sarajevo Fortress, and some had died in the attempt to run away from the great outbreak. The people behind, the adventurer Lethia, who was among the ones leading the route, responded to Emred's words. As she knew what they had done, Emred saw that the girl was about to break. No, the girl had broken now. Anyone who can't keep up with speed will die. Are you shocked? But it's the reality. It's maybe wrong to say this as I'm one of the perpetrators, but we shouldn't have had those monsters intervene in the human war. Punishment would be unavoidable if he didn't do his duty. However, now the high-ranking officers who could listen were either dead or fleeing by ship, and after that, there was only an army from many countries united to escape death. Emred didn't want to be used as mental care by an adolescent girl, but he wanted to have enough firepower to get out of the situation. If you've time to worry, save even one more person. You can worry as much after you survived. You can become a nun repenting the sin you did all your life if you want. Now, as an adventurer, you must fight and save people from monsters. Even if you die now, it won't get easier. Even for 1 second, don't stop. The girl ran to the lead group without responding to Emred. Emred then turned to another adventurer. Lefty, you can't stand it too, huh? Well, I knew there would be a sacrifice to the people. I didn't expect it to spread this far. Why did you participate? Did you like fighting? I don't want to say this, but now I'm in this situation. What I like is... Lethia. I want to support the woman I fell in love with. Emred couldn't close his open mouth. As Lefty said, the reason he jumped into the deadly battlefield was because of his loved one. Are you stupid? That should be the more reason to stop her. She said that she would take the request even if she must go alone. And I'm not good at speaking, so I could only support her. Huff, I thought you were the type who didn't know what you did, but despite your appearance, you're so disgusting. I am aware. For the first time in their short friendship, Emred laughed at the gloomy man. Go and support her. The man followed the girl. He ended up playing a crazy farce in this deadly place. A gloomy adventurer made the girl on the verge of being broken smile. It seemed there still was a little space in the head of the girl who might break at any moment. Volk squad, dull the movement of the monsters behind. Don't overdo it. I don't mind supporting the vanguard group. Luckily, it seems that 2 skilled adventurers will fight until they are exhausted. Well, if that's the case. Emerald was neither willing nor able to save all the people, but had chosen to increase the number of people who might take a risk to save others. Chapter 46.5. The High Cirque Empire Army, which started the invasion from 3 directions, gathered in front of Edinburgh, the capital of the Principality of Myard, while taking over cities on their way. When the High Cirque Empire won the decisive battle with the Myard-Farius Union, it annexed Myard into the High Cirque Empire, except for the Celta territory on the peninsula on Lake Celta. The Farius Kingdom Expeditionary Force, which had been dispatched, was withdrawn to the homeland, but lost the majority due to the fierce pursuit of the High Cirque Empire army. The border fortress, which had been greatly pulled out of the garrison, fell without functioning fully, and the southern territory of Farius was occupied by the High Cirque Empire. A counterattack by the 4 countries alliance began. The main force of the alliance forces invaded the territory of the Principality of Myard by land from Farius Kingdom. In addition to the attack by Liberatoa, a harassment attack by the Myard Navy on Lake Celta was carried out. The High Cirque Empire abandoned the occupied Farius Kingdom territory, and while devoting itself to delaying tactics, strengthened the defense at the Sarajevo fortress at the border of Myard and aimed for attrition warfare. Due to repeated exhaustion and deadly surprise attacks, the 4 countries alliance abandoned the capture of the Sarajevo fortress and shifted to the scorched earth tactics of the Demon territory using black water from Liberatoa Trade Federation. Chapter 47. Justin, the 10-man commander of the Farius soldiers, was pondering about his choice while tying the planks with a rope. Many of the northern countries had power, but among them, the Farius Kingdom should have been a country sufficient to aim for hegemony, with the Principality of Myard, which inherited half the territory of the Konoha Kingdom. That dream was destroyed by the loss of the heads of the field army, including Winston Farius, the younger brother of King Farius, in the decisive Battle of Edinburgh with the High Cirque Empire. After that, the 4 countries alliance was gathered and the High Cirque Empire army was pushed back, but it was defeated at Sarajevo fortress. In addition, the plan to burn the forest at the outer edge of Myrad had caused a great outbreak and the monsters even reached Farius Kingdom. Now, well over 100,000 monsters had attacked the royal castle, which was the core of the country, and the fall was only a matter of time. Justin was a patriotic soldier which belonged to one of the guards who supported the security of the royal castle, and had a lot of experience in his work. That was why he realized that things were coming to an end. Only death came picking up the guards and them fighting until the end was repeated, and no decent order was given. The king, who must boost morale, hadn't even shown up in front of the people and coerced since the runaway. Justin was prepared to give up his life for the sake of the country. Still, even if he knew the country was over, his determination hadn't completely collapsed yet. Justin took action despite the situation. One thing was sure. Evacuation by land had been reaching its limit. A city was often built near a river. The royal capital was no exception. A vast canal that could accommodate large ships was connected to Lake Celta. There was no way the people didn't use it. The problem was that all riverboats had been departed from the port. Not even barges and fishing boats were left in the royal capital. Justin aimed at one of the hidden ferry boats known only to the guards. It had a stockpile of food and had a capacity of over 30 people. There were decent escorts at the dock camouflaged as a pier and fisherman's hut, but they were friends to escape together with Justin. Those who were reluctant had to choose whether to escape together or die in the monster's fangs. It was fortunate for Justin that no one gave him further trouble. "I'm sorry I made you wait." It was one of Justin's subordinates, who was out of breath and jumped into the hut. He should have been away to pick up his wife, 2 children, and parents at home, but Justin found out that the number wasn't correct. "What happened to your parents?" "Werewolves got them." "I see. I'm sorry to hear that. Have the monsters already entered the city?" Evacuation was too late. The walls were completely wrecked, and monsters were smashing through the doors of private houses. Even now, the screams of monsters and the screams of the citizens were mixed, and the frenzy was started to approach the dock. Those who gathered were soldiers, their families, and their neighbors. Even if they were to force themselves in, The ferryboat wouldn't be able to carry them all, so the soldiers dismantled the planks of the pier and the unmanned private house, and made a temporary barge. Although the strength and firmness remained uncertain, Justin and the others had to hurry to leave the port. It wasn't just monsters. Humans in an emergency would do anything to save themselves. That was even the case with Justin, who had decided to be loyal to the country, but was now on the verge of leaving his beloved country behind. Float the barge. We need to move soon. It was an emergency barge, but it properly floating on the surface of the water with luggage and people. The ferryboat was moving away from the camouflaged dock into the canal. Together with the barge, which was tied by the rope, it left the land route. Within minutes, the ferryboat reached people's eyes. It's a ship. There's a ship. Oh, let me join too. Wait. Please. I've children. I have children, please. The opposite bank was filled with people seeking salvation, and it swelled to several times its capacity. It wasn't hard to imagine what would happen if the ship approached them. Everyone on the ship and barge turned their eyes away and didn't speak about it. TCH. Keep moving forward and aim for Lake Salta. A clear order. It wasn't anyone's fault. It was Justin who came up with the idea of abandoning the citizens he must protect and running away. It wasn't a miracle that was drawn to the cry of the people, but destruction. The monster that welcomed the fresh meat with delight began to tear the flesh apart. Sobbing, screaming, cursing, people tried to swim across the canal, but they ran out of breath and sunk. A few minutes later, only the sobbing sounds in the ship could be heard. The sound from the bank had slowly disappeared. Justin didn't know if it was because of the distance or because there were no humans left. Section. Damn it. Hold back. Hold them by ACCKK. Don't let them break in. Gurg. The sound of scraping and tapping the door echoed in the room. Even after seeing the people gathered for asylum, King Farius still couldn't accept the reality. His reason understood what situation he was in now. He had the opportunity to hear the folklore and the report of living witnesses about the dangers of the demon territory. He had also read the history books of the once destroyed country. Still, he agreed to ignite this outbreak and chose revenge on the Hyserk Empire he hated so much for killing his younger brother. As a king, he might be described as a stupid king who destroyed the country, giving priority to personal grudges, which might not even be worth being called third-rate moreover second-rate king. And he noticed it there. Even if such a thing was written, it must be in a book of another country, not a history book of Farius. No. I don't want to be eaten by monsters. Anoo! A big man got upset and closed his ears. A girl under the age of 10 was crying with her now dry voice. Maybe I didn't see the people properly. Was the number in the report always so terrible? He just left the battle work to his younger brother, and even when he went out to the few battlefields, he just watched the battle from a long distance. He wasn't a good candidate for a king in the first place. Had his younger brother been born first, the fate of the country would have been different. A suckling child cried for her mother, and a seriously injured soldier sobbed. This was the end of the country that was destroyed by monsters, not humans. The door is breaking. It's gonna break. Anyone, please help to push them back. The beaten door reached its limit and blew off. Farius, for a very. A few guards jumped into the sea of demons and slashed their swords as hard as they can, but only could delay a few seconds of the invasion. The gate had been opened, the claws were raised, and the hungry monsters flooded into the room. Help. Go away now. New or day. The limbs were torn, the torso was crushed, and so the beloved citizens became food to the monsters. Massacres also occurred on the battlefield. Still, the complete annihilation including girls and children didn't occur there. As expected, monsters shouldn't be brought into the human war. A shadow was approaching the repenting King Farius. There was a warm sensation, an odor in his hands. It was the ghoul of the guards who died in the war. KKKK, King, Kianen and GGG. You've become a demon in this short period of time, huh? Well, this isn't the Farius kingdom anymore. It's a demon territory. King Farius didn't even have the energy to pull out the short sword at his waist, and no guards left. There were only former guards who had turned into demons. He ever heard stories of skeletons who were still loyal to his country even in death, but at least the ghoul in front of him was different from that story. King Farius ridiculed himself as he realized that he wasn't that worthy to get the loyalty of his citizens after their death. As death was approaching, King Farius also realized that no one would take care of his corpse after he died. Saliva mixed with blood fell on the face. "I'll be waiting for you first." "Hi, Cirque." The words King Farius shouted in front of the death door weren't family members or his country, but cursed words to his enemy. He understood how much of a rotten human being he was. As the demon's jaw approached his eyes, his sight dimmed with intolerable pain. Chapter 48. In preparation for the containment of the monsters, one was ordered to retreat to the old castle on the border of Myard and Hyserk by wagon with Ayn and Maya, who were the ones he needed to escort. Even though a great outbreak had occurred and there was a grace period before the formation of a line of defense on the border, one realized that it was a mistake. Because even now, when the mainstream of monsters hadn't arrived yet, the road was full of death. The bodies of Myard citizens, who might be refugees, were scattered, including the corpses of monsters that were eliminated by the preceding infantry units. "There are so many corpses of humans and monsters." Maya, peeking from the wagon, shuddered a little. "Wamsan, what exactly is going on?" Ayn rushed in for an answer. One wondered if he should talk. Ayn was someone who he needed to escort but also a prisoner of war. He understood that it wasn't a good idea to give extra information to someone like her. "Since this is an escort mission, it'll be easier for me later if she knows the threat. It's not like I've given in to her earnest gaze." Wam told himself so. "It seems that the Four Countries Alliance has burned some part of the demon territory. The Hyserk Empire has abandoned the Sarajevo fortress and is concentrating its forces on the border to stop the demons." Ayn opened her eyes and moved her mouth slightly. "Do you mean that this tragedy was caused by the Four Countries Alliance, the Krayist Kingdom?" As if she couldn't believe it, Ayn weakened her whole body. After she was targeted by the assassin, the girl couldn't help but felt suspicious about the situation, and she was indignant after hearing it. Even if your body was worn out, if he took a rest, it would return to normal. But Juan knew well that the wound in the heart wouldn't go away like that. He had tasted it himself after all. Maya, who was holding her mouth, put her hand on the girl's shoulder. She was a kind of resistant to the ruggedness of the world. She swallowed the situation as it wasn't an impossible story. The horse screamed when Juan was looking for the words to say. "Monsters! Goblin riders! There must have been a platoon ahead. Did they hide from them?" Juan momentarily rolled up the hood and put his foot on the edge of the platform. "Moritz, protect them. Leave it to me." Juan jumped out of the wagon and followed the other escort's line of sight with his eyes. He saw 20 goblins straddling the silver wolf were approaching. It was a monster that used monster, a monster that specialized in riding called Goblin Rider. A mutant with more developed muscles and higher intelligence than a normal goblin. In fact, although primitive, vines were weaved to create harnesses and armor and attach them to the wolf. Unlike riding tall horses, goblins on wolves had a low stance. "Fast." Wam obediently leaked such a word. The cavalry of the friendly army enclosed the wagon, which was the object of escort, in a circle and formed a formation. Although it was a defensive formation, it was inferior in number, and there was a risk of being breached. Wam burned down the road as he cast his mana and manifested demon fire. In an instant, blue flames were dancing on the trampled road. The first 10 goblin riders were entwined with blue flames and burned down while screaming. Even so, the remaining split into 2 groups and rushed toward Wam. It was a wonderful response for a mere goblin. 4 goblins will come!" warning the others while seeing off the 4 goblin riders who bypassed Wam at the edge of the field of vision. Then he returned to the small group that was approaching him. 6 goblin riders closed the distance to Wam. Wam, who had needed mana, shot a second shot, but only burned 3 goblin riders. In a place where the blue flame was thin, where the line of sight was blocked by the carriage, a goblin rider jumped at him. The halberd scooped up from the bottom and slashed the silver wolf's chest and the goblin's lower jaw all at once. The corpses of the silver wolf and goblin rolled on the ground. Wam's attention had already been directed to the remaining 2 goblin riders. Formed a flame wall according to the direction of travel of the goblin rider that approached him. The way was different, but the point of the counter was the same. The goblin rider that jumped into the flame wall was burned by a fire that clung to them, and both the goblin and silver wolf were dancing crazy until they died. The remaining goblin rider succeeded in jumping into the gap, but the silver wolf was killed by being skewered from the throat by the tip of the halberd held at the waist. The goblin jumped into the sky and tried to drive a chipped longsword into Wam. Wam turned his wrist back and parried it with a stab. The longsword was bent in the wrong direction, but before the goblin could land to launch a second attack, Wam smashed the temporal region. The goblin twisted its body and fell to the ground, but still tried to get up. Wam lifted and slashed down his halberd. Goo-gi-i. The skull shattered and the contents scattered. Wam carefully observed the surroundings. There was no backlog. The goblin riders who switched the target from Wam to the wagon were also sunk in the blood clot by the other escort's short spear and warhammer. Even goblins can have this much fighting spirit and technique? Wam couldn't hide his surprise when he was shown that the goblins, which were supposed to be timid and at the bottom of the monster class, were attacking violently until they were annihilated. They even learned how to ride. Wam had acquired all the skills needed as an infantry soldier, but he was no more than an amateur when it came to horse riding. In the first place, even horses weren't enough. And so, he couldn't ride without a horse. Wam stopped dripping meaningless desires and faced reality. It was difficult to grasp the outside situation from inside the wagon. However, if you were on the outside, it was hard to see the inside. Except for the coachman, the only Heiserk soldiers in the wagon were Wam and Moritz. "Captain, it's wonderful. Is that the famous demon fire?" As Wam turned his thoughts, an escort knight rushed to him. "You too, I don't know if it's famous, but it's called demon fire. For sure. By the way, are these guys the ones attacking the refugees?" "Some of them. There are also corpses with injuries that I don't think caused by them." "What do you want to say?" There was a trace of the torso being scooped out with a large mouth. It was clearly bitten off. "Do you know what kind of monster?" "No, I don't know. It's a monster with a size that's quite ridiculous to guess from the footprints and bites. I'm sure it's a B class or higher. A big one is mixed in with those fast-legged monsters. Unlike goblins, a surprise attack by a high-class unidentified monster may cause fatal damage to the wagon." "Good information. Well, I'm honored to help you." After receiving information on the large monster, Wam decided to act. "I'll also keep an eye on the roof. Sorry to trouble you all, but please mind the prisoners." "Leave it to me." The soldier on the horse slammed his armor and showed Wam a firm will. Wam returns his feet to the wagon. "Moritz." "Oh, Wam Dano, you're safe. I'll be on the roof. There may be a big one." "I see, leave the inside to me." "Thanks." Moritz had the cleverness to have a look-ahead conversation. So, he might be able to act flexibly even in an emergency. Watch the load. Wam crossed the girl's line of sight for a moment. Her anxiety and fear showed on the outside. Her face turned pale and her eyes were shaking. Such a thing as hugging and saying, "It's okay now," would be appropriate for the one in love with her or a childhood friend, or a person with a sense of justice. That kind of act wouldn't fit Wam. Moreover, it might be inappropriate. All he could do was state the facts. "Don't worry. I've got rid of them." Wam tried not to lie because he had deceived her and felt sorry for it. Ian's frightened eyes calmed down slightly. Without waiting for a reply, Wam climbed the roof. Chapter 49. Crawler. There were torn corpses, hunted livestock, and overturned wagons. Some were blocking the road and needed to be removed before proceeding further. Wam looked at a group of corpses. It was the Heiserk soldiers, perhaps a platoon unit engaged in monster eradication. Numerous goblins and wolf species were dead, but it seemed neither the goblins nor the wolves were the ones that destroyed the platoon. Wom rubbed the blood that overflowed from the corpse with his finger. It's not dry. That wasn't the only hint. Huge footprints were left everywhere. 3 front claws, 1 back claw. What a monster. Wom had experience in subduing monsters, but he had no experience in subduing large monsters, only E and D class monsters. He couldn't tell exactly the threat level. The overturned wagon was crushed from above and below, leaving behind a smoky smell. Perhaps it came from the human corpse inside. There was no vestige of being human left on the corpses. It was different than the corpses devoured roughly by orcs and wolves. Dragged the corpse from the path to the side. Many of them had lost their limbs or upper body or lower body, and were much lighter than the war corpses that Wom was accustomed to carrying. Those killed on the battlefield were more efficiently carved with fatal wounds. No one bothers to bite or chew the flesh. One of the cavalries threw the torn limbs and heads into the trees. He probably chose efficiency over carrying it to the side. The cavalry's values and priorities were different from those of Wom, but they weren't wrong. No matter how used Wom was in killing others, he didn't feel like treating the corpse poorly for no purpose. Even so, if ordered, if there was a benefit that outweighs the emotional remorse of getting his feeling muddy, he would throw the corpse into the trees, even skewering them like livestock prepared to be barbecued. He would do it. Wom continued to work honestly. Tied a rope to the wagon wreckage and dragged it to the side of the road. There was no winch or pulley, so he could only rely on his own power. After finishing the towing, they went into the woods. The trees shook unexpectedly. As Wom looked up, one of the cavalries danced in the air with a dull explosive sound. Fresh blood was scattered in the sky from the mouth of a human and a horse. Viscera were coming out from the wound on the belly. It's an attack! The cavalry screamed all at once. The identity of the thing that bounced off the cavalry was the tail of a huge monster. It's a crawler. One of the cavalries guessed the true identity of the monster. It was one of the dragon subspecies. All dragon subspecies were classified as a class. The crawler opened its huge jaw, which occupied 1/3 of the total length, which exceeded 7 m, howling to the sky. Wom, whose eardrum was shaken, got a cramp and bitterly smiled. This is a dragon subspecies, huh? Dirty scales with moss and blood, limbs were long and thick like a big tree. The shape had reminiscent of reptiles, but the ugliness wasn't similar. Don't stop your legs. Keep moving. I'll jump. The cavalry began to move all at once. Wom tried to get into the range of his skill by wrapping around to the side, but when he thought that a giant shake occurred, the wind flowed. The crawler came with a non-standard speed. It caught a running horse with its big mouth, knocked down the surrounding trees, and disappeared into the forest. May was eaten. Damn it, it's too fast. The distant ground noise was approaching again. Wom shot demon fire with all his might, ignoring the mana consumption, to a place that seems to be the direction of the sound. Hot air blew, and the blue flame that swelled to the height of the tree turned the forest into a sea of fire. A loud scream popped out. The terrifying speed was stopped by the fire, and the whole body was on fire, but the crawler struck its limbs to the ground to put out the fire and continued to swing its huge tail. Don't be scared. Keep attacking. The cavalry attempted a counterattack using magic and skill, but couldn't penetrate the hard and thick scales. The crawler, which had abandoned the Hitana way of using its huge size and speed, stayed there as the fire kept being shot at it, and tried to crush the noticeable soldiers at random. If Wom continued to burn the crawler, it might involve soldiers, and the tough scales common to dragon subspecies made the demon fire less effective. Is there no choice but to go near? While measuring the distance, Wom held the halberd and jumped with wind magic. Burst! Wom, who got on the acceleration, slashed the halberd at the abdomen with strike, but the attack stopped in the middle. His hands were numb as if he had hit a metal pillar. Ugh! The crawler turned around on the spot, trying to grind the small human. Its jaw approached Wom, who took a distance. A giant body passed just above Wom, who had crouched down, and the tree broke from the root. Wom sneaked in with a cold sweat and instantly activated demon fire. Blue flames blew out from both sides of the crawler. The vegetation that hadn't been directly exposed to fire was heated and began to burn, but only a part of the scales discolored. Gee goo gaga! The crawler was burned to rare dun and got angry. Now it seemed to have a proposition to ignore the cavalry, and just wanted to bury Wom with all his might. The rolled-up soil mass fell on the body. Wom escaped from the giant body and accelerated in small steps with wind magic to deal with the onslaught. The difference in the body size wasn't good news at all. No matter how hard Wom tried to cover his body with a magic barrier, it would be destroyed with a single blow. A bright red alert kept ringing in Wom's brain. The core of his body swayed just by its movement, and he felt the powerful wind pressure caused by the mist swing. It seemed that the crawler didn't like the fact that Wom kept sprinkling demon fire while running away, and every time the fire hit directly, it breathed out a rotten odor and barked. A roar that even made anyone feel a headache drowned out Wom's concentration. Wom kept hitting it with demon fire here and there, but he was being cornered. The scales in its body continued to discolor but couldn't be burned off completely. It showed incredible durability against the blue flame that could melt even iron when the skill was used at nearly its maximum firepower. The big lizard-like monster didn't try to leave Wom even if he tried to make time. The arm that came into contact with the body was twisted. Wom was supposed to be prepared, but his shoulders were about to come off just because his body came to him. Wom couldn't afford to protect the aching pain. This was because the crawler, which had responded to the movement of Wom, had cornered Wom. Each blow became a delicate movement, and Wom moved like crazy on the ground. In addition to the 5 senses, his instinct was mobilized, and he was moving like a leaf falling down from a tree. However, after all, if the leaf got caught, it would be crushed. The current situation of Wom was going straight to death gradually. We've got its legs. Do it! Wom's wish to continue aiming for its defeat suddenly came true. Magic users that continued to be ignored restrained one of its hind legs with an icicle, and one of its front legs with an earth wall. The magic was too poor to keep the crawler captured, but it was enough to stop the movement for a moment, and one of the cavalries threw a short spear with the skill's strong throw and crushed one eye of the crawler. The crawler, shaking itself and looking for the bad guy, took its attention off Wom. It looked at the cavalry asking for the payment. Do you like to be burned well done? This damn lizard! Wom pulled out the sword on his waist with the still okay arm, inserted it all the way to the base of the scar that had been made for the first time, and poured demon fire to the scar. Blue flame overflowed the scar. The crawler swayed and tried to shake Wom off, but Wom clenched his sword and clung to it. He was slammed into a tree, the air was pushed out of his lungs, and his internal organs screamed in pain. Still, Wom kept his hand. He thought that if he missed this, he wouldn't have another chance to get rid of it. If he was to fail, the cavalry and those in the wagon would be crushed. Besides, not only the escort unit but also the subsequent units would suffer damage. The crawler rubbed Wom on the ground as if it were flattening the pests it had on the body. The armor squeaked and was severely worn as being rubbed against the ground, and the flesh and skin were being shredded by the rough earth. Just go die already! The blue flame spread inside, burning the crawler's viscera, and the flame clinging to the outside robbed the crawler of oxygen. The crawler was continued to be exposed to high temperatures. The raging crawler's movements gradually slowed down. Suddenly the time came. The giant lizard fell to the ground with convulsions. The limbs' movement became lesser, and with the mouth half opened, the crawler stopped moving. Still, Wom continued to burn until its abdomen carbonized. Chapter 50. Trees that had been passed through by a storm-like disaster were fallen, and the ground had been carved with countless scars by claws. The cause of it, crawler, had been knocked down. Seen from inside the wagon, Ian was astonished that this much destruction was done by only a single monster. At the same time, she couldn't relax thinking about the humans suffering in the battle with the monster. Ian thought that perhaps, no, that for sure, the soldier who was escorting and taking care of her, a soldier called Wom who kidnapped her by burning the Kraus soldiers, and some knights belonged to the Order of Reharzen with blue flames, he must be injured. A moment of silence came when the irregular roar of the earth and the roar of the monster stopped. Immediately after, Ayn sensed the High-Cirque soldiers rushing around and approaching the wagon with a loud voice. "Carry him, fast, don't let him die!" The cloth covering the wagon was opened, and Ayn could see the user of demon fire with half of his body was in a mess. She didn't know how could he fight so much, injuring his own body to that extent. For Ayn, it was as if he jumped into death on his own. The crawler has been killed, but Captain Walm was seriously injured. He kept his hand on the crawler until he burned it to death. How could you be so reckless? Take off his clothes and armor, quickly. Moritz, who was mild-mannered among the High-Cirque soldiers and who had been treating Ayn and Maya kindly, spoke in a slightly angry tone. "Ayn Dano, please treat him." Ayn fluttered. It was because Moritz bowed to her, who was supposedly a prisoner of war. "Ayn-sama, please check the limbs. I'll check the internal organs and head." Ayn nodded and Maya began palpation. Surprisingly, Wam remained conscious, albeit hazy. "Does it hurt?" Yes. It hurts. You've crushed your ribs, there are fractures. Luckily none have stuck in your lungs. Your left arm has been dislocated and the humerus is broken. Some of the skin also missing. Can you heal it? It may be hurt, but it can be healed." Ayn had healed even more seriously injured soldiers. Wam was seriously injured, but it wasn't an incurable injury. Ironically, by continuing to treat the seriously injured who were brought to the battlefield in rapid succession, Ayn's technique was enhanced. Maya removed the dirt that had entered the wound with water magic. Some gravel and pieces of wood were digging deep inside the body. Ayn grabbed Wam's dislocated shoulder and pushed it back to normal position all at once. Wam endured without screaming. It wasn't that he didn't feel pain. He clenched his teeth, his breathing was rough, and his eyes were wide open. "You were seriously injured when I treated you before." Wam was in a pitiful state at that time. Patients with third-degree burns continued to be brought in, and Wam was one amongst them. Ayn never imagined that the man she treated was a disguised High-Cirque soldier. The man, full of wounds, reacted to the words that Ayn casually said. Yeah, that's right. At that time, when I was defending the lair, suddenly, I got blown away by a magic attack. It was so painful. When I woke up I was dying, and all around me, it was full of my friends, my companions' corpses." Hearing the words, Ayn felt remorse. There were a lot of Kreis soldiers who celebrated that they had blown away the nasty soldier, the user of demon fire. And the attack also included 2 childhood friends of Ayn. "Sorry." Wam tilted his head a little in confusion at the apology leaked from Ayn's mouth. "Why apologize? After all, it's a war. I also burned a lot, and took Ayn and Maya as hostages. Even your childhood friends, I attacked them with the intent to kill them, those high schooler." Ayn thought that Wam, who tried to kidnap her and burn her childhood friends, was a cold-hearted war maniac. Ayn realized that Wam was also a human, who had the same red blood flowing in the body, who was no different from her. She faintly realized that the soldier in front of her kept a clear sense of distance. But in this short period of time, she finally felt that he was actually being considerate to her, and cared for her. Ayn remembered Wam said, "Unhygienic conditions will have a negative impact on treatment. You can't bathe in hot water, but you should wet your body with hot water and clean yourself." Then, every night he would boil water in a bucket with magic and let Ayn and Maya cleanse their body with a water bottle. When Wam found out that Ayn and Maya couldn't drink fruit liquor, he arranged for a replacement. The same was true when Ayn was about to be assassinated. He stopped the treatment for the day, as Ayn was depressed, and bowed to the general who rushed in. Ayn gazed at the soldier in front of him, thinking that perhaps he had taken dangerous measures in the battle to protect her and Maya, who were the targets of escort. Ayn and Maya had been wary of Wam, thinking that his action might be to gently persuade them to his side. But now Ayn thought that perhaps Wam was just a soldier who was serious about his duty, swaying on the border of good and evil. He would take his duty in war and killing, Seriously, perhaps too seriously. Such a thing is. Ain, who was about to speak something, felt a sense of discomfort and went silent. She couldn't put what she felt into words, and she kept trying to find the right words. But before Ain could grasp the true nature of the discomfort, she was recalled to reality. Wamdano, please stop there. You are in pain. Ain Dano, you should treat him first. I'm sorry. Moritz, who was watching over the treatment, advised Ain. He indirectly told her that she could have more time to think after she finished the treatment. Then Ain focused on using healing magic. Chapter 51. After dealing with the aftermath of the deadly battle with the crawler, Wam's group headed for the destination, the old castle called Dandard Castle, around the border of Myard and Hyserk. Except for the army on the border with Liberatoa, 12,000 Hyserk soldiers collected from the ones dispatched to annex Myrad and the ones nearby on the border were deployed to the castle. Around the wall, corpses of soldiers and people were laying on the ground. Even before the main wave of monsters came, the fatalities had reached more than hundreds. In addition to the water moat around the wall, a new empty moat and embankment were built on the outer edge. There were 3 castle gates, and in addition to the lifting bridge, there were 2-story gates. Wam looked at the eye-catching stones around the castle gate, which was the borderline Hyserk. In addition to the embankment, there were horse fences. There was even a place where gravestones were piled up. Foods like soup were served in a corner of the castle, and those who had escaped with a small amount of luggage were forming a long line. It was a familiar sight to Wam, who had experienced the battlefield many times, but the scale was unusual. The entire area of Myard was being run over by the outbreak. It was inevitable that a huge number of refugees could be seen there. However, Wam felt uncomfortable even though the situation in the castle looked calm. After all, even though it was a famous old castle good for a defensive battle, hundreds of monsters were approaching. Even though the refugees couldn't go further, they looked as if the dire situation had somewhat calmed down. Perhaps they were relieved by the castle and soldiers, which were symbols of power, and believed that it should be safe here. The wagon and the escort team went through the castle gate, and were guided to the castle tower where one of the lords of the Myard territory originally resided. One room in the living quarters was made of stone and was equipped with furnishings. There were 5 escorts including Wam, and 7 including Maya and Ain, but the place didn't feel cramped. After putting the tools for treatment on the shelves, Wam headed to the brigade headquarters where he was ordered to appear. He left the place after leaving the rest to Moritz, believing that no problem would occur. Passing through a long corridor, Wam reached a hall closed by a heavy door. 6 guards were on the lookout at the entrance. After confirming his identity with the guard, Wam entered the room. "Excuse me. I am the escort captain, Wam. I brought the healing magicians from Sarajevo Fortress according to the order." Wam corrected his posture and waited for the man in front of him to reply. The old man with gray hair was Sigismund, the brigade commander of Hyserk army, who was in charge of Dandard Castle. He had a lot of old wounds, saying that he had been on the battlefield many times. "Thanks for the hard work. It seems that a battle has occurred along the way, but to have killed a crawler alone, as expected of the one controlling fire of Hell Gate." Wam received compliments and praise, but denied it. "It's a great honor to be complimented. But I didn't do it alone. I just hugged the crawler and kept burning it while the others helped me in stopping its movement. Besides, I was seriously injured and had to receive medical treatment." After a short silence, Sigismund suddenly laughed as if he couldn't stand it. Wam wondered if he had said something wrong. Sigismund told the soldier inside the room. "Did you hear that? This fellow just hugged and burned a crawler. I've heard of subjugation with a magic attack, spear, or great sword, but I've never heard of subjugation by hugging and burning it. As expected of someone favored by Gerard." After laughing a lot, the old general continued his words. "The escort of the healing magicians will be continued by your group, but I need to ask you to appear on the front line. We've recruited volunteers from refugees and prisoners, but still, there's not enough manpower. Up to now, we've defeated nearly 1,000 monsters that came here. It would be easy if the small waves continue, but I'm sure the main wave will come soon. I will have you and one of the 3 heroes of Kreist work hard. As for today, you should rest and recover your energy for the upcoming battle. Thank you very much. Excuse me, but could you please tell me one thing? Alright. It's just a foolish thought of someone like me, but the number of refugees in the castle is higher than the battlefields I've experienced so far. It may become a hindrance in the battle. Seeing innumerable mired people gathering in the castle, Wam thought that it would be difficult to deploy soldiers and evacuate in an emergency. At the end of the statement, Wam felt that some of the HQ soldiers had changed their expressions, and the atmosphere had turned tense. Sadly, many people don't want to leave their homeland. But you don't need to worry about it now. Focus only on the task in front of you. I understand. Thank you for your answer. Then, excuse me. Wam quietly withdrew in response to the compelling answer. But he felt no doubt that he had touched on a topic that shouldn't be touched. Wam walked down the hallway and turned his thoughts. It must be information known only to a limited number of generals. Wam had been given power, albeit small, to lead a squad-scale unit. And even though he was an escort captain who had the title Knight, still, he had no real power in the military. Wam didn't deny that the limbs must follow the head and fight. He could only do that even if the head favored him. But still, as a member of the organization, if he stopped thinking and mindlessly followed the head, it might only lead to the decline of the organization. Even if his thoughts might not hold any significant meaning, he thought that he must keep trying to be productive. What is the purpose of holding a large number of refugees on the front line? Securing volunteers and civil engineering workers in the base. For sure the benefits aren't few. But the consumption of food by citizens, which is larger than the number of troops, will put a heavy burden on logistics. Also in an emergency, soldiers must be dispatched to guide people. No way, perhaps they won't properly guide them. There's also a need for a lot of provisions after the emergency. Wait, refugees from other countries, soldiers from Heiserk, the robust Ander castle. Connecting the words, Wam had come up with one possibility. Is it a cage in disguise of a shelter? Saying so, Wam held his breath. He wanted to believe that the army wouldn't go that far, but the madness of war, the madness of humans with the justification called reason, would be forever muddy. Chapter 52. Wam was ordered to wait, but Ayin and Maya, who could use recovery magic, started doing treatment in a corner of the castle as soon as they arrived. Unlike fighting with humans, the people's injuries range from bruises to lacerations, bites, poisons, and many more. The difference in treatments put pressure on medical resources. Those who had experience with medical techniques were mobilized even if they only knew a little. The injured were lined in parallel, and the treatment proceeded. The cobblestone room quickly overflowed with many odors, and the floor got dirty with filth and blood. It was drained into the sewer in the castle, but it overflowed due to pieces of meat and hair, and Wam was forced to clear the blockage with wind magic. If the mana ran out, you could rest until the mana returned, but there were just too many injured, in particular, the refugees. As the number was high, not all could receive adequate treatment. If only I've more mana. Ayin regretfully looked to the ground. Wam called out to the lamenting girl. You can cast a healing spell on more than 100 people. Hoping more than that is just too greedy. An average healing magician, even the one classified as excellent, could only heal as many as 10 people, and that was without considering whether the magic saved a life or not. There's not enough medicine or herbs. Even boiling water too. Even Maya, who was always showing a strong appearance to Wam, spoke with a soft noise. Is taking from the well no good? Water was in high demand. It was a natural situation that could have happened if there were far more people in a place crossing the maximum capacity. Then I'll make hot water with water magic and fire magic. You have 3 attributes? Ayin said with a surprised expression. Only fire and wind magic were used in battle. Of course, she would be surprised. The affinity in the water attribute is too low, it can't be used in battle. But this reminds me of the past. I used to be treated as a portable water vessel by the members of my previous squad. What happened? Are you tired? Is it because of mana depletion? Although there were individual differences, fatigue caused by lack of mana was most likely accompanied by nausea and dizziness. Wam asked if Ayn, who was silent, was also due to it. No, I'm okay. If she forces herself, she'll fall. That's just putting the priorities backward. Should I force her to take a break? While Wam thought so, Maya presented him with an empty water bottle. Wam-san, please. Their eyes were burning with a sense of mission. If I don't forcefully drag her, she won't leave the treatment center for sure. Seeing it, Wam gave up and decided to compromise. Don't overdo it. If you feel dizzy or sick, be sure to take a rest. After all, it takes time for the mana to return. Understand? Hearing that, the two nodded, and after confirming it, Wam concentrated on his work. He wanted to believe that no assassin would come in this situation, but it wasn't 100%. So he asked Moritz and the 4 escorts to remain vigilant. I never thought that Wamdano could use water magic. When I return to my room, I'll brew fruit tea for you. It's an honor. By the way, Form, where were the fruits? When I left Sarajevo Fortress, I took some that were left behind. The Sarajevo Fortress, which was in an extremely chaotic situation, many supplies couldn't be brought as the people didn't have enough time, and so many were abandoned. Wam packed as much as he could into the magic bag, including supplies for high-ranking officers. Wam thought that he should procure it for better use. Wam didn't think that the method of collecting supplies taking advantage of the turmoil at the time of retreat, taught by the dark-skinned bad friend who was in the former squad, would be useful. Well, Wamdano is really a diligent person. Saying so, Moritz laughed a little and returned to work. Treatment continued until the sun went down, and Wam returned to the waiting room with exhaustion. Wam also consumed mana more than expected, since there was a need for boiling utensils many times. Moritz arranged a long desk with food from inside the castle. Black bread that looked hard like steel, crushed horse meat and potato soup, and roasted orc heads. Oh. Seeing the orc heads, Wam hardened. He knew there were edible monsters, but he didn't think the day when such a thing would be lined up in front of him would come this soon. On the battlefield, soldiers sometimes ate monster meats during food shortages, but Wam had always been on the front lines killing many. Even though he needed to be in an area full of deaths, where it was difficult to expect the abundant support of the friendly forces, it was possible to collect all the supplies of the enemies and barter the loots. Regardless of the army or battalion, one thing was for sure, the Due squad wasn't in trouble about food. Wam took a cup of fruit tea brewed for everyone, and drank it to prepare himself. Is it roasted orc? It's been a long time since I have it. Moritz threw the orc meat to the mouth without hesitation. Fuck. God, why you must do this to me? Wam shouted in his heart a name that he himself didn't know for sure about the existence. Oh right, he has the skill. Moritz, who was resistant to poison, was forced to eat various insects and poisonous monsters to strengthen his skill. Remembering that, Wam was convinced that Moritz was fine with eating orc meat because he was a bizarre food enjoyer. Then, Wam looked at the other 4 escorts. But they didn't seem to hesitate, and were eating the orc meats with a smile. Once again, Wam cursed the absurd reality. Shit! Seriously. So Wam turned his hopes toward Ayn. If it's her, she'll definitely show rejection to Bizarre. The faint expectations were betrayed. Ayn was chewing the orc's ears, happily enjoying it with Maya. It's been a long time. You see, it's the first monster I ate after dismantling together with my childhood friends during training in the forest. You must be together with Yudo-sama, Makoto-sama, and Johanna-sama at the time, right? The girls were remembering distant memories. Usually seeing such a scene would make one feel lonely and sad too, but now couldn't afford to care. Moreover, the names mentioned were just the names of those who were on Wam's killing list. It would have damaged Wam's mental if only there wasn't a roasted orc head in front of him. Is that so? Wam took a plate after he calmed himself. Then, someone placed something that made a slightly dull sound. It was the orc's nose and tongue that were placed on the plate. Come, have a bite, this is the delicious part. Wam kept himself calm as the demon fire was on the verge of overflowing. Even though his subordinates showed their kindness, somehow he felt betrayed. What? What should I do? Damn. I can't earn any more time. Wom prepared himself whether he wanted to or not, and lifted the orc's nose with a fork. The octagonal shape looked gruesome. The texture looked close to rubber but softer. Strangely, the scent of fragrance induced the appetite, and as it was approaching the mouth, the disgust he felt was gone. As soon as it was put inside the mouth, at once, Wom chewed. The saltiness enhances the taste of the meat with just the right amount of elasticity that wasn't too hard. It was gelatinous meat. Wom didn't want to admit it, but it was delicious. It's delicious. When Wom leaked out such words and looked up, he realized everyone's eyes were gathered at him. What are you looking at? Eat quickly and go to bed. The real battle will start from tomorrow. Wom said so angrily to move everyone's eyes from him and resumed eating. He could hear everyone laughing, and it was clear that even Maya was laughing. Wom drank the fruit tea and exhaled. He didn't think that they would laugh at each other even if they all should know that the monster wave was approaching and that not all the people here were from the same countries. He understood that they all just wanted to get rid of such heavy feelings and relax now. All of them knew that hell would continue from tomorrow. Chapter 53. The castle gate wasn't closed and the construction was continued, with the slogan, 1 millimeter deeper, 1 millimeter higher. For the empty moat and the embankment, people were working on the defense line, regardless of whether they were soldiers or militias. Even girls and children who couldn't tolerate heavy labor would throw the stone and soil away. Many platoons were killing approaching monsters at the outer edge, and the soldiers were dispersing as it was necessary to kill as many monsters as possible. A monster with an edible part would be dragged into the castle and used as emergency food. Wom, who had been insensitively killing monsters until now, had finally learned that other than the edible part, some other parts could be used as a material for armor. In addition to the guard soldiers, the soldiers that successfully fled here were also guarding the gate. Right now, in this place, there were only 3 distinctions: combatants, workers, and non-workers. Age or gender didn't matter. All the mired people who arrived at Dandard Castle were lightly covered in dirt, and it looked like their fatigue had reached its peak. The family passing in front of Wom had the father carrying luggage and the mother carrying a baby. When the lines of sight crossed, the family bowed to Wom, albeit awkwardly. Wom pointed to a corner of the castle. Get some food there. After seeing the smoke of cooking, the family thanked him again, and their faces looked relieved. On the other hand, Wom's face became cloudy. To be honest, he wanted to tell them to ignore the shady castle and warn them to leave the castle immediately. He understood that it wasn't a good thing for a soldier to give such command. There was no solid evidence that it would be the best choice after all. No one could say for sure that the soldier could block the outbreak on all 3 main roads in Myard. When Wom shifted his gaze, a group of 100 people could be seen. In a situation like this, while there were many sparse refugees, a big group was rare. After all, a group without good resistance would be equivalent to a feast for the monsters. He looked carefully at the group and realized that the one leading the group was fully armed, and many villagers behind also had weapons or farm tools in their hands. Judging from the blood on the weapons, it seemed that they had pushed out a considerable number of monsters on the way. The intrigued Wom squinted his eyes as he saw someone he had seen before. Knight Dano, where are you going? The soldier guarding the gate noticed that Wom's expression had changed. There is something I'm curious about. I'll leave for a while. As the group realized a person left the gate and was approaching the group, the tension increased. About 4 or 5 steps from the group, Wom realized that it wasn't just his own misunderstanding. Stop. In the group, there were adventurers and the Myrad soldiers who once threatened the supply route and killed Hyserk soldiers. Why did you come here? The face of the blue-haired adventurer at the front was distorted as if he had bitten a bitter worm. He seemed to have recognized Wom too. I know I'm saying something convenient, but I want you to help us. The man escaped from the monster to Dandard Castle, so it was the answer Wom had expected. Wom deliberately tapped the surface of the long sword on his waist with his fingers. Where is that pride of Myard? I just worried about the possibility of backstabbing from behind. Now that you're in a bad position, you dare to ask for asylum from us? Wam wouldn't blame the man if he was just a normal mired soldier or a prisoner of war. The problem was that not only the man but the other adventurers and the soldiers in front of him had a strong patriotism and attacked the High-Cirque soldiers from behind before. Wam didn't deny those who were motivated by their love of hometown and strong patriotism. He could understand them. But that was also the reason he couldn't be convinced that easily when those people suddenly acted the opposite just because they lost their place to the monsters. At that time, we still had a chance. The situation is different now. Mired has lost completely. What a very shallow patriotism. There, one recalled the environment of the countries. Surrounded by unstable demon territory, it was an area where rulers changed frequently. Especially in the High-Cirque Empire, which promoted assimilation policy, it was often the case that only the head was replaced and the territory would be incorporated into the empire. The occasional bounces and uprisings could be suppressed with overwhelming force. As of now, the government in exile had been established on the peninsula bordered by Lake Celta. But perhaps many still didn't know about it. If the homeland is on the brink of being destroyed, will people change their attitude faster? You think it'll be fine just because you bow your head? The close ones didn't die in the battle with them, but the soldiers with whom Wam had exchanged words, albeit a few times, were still killed in action. What should I do? Hearing that, Wam smiled. Could you give me your neck? Wam felt the murderous intention swell from the group. He returned it with only a straight face, seeing from one's end to the other's end. You want to fight again? I'm a knight who keeps the gate. If you can't give it, go somewhere else. Also, I can't trust the villagers who pretend to prostrate and support the soldiers and adventurers who like to attack from behind. We don't have our homeland to rely on anymore. We're being chased by monsters, and the castle is full of armed High-Cirque soldiers. We're not stupid. An adventurer with a bow complained to Wam about their plight, but Wam didn't shake. Is it useless except for the neck? A man with a large shield asked Wam if there was an alternative. I need to draw the line. Wam didn't answer clearly. And that's by giving Ael's neck? It won't happen. The woman who was holding the bow came out from the side. Shut up, girl, I'm talking to him, Wam said in a strong tone. Amy, stop. An adventurer called out, wrinkled his eyebrows and kept silent for a few seconds, but gave up and spat out words. Okay. I'll give my neck. Al, don't say stupid things. The woman grabbed the man's shoulder, but the blue-haired adventurer shook it off. It's the only choice. Is my neck not good? Al and Amy are the people valuable to the village. I can't let them die. The man holding a great shield, who fought with the squad commander Dewey before, said so. Stop this joke. Fleck, don't say that. He wants mine. You don't have to die. Leaving Wam in dismay, the three began to argue. Huff, the other guys. Are you going to stay on the sidelines? I won't limit the candidate. Anyone's neck is fine. Wam lazily asked, but the people in the group just looked at his face and didn't say anything. Pathetic. Even all the dead mired soldiers were brave, better than you all. Wam provoked, but they moved their gaze from Wam and didn't answer. In a sense, Wam felt reassured and satisfied with their human reaction. On the other hand, the drama of the three people continued. It's better to watch a soap opera than this. It had already developed into a sour dispute. In truth, Wam wasn't really willing to take the man's neck, though he would have cut the neck without hesitation if he had been instructed by a company or battalion commander. That said, he didn't want to kill a well-experienced adventurer in an emergency like this, and reduce the overall strength that could be used in dealing with the monster. And if he did take the man's neck, it would only increase the grudges of the people, and he could be seriously stabbed from behind during the battle. However, he couldn't say that he didn't want anything. You guys, shut up. Then, line up there, TCH, rest assured. I won't take your neck. The three people seemed reluctant to line up side by side. Good. Instead, I'll distribute the pain to all of you. What do you mean? Al asked with suspicion about Wam's suggestion. I'll hit you three until I'm happy. No, I'll hit you all. Well, don't worry, I won't hit until you die. Wom made a slight run and punched Dale's face with his fist. The carving was deep, the tall nose bent, and blood blew out. Stan. The blue-haired adventurer stood up silently. Wom grabbed his hair and kicked the face with his knees, twisting the nose further. Yep, it's flat now. The man with the great shield stepped forward himself. I like his spirit. Wom hit the man's cheek with all his might. Even after a few hits on the face, the man didn't fall down. The face swelled, but Wom kept hitting it. When the chin finally shook a little, the man collapsed to the ground. The woman with the bow was quiet, standing straight. Wom suddenly squeezed his fist into her flank, not her face. The woman whose liver was struck in pain distorted her face and her body bent. Hit the woman who endured the hard hit again and once again. By the third punch, gastric juices came out from the mouth, wetting the ground. The three continued to stand again silently. After 3 rounds, the faces of the adventurers swelled as if they were bitten by countless bees. The rest of you line up. I'll just hit 3 times. The remaining Myrad soldiers clenched their teeth and lined up in a row. By the end, the ground was dyed with blood, vomit, and gastric juice. There is no second chance. If you betray even once more, I'll cut the tendons of your limbs and throw them one by one from the wall passage to the ground. After giving time to chew the words, Wom concluded. All right, enough with the reunion party. Welcome to the Dandurg Castle. Wom laughed at the villagers, shaking off the blood on his fist, but sadly he didn't get a warm cheer nor a cheerful reply. Chapter 54. It came without warning. The alarm bell kept ringing crazily. That meant only one thing, to signal the arrival of the main wave. Evacuate. Go inside. Don't push. There's still some leeway. Don't go out of the line. A soldier who was waiting around the castle gate guided the citizens who moved out of order as if a shepherd dog gathering the sheep. The troops that were hunting outside also began to withdraw with all their might, crushing the quick monsters with the blocking firepower of the magic soldiers. Fortunately, each platoon devoted to patrols reached the gate and there was no omission of workers. The chains were rolled up, the suspension bridge slowly closed, and the double gates were closed too. The complete blockade of the castle gate was just the beginning. Go into position. Bring the soil for, earth bullet, and stone for throwing up to the ramparts. It wasn't that right to call it a storm. It would be unreasonable to call it a tsunami. A large wave of monsters was rushing to Dandurg Castle. There were no residents in the surrounding area as they had already rushed to Dandurg Castle. It was easy to imagine of the one late in running had been caught and devoured. The place where Wom was assigned was the gate tower installed beside the castle gate, and he could see the movement of monsters outside the castle and the movement of soldiers inside the castle. Magic users, archers, and stone-throwing soldiers were on the ramparts. Some were looking from the arrow slit. Even the veteran Hyserk soldiers could be seen here and there. Wait for instructions and then launch the attack. The battalion commander who managed the ramparts shouted loud enough not to lose to the rushing ground noise. Several marks around the area indicating the effective range were made beforehand so that even after the monsters started filling up the ground, the sense of distance wouldn't be disturbed. Everyone took a breath and waited for the command. Throwers, ATSCKK. The sling holding the stone bullet began to rotate with noise, and the moment it reached the maximum rotation speed, the stone was released from the sling. Stones were rushing to monsters in a parabolic motion. Few monsters died as the stones fell down, but for sure blood was shed. Archers, attack! The strings pulled to the limit were released all at once. A rain of arrows poured on the monster. The monsters at the front stopped as the arrows pierced them, but the monsters behind crushed them. The madness didn't die. The monsters at the front were fallen every time the arrows were fired, but the next monsters immediately ran over them. Magic users, ATCCCKK. Magic users with the highest firepower on the battlefield began to cast magic. Its destructive power was overwhelming. The side attacked by the concentrated bombardment of magic was greatly scooped out, and many monsters were lying down on the ground. Still, it didn't take long for the holes to be restored. Seeing it, the soldiers' faces were cloudy. All Unit 8 TSCKK. Do not let them approach the walls. The monsters' heads were crushed by stones, and corpses were soaring in the sky because of magic. Even after the arrows pierced the chests, the wave didn't seem to end. A group of golems, which had been made with earth magic in advance, greeted monsters outside the castle, but it was like a drop of water in the ocean. They're here. When monsters stuck to the wall, they randomly hit the wall, trying to wear it down. Goblins and orcs were the ones that reached first in a large number, but the monster that couldn't be ignored started to be seen. It's Troll. The troll carrying the big tree while scattering saliva was approaching the wall. It had already been pierced by countless arrows, but it didn't seem to stop any soon. Earth Bullet was prepared in a large amount, as it was the most economic in terms of mana consumption among the 4 attribute magics and was the easiest to use on the battlefield. The troll's head was hit and the skull was crushed. The giant fell to the ground and the soldiers cheered, but the voice was cut off immediately. When a group of orcs carrying the troll's body reached the wall, they used it as a stepping stone together with the surrounding corpses. One didn't know if they had a sense of companionship. Still, there was no doubt that the dead monsters were only used as a material to gain height. Look at the sky, it's Death Condor. Dozens of flyable monsters were attacking soldiers with a drop. A claw cuts the soldier's throat. They screamed as they were knocked down from the ramparts to the ground. Some were taken to the sky and dropped when they reached a certain height. It was clear that the monsters were gaining momentum. Wom realized that the intellect between monsters was that different. Wom was also informed that there must be a monster that could be called the leader of the Great Outbreak. Even though they're just a bunch of monsters. A new flock of death condors was about to land on the ramparts to do their nasty attack. Wom rushed in anticipation of the attack point. If you don't want to die, head down. The mask was trembling happily. The demon fire that embodied his mana was released into the sky. Blue flame swallowed the flock. They tried to escape, but the high heat disturbed the wind, and the swirling hot air was drawn in by the death condors. The ones that were hit directly were burned to death, and those who escaped immediate death also had their feathers burned down. As the airflow was disturbed, they crashed to the ground with a jarring scream. Wom looked down from the ramparts without feeling satisfied. A monster grabbed the death condors, and a monster with fangs bit them and piled up the corpses. This seems to be a good time. Wom leaned forward and jumped off. Night Duno. The escort captain has fallen. Sad screams echoed from the soldiers in the ramparts. It was a familiar sight to Wom. The captured weapons, claws, fangs, and horns returned to Wom as if they couldn't wait to pierce his skin. This welcome was the first time in a long time, and Wom naturally released demon fire with a smile. The hot air was late, but it then spread without knowing when the blue flame would stop. A big chorus of screaming had begun. Wom would be reluctant or hesitate if the opponent was a human, but his opponent right now were monsters that didn't require consideration. Immediately after Wom learned the skill, he kept using it, and its duration, power, and operability were significantly improved since then. Blue flame swirled and swallowed the surroundings. All the monsters within 10m had already died, and the monsters within 20m had been burned by the blue fire that continued to rampage. There were even monsters that die of lack of oxygen or from the pressure of the hot air. A confused ogre tried to escape from the blue flame by beating and killing nearby monsters. Some of the monsters that didn't know to stop finally show a sign of retreating, albeit slightly. One stopped his skill before his mana ran out and kicked up the wall with wind magic returning to the ramparts. A wide range of monsters was killed and injured, and the monster in the center was carbonized. The monsters that had forgotten the sight were approaching resumed their advance and searching for a meal. It was as if they had awakened from a bad dream. Let me rest for a while. No one stopped or said cursed Wom for returning to the resting room from the ramparts. Instead, he was sent with cheers. Chapter 55. The wind magic that dwelled in form of the blade, Wind Blade, was unleashed, and the monsters that rushed under his eyes were sprouting blood like a blooming flower. Al, was an adventurer who had risen in rank by doing subjugation and escort requests, unlike the labyrinth's specialized adventurer, which might have many battle experiences and good items. He had only done a number of battles with monsters, perhaps about 100 times. However, how many people can stay in front of this number? Al has already shot dozens of wind magic. Amy, who was in love with him, continued to shoot monsters with strong shoot. Fleck, who didn't have his own long-range attack method, was also trying his best on throwing stones. The earth and sand that came out during the construction of the empty moat were accumulated in the ramparts, and it was refined by magic users with earth attributes into a lump of soil that had hardness comparable to stone. Combined with Fleck's strength, who used Great Shield in the battle, it was enough to break the orc's skull. There was an effect. It should have been. But the wave of monsters didn't shake. It was like throwing pebbles into the ocean. A resident of the village where Al lived had escaped into the castle. He couldn't let the monsters break through the walls, even if he must force himself. There he remembered the former party members. A four-country alliance conducted a rebellious operation against the Hyserk Empire. At first it was just a rumor, but they actually started collecting adventurers at exorbitant prices. The content of the operation was hidden until the last minute, but considering the exceptional reward, the more you thought about it, the more suspicious and dangerous the request sounded. Amy and Fleck's injuries hadn't healed completely, and Al himself wasn't an exception. The Principality of Myard also suffered a devastating defeat in the battle near the capital city, Edinburgh, and was annexed except for the territory on the Lake Celta. Following the defeat of the Principality, Al fell into a sense of loss and helplessness, and with members who were still healing their injuries, he avoided the request. Al must have been distracted at the time. He was unaware that 2 members of his party had left the hideout. Given the timing, they must have accepted the request. After all, Lethia was interested in the request of the Alliance. Al noticed some dark emotion in Lethia's eyes after the party members were seriously injured in the guerrilla battle with Hyserk soldiers. For sure Al did his best to take care of her. And considering that she went lefty, he thought she wouldn't take any unreasonable actions. He realized that he had made a mistake as a leader, and so he only wished for the 2 to be safe, but then a great outbreak happened not long after. The cause was unknown and no good information came in, but given the timing and their request of adventurers, there was no doubt that the Alliance must be the cause. Al wanted to get information about the safety of the 2, but he couldn't have any spare capacity in his mind. Al was about to run out of mana, but the wave of monsters didn't seem to end. Who could stop this kind of thing? At that moment, Al doubted his eyes at the unusual sight. There was someone on the edge of the ramparts. "What are you doing?" A Hyserk soldier looked as if he was about to throw himself out of the rampart. It was unclear whether he was pushed down or not. One thing was for sure, the monsters that filled the ground were trying to welcome the human. Al had seen soldiers fallen from the ramparts finally minced by the monsters, and he didn't want to see it more. Al, who could use wind magic, might be able to run to the soldier, but it was impossible to rescue the soldier while beating the monsters and return to the ramparts safely. Al looked carefully at the soldier, trying to keep an eye on the soldier's ending. One of the eyes that could be seen through the mask was muddy. Such an eye gazed at Al for a moment, giving him chills on his back. The muddy eye belonged to the person who ever made Al have a cold sweat. Visible mana flowed from the body of the soldier, together with unbearable heat and violent wind. "Oh, it's the fire of Hell Gate. Captain Wom wants to invite them to Hell." Al had also heard rumors about the user of demon fire. A Hyserk soldier burned down Farius and his guards in the Battle of Edinburgh, overran the enemy's chain of command and wrecked the defense layers alone in the Battle of Sarajevo Fortress, and took one of the Krayast's 3 heroes as a prisoner. The monsters were reaching out to the soldier, but they screamed all at once, and some of the monsters behind tried to take a distance. The monsters were rampaging like madness, trying to escape from the blue flame. What is this? Al felt the heat even though he had a magic barrier on, and his lips and eyes were dry. He wondered what would happen if a human with poor mana received it in the immediate vicinity, and as he imagined it, he gulped. Seen from the perspective of an ally, Nothing was more reliable than him. However, those who were hostile would be invited to hell. Recalling the exchange in front of the castle gate, Al gulped. He realized that he was lucky. If Wam had the intention to kill him and his groups, he wouldn't be here now. At the same time, Al was truly grateful that Wam hadn't awakened to demon fire when they fought against each other. The blue flame kept burning monsters into carbonized corpses. The soldiers, including Al, were fascinated by the scene as if they were possessed. Section 3 days after the monsters reached Dander Castle, the Hyserk Empire's army, which had been trying to defeat all monsters, began to see a glimpse of it. Except for the invasion of monsters that could fly and monsters with excellent jumping power, neither the castle gate nor the walls had been crossed, and no monsters that were ranked high in the A-class such as the feared crawler had been confirmed. Nevertheless, the fatigue of Hyserk soldiers who continued to fight in shifts had reached its peak. After all, the number of monsters outside the castle that were rushing in day and night didn't decrease. Despite well over 30,000 monsters had been defeated. Wam consumed his mana for demon fire and had been resting for 3 hours. After another hour or two, he would have to use the skill again. The soldiers packed in the barracks during the break were sleeping as if they were dead. Wam also covered his ears with a cloak and fell asleep until recently. Inside the castle, the rotting odor of monsters that had begun to rot around the castle was drifting. In the room with blood and sweat, the smell was already out of order, and now it became worse. Fortunately, there were some solutions for the corpses outside. Living monsters were eating dead monsters instead of troops. A soldier stopped in front of Wam when he finally got comfy and felt sleepy again. No way, there shouldn't be a devil who will wake up a soldier who only has a little time for sleep to chat or have a meal in here. Wam confirmed lightly. I'm sorry for disturbing your break. The brigade commander is calling you for urgent news. The man was a messenger. Wam made a judgment with a dull brain, thinking that it must be an important matter. I understand. I will go immediately. After lightly dressing himself, Wam entered a room in HQ following the messenger. I'm sorry for being late. Finally you're here. Brigade Commander Sigismund welcomed Wam. How about the front line? Wam reported on the status quo without hiding it. We have succeeded in repelling the monsters that are rushing in day and night, but the fatigue of the soldiers is about to reach its peak. The number of arrows and thrown objects is going low, and now the firepower of the magic users is the lifeline. The attack of the magic users with fire and wind attributes that had good firepower was the core of blocking the monsters that rushed in. In terms of the degree of being abused, the ones with earth and water attributes were forced to use their mana until dry. The ones with earth attributes who could knead the soil hard like a stone had been working on the production of something to throw and sometimes used earth bullet to attack. Regarding the ones with water attributes, in addition to offensive magic, they had been supporting the villager by producing drinking water. They were an indispensable existence. How long do you think will last? As the number of monsters kept increasing, the fatigue of soldiers would also accumulate, but the attack method of the monster would become more complex. Large-scale volunteers had been joining day by day, but the current situation wasn't good. I guess we can maintain the status quo for a few more days. Some of them seemed to start using their wisdom, such as digging up the ground and even preparing logs for battering rams to break the walls. Wam was prepared to be criticized for being pessimistic, but his opinion was accepted favorably. It's a good deduction. In a few days, hand-to-hand combat will begin and exhaustion will jump in magnitude. For now, we're still in contact with the capital. And it's been decided that we will abandon Dander Castle while we still have spare energy, and stall them here as much as we can. The place for withdrawal has been decided and the troops to withdraw have already been secretly prepared. Wam, who couldn't wipe out his unpleasant premonition, asked questions carefully. Secretly? Should it be to avoid confusion? Yeah, to avoid confusion. We will start retreating all at once in the early morning of the day after tomorrow, when the soldiers in the ramparts consist of more volunteers and prisoners. Wam had expected a retreat soon or later. He believed that it would still be in the planning. So, being told to retreat all at once the day after tomorrow was a complete surprise for him. Is it a retreat the day after tomorrow? What about the mired people in the casse? Unfortunately, those who are not in time for the move have no choice but to stay in the fort and wait for the wave to stop. Waited to stop. I'm sorry for being rude, but isn't it the same as sending them to die? There are only a limited number of them that can pass through the castle gate where access is limited. And what about the High-Cirque soldiers left? The gate is already limited, and with an excessive number of refugees in the castle, all of them couldn't retreat. Wam's opinion ended without being told to the end. You are not the only one who disagrees and complains, but do you think you can prevent those monsters? You can't protect the people even if you fight until exhausted. It's just a matter of time before the complete annihilation. As a soldier, Wam could understand what the brigade commander said. In short, they would hang attractive baits to attract enemies, scraping off their strength and earning time with the discarded pawn. What Wam found difficult to admit was that bait would be the majority of mired people. It was different from the rescue that those mired people envisioned. The only consideration was only for those who could follow, that deserved to be saved. Escort Captain, I hear from His Excellency Gerard that you are a soldier who is faithful to the command. This is the command. It was fake salvation. The characteristic of the Great Outbreak was that it would go into a densely populated area, and if the High-Cirque soldiers that were said to have a great power gathered at Dander Castle, the people who ran away for their lives would come here for asylum. Then, the monster would be invited to the strong place holding the refugees. It wasn't difficult to imagine what would happen to the people in the castle if the top in command retreated all at once. In Wam's mind, an old general called the war god with a smile that looked good at first glance came to mind. If even one more of his country's people could be saved, he would sacrifice many of someone considered unnecessary. He was an old man who had strong patriotism, who would gladly throw other countries' people into a large pot of boiled water. Of course, I don't need to say more. If it's you who is loyal to military affairs, I believe you will comply. I said so, just in case. The brigade commander smiled, but his eyes were dyed black and on the back of his eyes he wasn't laughing. As expected of the companion of His Excellency. It would be easy to say that it was inhuman. But in the eyes of the brigade commander, you could see the unwavering color of belief and determination, full of emotion like a human being. Literally, he wanted to successfully defend his home country even if he must offer other people, as an offering. No matter what Wam might say, nothing would change. He couldn't change. I would like you to help maintain the communication line. If all goes well, I'll be able to save some. The brigade commander whispered as if he had spotted hesitation in Wam. You think I can refuse? I'm nothing more than a soldier, a citizen of the High-Cirque Empire. You think I'm okay with dragging my homeland to ruin just because I'm worried about other countries' people? Poetically and literally, it was as if he was being asked, what do you wish for with such a muddy eye? Wam could only clench his teeth and reply, ununderstood. Chapter 56. Living Natural Disaster. Even with many conflicts in mind, Wam had no choice but to be amazed at the body that could fall asleep, albeit only about 2 hours. Stroking the chin, he could feel the stubble-growing beard on the unmaintained chin. Moving to the cheeks, and he could feel he had lost some fat. Got off the castle tower and went through the corner where the refugees were close to each other. A man groaning in pain, an old man looking up at the sky as if he got stunned, and a mother holding a child passed by the edge of the field of vision. Most of those who had just seen would be left behind at Dander Castle early tomorrow morning. Looking over them, the result was burned more clearly in Wam's mind than fire could. Wam thought that he should think about such a matter after everything was over. But he changed his mind. After all, he felt a chill run through his spine when he thought about what would happen to him if everything went wrong. The soldiers who he passed by looked busy. Wam thought they were soldiers informing about the operation, but it didn't seem true. Wam felt a sense of discomfort. The noise disappeared from the ramparts where the battle continued even when he slept or was awake. His heart beating fast, and it was as if there was a bell ringing in his mind telling him to run. Or look. The soldier pointed at something and shouted. Wam, who ran up the ramparts and reached the roof of the tower, took a breath. The monsters that were supposed to fill the surroundings were moving away. Neither arrows, magic attacks of the magic users, nor any ranged attack was needed. Groundbreaking, world-shaking, earth-shattering, there weren't enough words that could describe the events that just happened. The monsters are pulling away. It's a lie, right? Our win? Did we win? Many soldiers were delighted by the miracle. Only those who have a good intuition had a pale face. Wam felt something that was similar to the ebb tide before the tsunami. Look around. Don't neglect your search, don't miss anything. To confirm the status quo, Wam, who was squinting, caught an unbelievable thing. Did the mountain just move? No way, impossible. No, it's definitely moving. The mountains couldn't move. Wam wanted to believe that it was just an illusion, a hallucination, but the soldiers around him also noticed it. What? The mountain is burning. It's not a mountain, it's not a mountain. Oh God, it's a dragon species has arrived. What if the soldiers guessed the thing they were seeing? The famous, giant dragon was heading straight to Dander Castle. What is that? Wam desperately restrained his whole body from losing power. Seeing the thing, it could be said that the crawler he fought before was just a slightly big lizard. Something befitted to be called a natural disaster with a will. Could be clearly seen with naked eyes. A living natural disaster, the height was well over 40 m, and the mana coming out from the body pierced even the surrounding atmosphere. The scales looked so red, burning like lava. It was radiating a dangerous feeling that told you shouldn't touch and disturb it. Every time it took a step, the dull earth turned bright red. No way, it's one of the 5 great dragons. It's the Flame Emperor Dragon. Flame Emperor Dragon. It hasn't been witnessed for 150 years. Why is such a monster coming? The great outbreak must have woken it from slumber. Among the dragons that were the champions of the ecosystem, the dragons that stood at the top were the ones with Emperor in their name. Even Wam, who was ignorant of monsters, could understand it. Only the 2 great dragons that the 3 big major countries in the past had subdued, and it was for mankind's survival. But it was largely due to the thing called crumbling giant and great spirit magic. In the long history, catastrophes caused by dragons had been passed down as a myth. A story about the great alliance of 100 countries that were on hegemony or a great empire being destroyed by a dragon. Such a monster belonged to a group of mankind's natural enemies. Turned its fangs into the Hyserk Empire. A monster that even if the 4 countries alliance and Hyserk decided to work together still couldn't be sure of winning. Now, the monster was approaching Dander Castle, where almost no great figures were present and only had at most 20,000 regular soldiers, including the militias. Are you kidding me? Contact the HQ now. What should we do? Immediate retreat. Take out the ballista. Is it something that can be managed with such a thing? Soldiers ran through the ramparts. It was unavoidable to advance the strategy. Wam also wanted to agree and prepare for the retreat, but because he was more sensitive to mana than ordinary humans without skill and magic users, among the soldiers in the ramparts, he was the first to catch the sign. Get away. Get away from the castle. Knight Dano, what do you mean? What? Why, the mana is swirling. Wam raised a voice that made the soldiers in a state of confusion, even more confused. The mana is forming something. A huge jar gate was opened, and the mana that distorted even the space was compressed. Wah. That's... no way. A visible swell of mana spread around the Flame Emperor Dragon. The earth was burning and the soil was melting. It's dragon breath. The ultimate attack that only dragon species could do, the skill that could pierce the earth, tear the sea, and break the sky, was called dragon breath. In the ramparts, Wam entrusted himself to the strong pillar of the gate tower, crowed like a baby, and deployed a magical barrier with all his might. Soldiers were running into the gate tower, and some were in the shadows of buildings to improve their survival, even if only slightly. A few seconds after taking the defensive posture, a glow that seemed to cause the retina to burn was released. Even Wam, who had the highest level of fire resistance, felt the heat through the magical barrier, and the skin got irritated. The rubble and dust covered the body. Wom was drowning on the ground due to severe tinnitus and an abnormality in the 3 semicircular canals. The rubble repeatedly hit the armor. His limbs were also dull. He was finally able to move after a while. Wom got up from the rubble and looked around. Charcoals were scattered here and there. None kept the original shape of the body. And no one seemed to still be alive. No fucking way. The castle that got hit directly was in a terrible state. It was hollowed out in a circle and literally disappeared. In the aftermath, the surrounding area was surrounded by fire. The burnt-down rubble crushed the fleeing refugees. Breath, which arrived while evaporating the earth, melted a corner of the wall like butter, and the mountains behind it disappeared. Only then did the breath finally decline. The headquarters, which was packed by the brigade commander and battalion commanders, had been wiped out without leaving any dust. A single blow wiped out 1/3 of the High-Cirque soldiers and refugees, and the chain of command in the castle was about to malfunction. The Flame Emperor Dragon, the main cause of this, continued in its invasion, moving further to Wom's homeland without looking at Dander Castle again. The arrogance it showed was as if when you wanted to blow away some dust from sight. What the fuck was that? Fuck this world. What do you want me to do? Couldn't stand the reality. Wom hit the gate tower and roared. He bit his lips and the unbearable taste of blood spread. The figure of comrades who once fought with him appeared in his mind. Then those who he shared the time with from Sarajevo Fortress passed through his mind. Maya, Moritz. After returning to the absurd reality, Wom left the wall and rushed to where his subordinates who right now might be still in the treatment center. He helped me, Haha, no way, it's a lie. Many got their limbs crushed by rubble, got burned all over their body and couldn't even stand up, only a few were safe. Many were in need of help. He wanted to at least bring them to the treatment center but pulled back the outstretched hand and kicked the ground. Wom abandoned them. Many were no longer likely to be saved, and he had decided who should be the top priority. The crying voice of the child and the screaming of the soldier was following Wom all the way. As he got closer to the destination, more injured people, more burned people, and more dying people could be seen. Fortunately, the treatment center was spared from the breath. Move! Move! People were rushing to the treatment center. Those who have been burnt, those who hold their families, all raised their voices for salvation. Innumerable patients were lined up on the outer wall of the treatment center, and many of them had died. Every time the skin adhered to clothes and equipment, the skin was stimulated and the patients groaned in a low voice. Wom sneaked into the gap between the injured. Inside, he saw the beds were all filled and even the unsanitary floors were flooded with patients. The large room, which should have been ventilated, was soaked with death odor. The mixed smell pierced the nasal passages. The healing magicians were casting magic, and medics were running around the room. There was Ayin in the center. The apron was contaminated with blood and flesh, and she looked very tired, but her hands never stopped. When the relieved Wom exhaled, Ayin noticed Wom. Wom-san. You're safe. Although he was lightly covered in soil, Wom wasn't injured. I was in the shadow of Gate Tower, and it saved me. I will gather the soldiers who still can walk and we'll evacuate immediately. The headquarters was burned down, and the walls were wrecked. Monsters are rushing in, we need to run. Wom devised an escape plan. He had no experience in group command, but with the help of Moritz, he thought that they could gather the surviving squad and platoon commander, and if luck was on their side, perhaps even the company commander. It was necessary to stay as far away as possible from the invasion route of the Fire Emperor Dragon. The detailed evacuation destination could be planned while escaping. I can't. Wom was surprised by the words Ayin said. He thought that maybe it was because she didn't understand the situation. I will protect you along the way. It's hopeless here. What happens to people who are injured and can't move? The people of Myard. They're not even from Kreis, they're from Myard. It doesn't matter what country they are from. I want to save them. Are you stupid? Do you want to die? Don't get drunk with self-sacrifice. Be a good girl and follow me. Wom roared, pulled out his sword, and burned the floor. The surrounding area calmed down due to the sudden assault. Wom grabbed her shoulder and tried to drag her out. Still, Ayin looked at Wom without fear. I don't want to die. I'm scared of swords and monsters. Still, I can't abandon the person in front of me. Ayin's body was trembling, but her eyes were full of determination. It was easy for him to throw it out as a joke. TCH. I'm such an idiot. The girl Wom thought was weak had a firmer belief than Wom, who was about to abandon his duty, the country he was obliged to protect. The clock hands will not spin on reverse. You know that, it's too late. Wom tried to silence the girl and looked at the place where the headquarters was. A large number of battalion commanders and company commanders were gathered here in the adjustment before the retreat, but their existences had been erased. No one survived the attack. Some soldiers might be aiming to leave, but nearly half of the soldiers who hadn't been informed in advance were stuck and didn't know what to do. Forcibly gathering as many soldiers as possible and routing outside the castle must be the right choice. The brigade fell into a half-destroyed state, and the chain of command collapsed. Wom wasn't the only one who was in dismay. There was a crowd surrounding him, the knight, the escort captain. Knight Dano, what should we do? There are no more higher-ups, not even one battalion commander left. High-circ soldiers who bravely shoot down the enemy until a moment ago were in dismay and waiting for instructions. The original order should be to retreat early, even if more than half of the soldiers and people would be lost. Wom, who was about to open his mouth, found that someone grabbed his sleeve. It was a crying girl who was looking up at him with tears in her eyes. Please help. Her voice was weak like an insect. Don't think, it's just an illusion. What can a mere soldier, a human like me, can do? The injured, the soldiers, and the citizens looked at Wom, asking for salvation. You're all asking the wrong person. They weren't wrong. It was said that even if the HQ was lost, the policy should be kept and the leader should be inherited by the highest rank soldier on the spot. But unfortunately, deep down, Wom was just a weak man who believed in miracles. He was in fact among the lowest class military personnel. Damn it! Inwardly spitting out a curse word, Wom made up his mind. Block the hole in the walls, even if it's rough. Any soldiers? Follow me. Whether the choice he made was correct or incorrect, the sword had been pulled out. Wom had no choice but to move his feet forward. Chapter 57. The Flame Emperor Dragon has appeared. Repeat. The Flame Emperor Dragon has appeared. Dragon breath. The soldiers of the Farius front, which now guarding different routes, had lost communication from Dandurg Castle. The HQ on each route was surrounded by heavy air. The enemy's main force was attracted to Dandurg Castle. The monsters rushing to the remaining 2 invasion routes were reduced, and the monsters that were steadily destroyed. Dandurg has been destroyed by the Flame Emperor Dragon. The Flame Emperor Dragon goes straight toward the Imperial City. Mountains and valleys on the way are being destroyed. It can't stop the invasion. Even a company-sized unit full of magic users can't do anything. Why is this happening? The monsters that escaped from Dandurg are coming. They've reached our vanguard. The defense plan was collapsing. Although there were still nearly 20,000 soldiers left in Gerard's hands, even after intercepting the invasion on the 3 routes, more than 300,000 monsters and even the Flame Emperor Dragon were approaching the capital. The High-Circ Empire had nothing against the dragon. No troop, no tool, and no strategy. The dragon species couldn't be subdued or repelled unless there was help from the crumbling giant, or great spirit magic, or merciful sea dragon. The eyes of the HQ soldiers who were about to leave the country gathered in Gerard, searching for salvation. Gerard, who was pondering the situation, slowly opened his mouth. The Jaff cavalry will be returned to the capital to guide the peoples there. If it's them, I'm sure they will be fast enough to reach there. Such a valuable force. Even when standing at the forefront, the usually nimble Gerard spoke seriously with a heavy tone. The defense of the imperial city is impossible. Even if we go there with the horse at full speed and build defense layers, it'll be still useless. People will be on stress and can't show their power in such situations. Rather, while we are holding down the monsters with our best, as many as one person shall be evacuated to the outside of the country. We shall go to the friendly country among the 3 great countries. If we go to that archipelago, I'm sure that clever flame Emperor Dragon shouldn't even try to come. Are we going to abandon Hyserk, our country? One of his subordinates approached Gerard to denounce him. That's right. We'll throw away our beloved Hyserk, our empire. Gerard said without hiding anything. We are lost already. The thing Loser 1 can do is to attract as many monsters as possible, bury them, and die with honor. To the staff who had lost their words, Gerard continued. If we run away all at once, there will be more lives of the soldiers who will be saved. But if we run away in a disorderly manner, more people will die. As long as you survive, Hyserk will be preserved and continue to live. We can't let all of our people turn into ash and dust. Gerard knew that his words sounded like a death sentence. Still, Gerard declared, to our dying homeland, we shall show our loyalty. May luck follow the remnants of the empire. Bless the empire. Gerard said so with confidence regardless of whether he was resented or blamed by his people in the netherworld. Gerald loved his country, Hyserk Empire, the citizens of it, and the soldiers from the bottom of his heart. No one welcomed his words with cheers or applause, but no one could disagree. Everyone felt the need to be the abandoned pawns here. Section. The wall had disappeared over a width of 30 m. Fortunately, the lower 2 m of the 10 m high wall kept its original shape while still melting slowly. The problem was that some of the monsters scattered in the distance seemed to want to resume their attack on the castle again. Is there any platoon commander? Even a squad commander is good. About 6 people gathered, and one let each person command 30 soldiers and conveyed their role in this battle. He had a large number of citizens collecting materials and all obstacles from the castle. Ironically, or fortunately, it wasn't difficult to find materials because the castle tower and part of the wall passage collapsed. Earth attribute magic users should form a clay wall. Other magic users should go up to the rampart and keep blocking monsters. Juan gave instructions in quick succession. Compared to the approaching monsters, the problem of inheritance of the chain of command was trivial. Archers spares no arrows. If we fail here, the castle will fall. It took about 10 minutes. A fragile 4 m clay wall was completed. Juan couldn't hope more. After all, the enemies were rushing in now, in the range of attack. Magic attacks by magic users had begun. Attack magic such as Ice Spear, Earth Bullet, Wind Blade, and Fireball was greeting the monsters at the front. Among the attackers were adventurers that Juan welcomed the other day. Amy, an excellent archer, shot arrows at as many monsters as she could. The monsters leaned back and fell to the ground. Fleck, a great shield user, hit the upper body of the werewolf that was ahead of him with a large shield reinforced with iron wall. Al, who once had a deadly battle with Wom, cast wind magic and used a sword to slash the approaching monster. A Hyserk soldier who was caught by a silver wolf fell into a predicament and was trying his best to hold the fangs from piercing his throat. At the moment Wom rushed to help, the blue-haired adventurer, Al, dexterously cut off only the head of the silver wolf and rescued the soldier. It was the correct choice to not kill you. When Wom praised him, Al distorted his face. That's thanks. No further words were needed, and Wom refocused on the monsters. The archers who arrived at the position shot arrows without stopping. A stone smashed the monster's head. Still, it wasn't enough to stop the monsters, and they began to stick to the wall built and rush. Soldiers randomly poked a long spear at a monster trying to run up the wall. Wom also cut off the throat of the orc that was crawling up with the halberd, and thrust a blade at the temporal region of the kobold that was right next to it. When the leg of one of the soldiers was grabbed, he was dragged by the monster to their pack. Fresh blood was scattered as if a tomato got crushed inside a mixer. Another wolf jumped at a soldier and bit his Adam's apple. Wom swung his halberd up from the bottom and hit the greedy wolf. The wolf who flew in the sky disappeared into the swarm of monsters while spreading its viscera. It was Lizardman that jumped out into the wall, holding the stolen sword and shield. It threatened Wom with the long tongue and its reptile eyes. Right now, Wom didn't want to see lizards. He prepared his mana and slashed the lizard from the right shoulder to the waist while using the skill strike. "Disappear, you damn lizard!" Wom was aware that he was just venting his anger at the lizard. He then hooked the upper body of the still-breathing lizard man with his halberd and hit it against the goblin. Wom turned his eyes to the giant that was pushing away the monsters around him. It was a horned grizzly, covered with thick fur, fat, and muscle. It had low intelligence, but when the luck wasn't on your side, you might suffer unexpected heavy damage. "Fire lance!" Wom, who manifested the spear of fire with his left hand, threw it at the bear. The horned grizzly, which was hit directly by a fire lance on the chest, fluttered around, spread the flame involving the surrounding monsters, and died. Fire attribute magic, which was supposedly red in color, changed to blue after learning demon fire, and its power jumped up. Perhaps Wom was judged as a difficult enemy. A monster with a clear distinction among others was approaching him. It was a monster holding a two-handed sword. The monster was a headless ghost knight Delahan. Glared at each other for a while, but an orc jumped in with a threatening sound. The orc failed at doing a surprise attack. The torso of the orc that tried to attack Wom was inserted by a halberd and was cut off in one go. At that moment, he saw the Delahan was preparing to attack him. The Delahan was preparing to slash Wom with strike. "Can't you just die peacefully after getting killed once?" It was just Wom's useless wish. Wom pulled out the sword on his to the ghost knight who would want to slash him and ended his human life. The mask trembled innocently. When the blue flame wrapped the blade, the engraved words emerged. "See this pacem parabellum." A two-handed sword and a sword made from a mithril alloy collided. A terrible collision sound echoed on the battlefield when strike collided with strike. Wom, who won the sword fight, slashed his sword horizontally at the left arm, but the Delahan pulled the body back and the sword was accepted by a two-handed sword. He changed the angle of the sword in a sliding manner and aimed the finger, but the tip of the sword was repelled with the sword guard. It was said that confronting an opponent who didn't have a clear weakness such as the head was troublesome. But it was far more troublesome than Wom had imagined. Skillful sword skills and strong armor, and because it was something like an undead, the movements didn't slow down with only small scratches. Even attacking the joints wouldn't have much impact. Whatever Wom's speculation about the Delahan was, the battle couldn't be prolonged any longer. As the tip of the sword was repelled, he used wind magic to close the gap. Wom's blow, which was slashed from the top, was caught by the sword, but when he pulled the sword, he immediately slashed the wrist. With the remaining right hand, the Delahan skillfully manipulated the two-handed sword, but Wom smashed it from the front with his strength amplified by mana. He cut the Delahan diagonally from the shoulder to the waist, and a blue flame overflowed from the body. The Delahan stood still without rampaging, only to suddenly fell onto the ground like a doll with a broken thread. "This time, you'll be sent to hell for sure." While praying that the blue flame would bring the soul to the netherworld, the disturbing Delahan corpse was dropped from the walls. Is it the time? Seeing enough monsters, Wom activated demon fire. The monsters were rushing away from the castle wall, but they bumped into each other with the monsters that were about to attack the castle, and the blue flame spread. While Knight Dano is holding down the monsters with demon fire, rebuild the formation, the platoon commander shouted. Once the formation had been rebuilt, the movement of the High-Cirque soldiers was getting better. For now, Wom had only to concentrate on maintaining the blue fire. Chapter 58. Justice, a company commander of an infantry unit of High-Cirque army. After graduating from military school, he led a platoon on the Konoha front and the first battle on the Mired border, and was promoted to company commander. But the battle history of Justice, which had been going well, faded from around this time. Continuous battle with Mired, then Farius, Justice's company were almost always forced to struggle in the front. He had never been in a situation like this as everything ended well, up until he became a company commander. over the past year. As a result of dealing with dead soldiers during the invasion of Myard, the march was delayed, and his company was counterattacked in the battle with Farius by their cavalry unit. The battle continued at Sarajevo fortress, but the defense layer he was in charge of fell due to the onslaught of the Krayist Kingdom army. He retreated his troops while overcoming the holy attack of the three heroes on the trenches and ridges. He managed to stay alive, but lost half of his troops. An outbreak happened and he went to Dandard Castle. After his company was replenished by former Myard soldiers, he worked to reduce monsters at the outer edge of Dandard Castle. But since most of the soldiers worked alone to get rid of as many monsters as they could, he was almost isolated at the deadly place and left behind. When the siege started at Dandard Castle and the retreat was announced, Justice was ordered to do his duty as a soldier, to serve himself to his homeland. Speaking of responsibility, it was for sure a heavy responsibility, but in the current situation where the plan to rebuild the defensive line used in the battle with Konoha was still in process, he couldn't refute the order given to him. But since he got the order, he was struck by the fact that he was just a human resource that could be replaced even if he was dead. Speaking of what he got from this crisis, it was the position of the wartime battalion commander that allowed him to command of half of the Myard people. How valuable was the position of the temporary battalion commander in this battle? Even Justice didn't feel that happy. Confidentiality was emphasized, and most of the company commanders and the ones above that rank were gathered at the headquarters, albeit for a short period before the change. Remaining in the ramparts were those who, like Justice, was chosen to be among the last to retreat. A consumable item that had a certain level of command ability, and didn't affect the survival of the Hyserk Empire even if it was lost. It was ironic that Justice, who also held control of the soldiers and had close contact with the Myard soldiers and the militia, had won a certain level of trust, but was forced to take command of a retreating battle in which the Myard people themselves were treated as offerings, the sacrifice for the greater good. Even for a short time, not many people were willing to abandon their companions who had been fighting together with them. Still, as a soldier, you had to do it if necessary. It was supposed to be that. What a joke. How happy he would be if it were a hallucination. The castle tower burned down by dragon breath was packed with the brains and limbs of the brigade. Under the siege, the loss of the chain of command meant defeat was inevitable. The problem was that the enemy wasn't of the human race. He had no choice but to break through the siege with his company at the core, as the opponents were the monsters that didn't have the concept of surrender. Fortunately, or not, the Flame Emperor Dragon kept moving further, invading his homeland, ignoring Dandard Castle, and half of the surrounding monsters were following it. The collapsed walls were flooded with monsters and the siege was now in an uneven situation. It was the last chance to run away. Relay the. Upon issuing an order, Justice's eyes caught a group of people continuing to reinforce the collapsed walls. The group was a mix of militia and prisoners of war who could only be described as miscellaneous. What? Are you stupid? Justice couldn't stand it. The half-destroyed wall needed a battalion-scale unit to support it. That was common sense. Considering the reserve, it will take twice as many. The groups collided. The group that was supposed to be overrun by monsters and collapse at any moment was continuing to endure. Seeing the scene, Justice could help but wonder why could they fight in this situation. But he didn't see any battalion commanders. As Justice was fascinated, the walls were once again engulfed in fire. Unlike the devastating fiery flames of the Flame Emperor Dragon, it was blue flame. He heard the talk of the blue flame that would occasionally appear and thought that the purpose of such a story was to improve morale during the war. And now the blue flame was in front of him. It was real. Justice looked to the source of it and found a soldier, a knight, who was freely manipulating. Fire of Hell Gate. The monsters were pushed back. Demon fire, huh? Invited by the heat and the blue flame, the monsters were hit by the fire and burned like a bug. In a siege that had neither a sure retreat nor a backlog, it was nothing more than a suicide act. Still, Justice thought that if they had that blue flame, they might be able to endure the attack. Send a messenger to the guards of the ramparts in each direction. Bring some soldiers from the garrison and protect the eastern wall. When he noticed, it was as if he had found hope to break through the dire situation. While holding the eastern side, gather the reserve unit in the castle. Gather the remaining platoon commanders and those with higher ranks. Move now. Don't waste a second if you don't want to die. In the command of Justice, the messengers were scattered. Justice understood that it was an act exceeding his authority. However, the confusion didn't subside. If no one made a move, the group would remain like a wild crowd. If the general above Justice survived, he could take over the command. If he were to be punished, so be it. His only wish was to stay alive. Right now, he was being driven to the extent as if there was no tomorrow. Justice, who was evaluated by his superiors as someone with a lack of courage, found himself smiling. Why am I laughing? Especially in this situation. As if the blood, fire, and iron were blessing Justice, the muddy world felt vivid more than ever. Section. Every time Fleck swung the large shield reinforced with iron wall, some kind of meat pieces flew off. The orc that was about to be struck from the front was crushed with a shield bash, and the goblin's heart was pierced with the sharp tip of the shield. Bone crushed in Fleck's hand, and the sensation of crushing the organs was transmitted. Then, use boots to crush the skeleton that had climbed into the wall. Blunt weapons had excellent succession capabilities. It couldn't lose its sharpness, it wouldn't be dull, only the fear of breaking in rare cases. In the mission with his party, the vanguard was usually filled by Al, Fleck, and Lefty. Lefty was the scout of the party because of his wide field of vision and nimble movements. Lefty was out of the party with Lethia. And Fleck had lost one eye in a battle with the High-Circ soldier with the skill strike. The reaction on one side was delayed by all means. A bicorn, with two twisting horns dexterously trampled the corpse and rushed in from the side. Fleck sank his body and prepared for the shock. The large shield and the twisted horns rubbed against each other, scattering jarring noise. The impact of the bicorn body weakened the grip strength, the posture deviated, and the boots were scraped. N-N-N-N-N-U-U-U-G-G-H. If Fleck didn't lose one of his eyeballs, the bicorn would have been beaten to death with his great shield before it could jump into him. There was no decisive factor once he was put in this situation. He could hold the shield with one hand to pull out the short sword at the waist, but he wasn't confident in holding the bicorn. He would be pushed out for sure. The snarling bicorn tried to push Fleck down, but suddenly the monster relaxed its body. A halberd extending from the side was digging off the front leg of the bicorn. Fleck pulled out the short sword on his waist, and thrust the sword tip through its lower jaw. Saliva and blood were sprinkled in the air, and the bicorn collapsed on the ground. Fleck lifted his shield slightly, knocked it down on its head, and stabbed the sword once more. At the time, a werewolf was approaching from the front, but an arrow pierced the temporal region and it collapsed from the knee. The familiar arrow belonged to Amy. Sorry and thanks. Fleck thanked Amy and the halberd user. Fleck, who was slightly free, followed the point where the halberd extended, and there was a High-Circ soldier called Juan. He was a strong enemy even in skirmishes in the forest, but his skill was different compared to that time. Now, he could use magic and had a skill called Demon Fire. Fleck never imagined that there would be a time for him to thank his former enemies again, including questions and answers at the gates. Life was really strange, he thought. He didn't get a reply from the knight, as the man hooked the lizardman's arm with the halberd, which he still stretched, and helped the other comrades. One of the man's eyes was muddy. He should have lost half of his sight, just like Fleck. But it felt as if he has a wide field of view that no one would believe he had a handicap. Fleck didn't know if it was because of the difference in the number of deadly battles or the difference in talent. But one thing for sure, he was ashamed to use one eye as an excuse. Sure, he couldn't do the same right now. Still, he believed if he could gather more experience, step by step he would surely catch up with the halberd user. There was no problem with the training partner. He could train as much as he wanted. After all, in front of him was the sea of monsters. Fleck raised his voice and welcomed the monster. Chapter 59. Even though the twin moons expelled the sun, The temporary walls had not yet fallen, as the soldiers still trying their best in expelling the monsters. The High-Cirque soldiers, who had barely recovered from the turmoil, continued their bloody struggle with Wom. Even corpses were treated as good materials here. A large number of reserve troops were lost, and so were some capabilities for defending the walls. A number of civilians with no military experience were put into the ramparts to secure the number of heads. They were fighting hard against monsters with a long spear from a distance, and 3 normal people could kill 1 low-class monster. Naturally, the militia was also exhausted one after another. "It's an owlbear. Push it! Don't let it get close!" When owlbear pushed the spear away with its thick skin and feathers, it jumped into the gap, tore the calf with its claws, and bit through the trachea. The militia screamed in agony, but still managed to thrust the spear into the torso, even though it wasn't fatal since the owlbear was floating. The owlbear tilted its head 90 degrees, and stretched out its blood-stained strong arm when it found the bad pest. But a High-Cirque soldier sneaked up from the blind spot and cut its hind legs with a halberd. "Die! You damn half-breed!" The owlbear, which had lost its posture, bent its neck straight back and tried to deal with the High-Cirque soldiers, but the militias one after another thrust a sword and spear in their hands into its torso. Kill it, kill it! Good, raise your voice. Vent your anger. It's a rare chance. The troops repeatedly hit the cramping owlbear in a rhythm with the halberd. Citizens who had been baptized with bloodstains followed the style of High-Cirque soldiers. OJT, on the job, training, High-Cirque soldiers were good at giving field education. They could turn innocent citizens into mad soldiers. It was the reality of the temporary walls where people tried their best in confronting the monsters. The only surviving battalion commander had inherited the chain of command in the castle and had reorganized the army, but since 1/3 of the personnel was lost, a chronic shortage of personnel was inevitable everywhere. Wom slashed the halberd from the top and split the orc together with the armor it was wearing. Although he didn't manage to split the orc into 2 due to exhaustion, the orc that the inner of its stomach was exposed rolled silently and died. The air of the surroundings suddenly changed. It was a wraith, which was kneading its mana into an ice lance. Seeing the ice lance approaching him, Wom momentarily spat out flames and melted them. When the blue flame reached the wraith without diminishing, it wrapped the whole body of the ghost. The wraith screamed and screeching, but it didn't last long. Other monsters wouldn't be killed without more firepower, but demon fire had a tremendous effect on the undead, and in terms of power alone, it was comparable to the holy attribute purification. Right now, Wom didn't want to consume mana if possible. He had consumed his mana quite a lot due to the battle that still continued from the morning. Even using his other skill, strike, would be dangerous for him. The time for swallowing a portable meal and pouring drinking water between battles felt like a luxurious time. Naturally, the recovery of mana had never been fast, and many times, he ended up continuing to engage in battle without mana as like when he was still a recruit. The tip of the halberd was inserted into the kobold's eye hole, and the sword that the lizard man next to it was holding got hooked. Wom moved his halberd to send the sword into the air and caught it with his other hand. The lizard man stretched its neck trying to devour his flesh. He returned the sword to the lizard's mouth. The sword rubbed its fangs and pierced its throat, scraping its spine. "Who wants to die next?" The first reply was intimidation by a giant monster, Cyclops. A tree together with its roots was approaching Wom. Wom barely avoided the vertically thrown tree. The poor kobold caught and it blew out, spreading body fluids from the whole body all over the place. The Cyclops lifted a giant club and confirmed the results, but when it confirmed that only the small green bug, kobold, was crushed, it went to hold the tree back and it seemed to want to swing it sideways. It'll swing the tree sideways. Convinced of its next move, an option came up in Wom's mind. Demon fire was out of the question since it would be dangerous, only mana-efficient wind-type magic. Wom was ready, but a meteor-like arrow fell from the sky and pierced the only eye of the Cyclops. There were only a limited number of people who could use strong shoot, and there was only Amy, one of the adventurers with whom he had a connection. However, it still was a great help, and Wam raised his hand to thank her. The Cyclops, which had become an eyeless giant, screamed loud, shaking the atmosphere, and shook its limbs as it collapsed on the ground. Cyclops had fallen into a state where the monsters in the surrounding would kill it when left alone, but suspicious steam could be seen through its crushed eyes. Cyclops had an exceptional ability to regenerate as long as it's still breathing. It pulled out the arrow and tried to regenerate the eyeball. Wam used wind magic to run. Wam, who approached as if gliding, kicked the swinging arm of the Cyclops and slashed down the halberd. The blade that entered from the head cut through the strong skull and spilled spinal fluid. It reached the lower jaw and throat before the Cyclops finally stopped moving. The first giant was down. He killed that giant with only a halberd. We haven't lost. We aren't losing. The giant and tree became part of the new walls. Seeing the crushed monster would definitely increase the morale of the troops. The giant was a really good monster. Wam's effort was fruitful. A friend called to Wam, who was shaking off the sticky liquid that clung to the halberd. Looking back, there were 4 leaders of the Hycerc Empire's platoon. Wam, I mean, wartime battalion commander. Huh? What are you talking about? Being called in a rank that was unfamiliar to him, Wam made a stupid voice despite the battlefield as the rank sounded stupid. The wartime brigade commander, Justistano, gave escort captain, Wam, the rank of wartime battalion commander. Wam was tired. His brain couldn't process things like usual. Wartime, once this is over, my rank will return. That's fine. But why is it a battalion commander? Battalion commander is it? Speaking of his squad after he was promoted to be the escort captain, the members were limited in number, and even if it was expanded, a platoon's size would be the limit. And now, he was told to be a battalion commander, jumping over platoon and company. Of course, he was shocked. Are you serious? Do you think I can command 2,000 soldiers? Wam didn't care about his rank now, and vomited what was in his heart. But the platoon commander only tilted his head. What are you talking about? Aren't you good at giving a command? Wam gathered Hycerc soldiers lost in direction with a roar and full of spirit. He gathered the shortage from mired soldiers and citizens. He gave the armor stripped from the corpse to the citizens. In short, he managed to stabilize the place where it was about to collapse. Even more, he was proactive in blocking the monsters while also using the adventurers to their full extents. To be honest, Wam was waiting for someone high in rank to take command. Yet the platoon commander just told him that the group of people he barely gathered as a battalion, and declare him as the commander. Crazy. They must be crazy. Cuckoo, this is the battalion of the Hycerc army, you say? Even half of the key members aren't regular soldiers. A company-sized regular soldier has been gathered under the command of the wartime brigade commander, Justistano. Although it was mixed from various units. The troops he wanted to gather the most were now within his reach. That was also veteran Hycerc soldiers. But if he chose to reach for it, the group mixed with militia and citizens would be treated as a battalion, and Wam would be the commander. Wam was arguing with himself. He had confidence in controlling soldiers up to platoon size. His essence was demonstrated by leading a small group and standing at the forefront. But to be in command of 2,000 people while standing at the forefront? It wasn't something easy for sure, even for an experienced battalion commander, moreover Wam. At this rate, I may die from overwork rather than being killed. I don't have any knowledge in the know-how to operate a battalion. If you operate a regular battalion, it will be extremely difficult, but this is a defensive battle where you only need to defend. The hurdles are much lower than that conventional battalion. We will also do our best to assist you. I don't have other choices but to accept it, aren't I? Yes, you have no choice but to accept. The pathetic brigade commander wanted the same kind, and his choice fell on Wam. I see. All right, I'll take the position of wartime battalion commander. But be prepared. You guys, whether you vomit blood or your viscera are exposed, I'll abuse you until you're dead. If you're okay with it, follow me. Wam welcomed 4 platoon commanders and the troops with such words. Chapter 60. The piled-up corpses were about to reach the height of the temporary walls. Wam captured the strange noise of crawling around a corpse that turned into a mass grave and rolled randomly. Wam tried to greet with a halberd, but the soldiers ran into a thin place. "Careful! It went there!" Fleck, a great shield user, raised his voice. The monsters rushed through the gaps between the skilled soldiers. A high-circ soldier swung down a short sword according to the adventurer's warning, but only managed to cut a few legs. Without looking at the soldiers, the centipede, with countless legs, broke through the walls. An orc, a lizard man, and a goblin were riding on the back of the centipede that rushed. It was as if they were a single monster. 3 monsters are on top of it. The insect, about 6 m in total length, crossed the castle wall and headed for the corner where refugees had gathered. Troublesome things, monsters straddling the back, were scattered in the castle. Wam wanted to smash the kobold in front of him and go to support his fellow comrades as soon as he could, but instead, the orc swung up the war hammer to prevent him from going. After deflecting his upper body and avoiding a heavy blow, Wam thrust his halberd into the gap between the ribs and skewered the heart. He kicked the dead orc out of the ramparts. It wasn't just Wam who lost time, but neither the high-circ soldiers nor the adventurers who tried to stop the centipede were in time. Damage to refugees who didn't have the ability to fight was about to spread. The centipede that carried away the monsters opened the jaw for predation while lifting the head, but a shadow that suddenly jumped out of the refugees literally shattered the head. Along with the hard outer skin, sticky body fluids were sprinkled everywhere. "Huh!" No one blamed Wam for his dumb voice. Depending on the growth, the centipede could reach a class. Among the refugees, if there was a person who could kill a B-class monster and crushed it with bare hands, anyone there would be shocked. It was a strong elderly woman with a well-rounded body who did that. The high-circ soldiers who flattened the neighboring countries are actually pathetic. The active adventurers too. Although it was a provocation, there was no anger in Wam. A lizard man and a goblin tried to slash at a middle-aged woman from the back of the now-died centipede, but the sword was flipped with her bare hands, and instead, a fist-shaped wind opened a hole in the chest of the lizard man. The goblin had a chance and tried to cut her feet with a sword, but the sword was kicked with her knees, and the upper part of its body disappeared as it was. A woman who came to the wall couldn't be stopped by anyone, either humans nor monsters. Then, she ran up to the ramparts with a light footstep. Contrary to what she looked like, she was nimble. A skeleton wearing armor greeted her, but her fist crushed the spine through the armor, and it was kicked high in the sky. "Mama! Deborah, what are you trying to do?" 2 men in panic were trying to stop the woman. Perhaps they were her family. "I'll kill all the annoying monsters." She lifted the spare bar for the gate that was leaning against the wall, and swung around to wipe out the monsters that tried to crawl up. "It's a good weapon." "Not bad." A lizard man tried hard to stick to the ground and finally reached the woman. It tried to attack from the side, but its head was wiped off with a back fist. It could be seen that she had multiple skills. At the very least, she had a skill with physical strengthening effects and skill with physical hardening effects. "Yogem Mois! You guys are coming too! Don't slack off!" 2 men named by an old woman called Deborah reluctantly crawled up to the wall. At first glance, the 2 looked like a pair of slender parent and child, but their movement was sophisticated from the eyes of Wam. The father, called Yogim, slammed a short sword into the throat of a werewolf and pulled it out, ignoring the crumbling scaffolding. A hellbat in the sky tried to drop from the blind spot, but was welcomed by a sword and crashed while spreading the viscera into the sky. The son, called Moise, swung up a long sword with super strength. The power he displayed couldn't be imagined came from the limbs that looked like dry wood. He cut off the poisonous tail of a scorpion, and while smashing its scissors-shaped pedipals, he also stabbed his sword into the cephalothorax. "What's with this parents and child combination?" Al spoke for everyone's feelings. "You guys, are you okay with losing to a citizen of Myrad? Clench your teeth. Move your feet. Put strength in your belly. Fight. Show off your power. Fight." One shouted to boost the troops' declining morale. "Sure," Human physical strength might be finite. Still, it couldn't be said the same with willpower to survive. Juan knew well what would make a person grow. Only in the deadly land, people would show their true value. Ah, monsters, monsters, monsters! Monsters everywhere! I've never seen this many monsters in the same area, even when I was an active adventurer. Invited by Deborah, who sprinkled blood and flesh, the soldiers fall into madness in the crucible of war. Section. The twin moons were hit by the bright sun, which was about to climb to the sky. It was almost the sunrise. A group of people, regardless of age, sex, race, or country, was equally engaged in the survival struggle. It wasn't the prayer for peace or the words of fraternity that united the hearts, but the wave of imminent danger. Really, what an irony. In a half-destroyed building, Juan finished less than 2 hours of sleep on a clean floor with only dust and dirt. The familiar battle sound meant that the battle with the monsters was still continuing. Juan was grateful that the temporary walls hadn't been breached even after a long day. Once again, he managed to survive another day. Despite the protracted battle, breakfast was waiting for Juan, who had just finished excreting yellow liquid in a time-attack manner without even another drip from the lower body. There was no problem with food, since many refugees who couldn't tolerate the battle were the ones in charge of cooking, and the good news was that there was a big pot of soup in front of Juan. An old woman with a thin body, who looked indistinguishable from the undead, and a girl who might have just reached 10 years old, poured an overflowing soup into a bowl and gave it to Juan. The food situation must have been improved, since the number of personnel was reduced day by day. Juan sipped the soup, chewed and swallowed a lump of unknown meat, bit the black-colored bread with his back teeth, and with the help of the soup, it went into his stomach. Good sleep and high calories were required to recover the consumed mana. The cobblestone bed with gravel and rubble was as comfortable as a feather bed. It was as if climbing to the heavens. All that remains was food. Sticky blood and body odor were mixed, and the smell of viscera was drifting in the air. The mealtime was colored in red. In addition, a choir of screaming and swearing welcomed Juan. It was a good place to have a nice morning. When he opened the folded pork cloth, he could see the hard-baked biscuits, which were preserved foods. Juan's teeth beat the biscuits, albeit with water. When eating when there was no water, he substituted it by deploying the magic barrier to strengthen himself. It was an ironic scene. After all, he didn't want to lose his teeth from eating rather than from a fight. I really need water. Juan laughed a little when the figure of a former superior who was chewing on such a weapon came to mind. Chewed the biscuits with a rattling noise and swallowed them with water. After repeating such actions several times, Juan's breakfast was over. He then ignited a cigarette, inhaled it as much as he could, and exhaled purple smoke into the air. He didn't even have time to finish smoking. Called on the soldier who was also sitting and eating nearby. Do you smoke? You can smoke the rest. Thank you. As expected, Naitano is the same as us. It was unclear if the soldier hated the biscuit, but he gladly put them into his mouth with no front teeth. He inhaled the cigarette given by Juan into his lungs, and spat words in a sloppy manner as he exhaled. May the fortune be with you. Good luck. Shaking the now small cigarette, the soldier saw off Juan. After returning to the ramparts, Juan came to the side of Deborah, who now had a dead smell around her, and asked, "How is the situation?" Adventurers were sleeping. The 2 platoon commanders, Napok and Joel, and 2 company commanders, Wake and Frieg, who were entrusted to help Juan by the wartime brigade commander Justice, were busy leading the troops. The only one who looked has free hands was Deborah and her family, who remained on the walls. That was why Juan asked her opinions without hesitation. Listen, I don't remember becoming a soldier. Deborah, who crushed the goblin's head in order as if she was playing whack-a-mole, changed the tone of her voice as she continued to speak. The pressure has weakened. It may have been caused by the fact that more than half of the monsters are following the Flame Emperor Dragon. Still, there must be other leaders. It hasn't been confirmed yet. The living natural disaster, Flame Emperor Dragon, was classified as SS-class species. The lords of the great outbreak that were behind a flock of over 10,000 monsters couldn't be just about a class. There must be other leaders and their followers. I wish they stay still. Strangely detailed. Yogim and I were retired adventurers. There was an outbreak, albeit smaller than this time, in the Republic of Falmunch when I was an adventurer. There were multiple leaders at that time, but the one I fought together with the army was classified as Lord. Species. Wam explored his memory. The Republic of Falmunch was a country that was destroyed by an outbreak more than 20 years ago, and the final remaining territory was annexed by the Hyserk Empire. Soldiers and adventurers are all dying. Haha, maybe I should pray to God. Yogim, who always had good luck, couldn't help but have a forced smile on his face. Juan didn't believe in fate, but one thing he believed was that God, if any, must be a fucking bastard. The only hope for me to stay alive is... Don't pray to me. If Deborah was to leave the battlefield now, one would pray to God from the bottom of his heart, if that was the only way to stop her. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 61. Wartime Battalion Commander. Called by an unfamiliar rank, Wam called on the soldiers on both sides while slashing the belly of the pierced hobgoblin. I'll leave the position for a while. Yes, sir. Leave it to us. After receiving a reliable reply, Wam turned to the soldier who called him. The soldier, who seemed to have run all the way, was out of breath, and his complexion was almost pale to the point of collapse. What happened? A broken radio-like noise was generated from the feet where the red liquid spread. Stop making noise. Wam let his halberd pierce the big figure. It was a hobgoblin, but the voice that came out wasn't so different from normal goblins. With more than enough company commanders or those with higher rank being buried in the ground, Wam was now reluctantly given the rank of wartime battalion commander, and couldn't give attention to only the enemies anymore. The messenger continued with a quivering voice. There is an emergency order from the wartime brigade commander. Justice, who was the only commander on the ramparts during the attack on the Fire Emperor Dragon, escaped from the dragon breath, and was now the wartime brigade commander. Even after losing the HQ soldiers who were originally the pillars that supported the brigade, except for the temporary walls, given the busyness of the soldiers, moving supplies here and there, and changing personnel day and night, the fact that there were still this many activities, it could be said that Wam was still blessed. From the brigade commander? Talk immediately. Wam wasn't surprised at what he said, but as he understood the content, his palpitations stopped. The reality that he didn't want to admit struck him. Request for help to defend the northern walls. A group of great demons, those ogres, broke through the walls. Both soldiers and refugees there are dead, and they could use skill and magic. The northern wall. Talking about which wall would break first, it would have been the temporary wall. Wam felt that the number of small monsters had increased, so he was sure that an army of monsters would attack the half-destroyed wall. But it was actually only a large number of decoys, and the northern wall that the guards kept being extracted was attacked with the main force. He didn't expect the monsters could exert such a strategy. If the wall packed with a large number of soldiers is broken through in a short time, there is a high possibility that elite monsters and also the commander is there. Wam must immediately bring together the rescue team and rush in, but the question was how to maintain the temporary walls that he was in charge of. Even though the number had decreased, as many as 10,000 monsters were still trying to break through. If he left the personnel without much thinking, two sides of the wall might fall. If that happened, the Dandard Castle would be completely destroyed. Wam's troops were 500 regular soldiers and 1,300 militias. Many were heavily injured and tired, and the number of militias wearing armor was small. When it came to regaining the walls and pushing back the monster from inside the castle, the militias who relied on the walls and concentrated only on what was in the front of them would be useless. He needed a large number of regular soldiers who were strong enough to fight in the turmoil. Where is Company Commander Freyg? The name Wam shouted was one of the 4 platoon commanders entrusted to him by the wartime brigade commander Justice. He and the other one were made to be a company commander by Wam. I'm here, sir. The face looked rough and the whole body was slightly dirty, but the eyes hadn't lost their sharpness. The northern wall has been breached by a group of powerful ogres. Soldiers must be sent from the temporary wall to clear the castle and recapture the wall. No way, the northern wall has... It was Freyg who lost words, but he immediately indulged in thought. I shall leave the command of this place left to you. I will lead a team to embark on a recapture. How many regular soldiers do you need here? Freyg, who hesitated a little, asked one question. The skilled soldiers, may I know who do you plan to leave here, sir? Platoon Commander Napok, the adventurer Amy, and the Deborah family. Are you joking? We're just citizens. Do you think a normal citizen can kill a bicorn? Juan, who was about to spit out the word to the woman who was holding 2 horns of a bicorn, barely swallowed it back. You're already a militia. Deborah, many even call you a wartime platoon commander, you know? Even a capable militia was regarded as a platoon commander or a squad commander. There just wasn't enough power in the current Dandard Castle. Anyone who could be used at this time, no matter whether it was a dog or a cat, would be used to the fullest. Ha ha ha, High-Circ people are crazy. Deborah laughed loudly, but there was no clear refusal. Freyg, who came up with the answer during his interaction with Deborah, spat out words. I will keep here for half a day with only 250 regular soldiers. After receiving a clear reply, Wam called out the commander's name under his umbrella. Wake, gather the soldiers of your company. We'll head to rescue the northern walls. Joel, your platoon too. Wake's company plus Joel's platoon to reach 250 soldiers. The commanders of both units embarked on a gathering of scattered troops. Wam also called the names of 2 adventurers who were demonstrating their skill and power on the front lines. Al, Fleck, you guys are coming. I need a hand-to-hand combat expert. Am I not coming too? Amy's strong shoot shines in a defensive battle. It can't be helped. This time, a flock of ogres? There's really no break. Really, it's too much. I'll die from overwork at this rate. The adventurers seemed to be tired of seeing monsters. Still, they had become accustomed to the battlefield to the extent that they could have a small talk now and then. After gathering troops, Wam set out to recapture the northern walls. Section. As Wam and his team approached the northern walls, the turmoil grew. While diverting himself from the flow of fleeing civilians, Wam raised his voice to keep the soldiers from losing themselves in the mayhem. Don't stop. We'll definitely take back the walls. A halberd was thrust into the wolf that covered a refugee's back, and it was twisted and slammed into the stone pavement. The guards supposedly around the northern walls were hardly seen. From the walls, monsters slid down into the castle one after another. The damage was terrible. The entire cobblestones were flooded with fresh blood, and even soldiers who were about to trample the viscera on the ground and fall over could be seen. There were fewer places where there were no dead bodies, and it had become a slaughterhouse for the monsters. The monster began to turn to the rescue force to have their next meal. Wam was no exception, and 4 goblins who were playing with the corpse until just a moment ago were approaching. A goblin that slashed a poor dagger against the waist was scooped up from the bottom with a halberd, the lower jaw was crushed, and the brain was stirred. Wam slammed the temporal region of the second goblin, which had stepped into the gap, with a stab. Its eyeballs trembled, and it turned in a weird direction. Stepped back a little and thrust the halberd. A third goblin slammed a club in the place where Wam was, but it was opened in its throat. The last goblin jumped at Wam while swinging a hatchet, but the tip of the halberd was directed toward the body, and the goblin skewered in the air. Wam then casually slammed it into the cobblestones, and trampled the head with his feet. York Corps with the remaining northern wall garrison shall hold down the ramparts. The rest of the corps shall wipe out the monsters inside. Inside the castle, soldiers, ordinary people, and monsters were mixed, and a wide range of attacks like demon fire wasn't an option. If Wam used it, more people would die than monsters. All he could do was kill them one by one. The soldiers around him would only be in the way, so he spread out the soldiers and started to wipe out the monsters. 3 ogres stood in the way. The armors that they wore were roughly processed, and you could even feel some intellect in their standing behavior. Wom glared at them, thinking that they must be the elite of the monsters, and were undoubtedly the ones leading the other monsters. He wanted to choose the choice of pushing them by number, but the soldiers were busy dealing with the other ogres, and the adventurers, Al and Fleck, were fighting a deadly battle with 6 ogres that skillfully swinging the big sword in its hand. Wom shot a fireball at the feet of the ogre with a round shield. The ogre was unavoidably swallowed by the explosion, the limbs were torn, and finally burned by the blue flame. The problem was the 2 ogres scattered to the left and right. One was holding a big sword, and the other was holding a war hammer. Approaching him, Wom moved the upper body back and forth slightly, avoiding the big sword and the war hammer. The ogre with the big sword tried to give a pursuit attack, and the ogre with a war hammer moved in coordination with it. Wom faced the ogre with a big sword in front of him, while looking sideways at the other ogre that was approaching the side. Burst! Wom, who accelerated momentarily, consumed mana and slashed the elbow with strike. Then he thrust the halberd into the empty space, and the axe-shaped blade extending from the side cut through the ogre's throat. The remaining ogre roared, guarding itself against the halberd by wiggling the sword. Still, it had small scratches piled up through the gaps in the armor in front of his skillful attack that came with excellent time. The ogre managed to avoid the stab, but when he pulled back, Wom tore the back of its knee with the halberd. The ogre lost its posture as its muscle got cut. Wom then flipped his wrist and smashed the ogre's temporal region. Not missing the ogre, which stopped moving for a moment, Wom slammed his halberd from above the head. The head split, spreading spinal fluids, and just like that the ogre lay on the ground. The mask trembled with joy, not because Wom buried 3 ogres, but because there was a swelling of murderous air in the surroundings, and countless noises that could be heard. What? Armed ogres were surrounding the area. The troops brought by Wom were still fighting, but even so, a dozen or so ogres were looking at Wom. What is it? Are you afraid of me? What a bunch of useless demons with only a big body. I'll kill every single one of you. Riding on Wom's provocation, the ogre responded with a roar all at once. He couldn't pull back anymore. Wom also raised his voice from the bottom of his belly and attacked them. Section. A 2-handed sword scratched the neck and blood oozed. Wom's back, which received a war hammer, couldn't escape the impact, and the grip strength of his left hand was weakened. His armor was full of wounds and blood was oozing from the bleeding abdomen. He was neither pessimistic nor mourning about it. He just put his brain to work to deal with the ogres in front of him, and moved his body according to his intuition backed by his experience. Even the blind spot, he left the guard by the sound he perceived, the air that touched the skin, and his mana, and he always barely avoided the attacks. Wom was outnumbered and was blocked from a widespread attack like demon fire in order to avoid amicable fire, but he kept burying the armed ogre one after another. An ogre burned from his feet to the tip of his head on a pillar of fire, exposing his bones, and it began to flutter. Another ogre cut from the shoulder to the waist didn't die and moved its left hand slightly. The ankle of the ogre that rushed to him was cut with the halberd and turned to the side. The neck of the ogre that tried to cope with 1 foot soared into the void. Directed a stab to the abdomen of the ogre behind, but the ogre grabbed Wom without fear. While pulling out the long sword on the waist, he amputated the left hand of the ogre. As he slashed the sword over the head, he flipped the wrist and cut off the right hand. The ogre with no hands tried to bite his throat with its fangs, but he was faster. The tip of his sword slashed the carotid artery and spine. With his left hand, Wom quickly pulled the halberd out of the corpse and pointed it at the creeping ogre. Release! Wom fired the halberd with the wind magic once used by the assassin. The halberd pierced the ogre's right shoulder, and it got frightened by pain and shock. Burst! The ogre's reaction was delayed by the movement of Wom, which was momentarily accelerated by the wind magic. Cuts off the ogre's neck with the long sword as he passed by, and thrust it from the side of the ogre who had just pulled out his halberd from its shoulder. A blue flame was emitted from the blade and burned the ogre from inside. The ogre roared, but didn't last long. A battle mace approached from the side with a faint light. Wom sunk the center of gravity and deflected it with strike. His ears caught a slight wind noise and a footstep. Twisted his neck and saw the shadow at the edge of his field of vision. A cross-shaped spear unleashed from the stiff arm was approaching his throat. Wom bowed to avoid it. While scraping the chain of the servoliere, made a deep scratch on the conical helmet. The armor prevented lacerations, but couldn't prevent impacts. The two ogres tried to stop his breath as he shook his brain and swayed. The pulled-back spear pointed its blade at Wom again, but he entwined it with the halberd. The ogre tried to pull it off with its strength. The other ogre swung down the warhammer. Wom still couldn't stop the shaking of his brain, but his muddy eye, even though it wasn't clear, didn't miss the movements. After letting go of the halberd, Wom pulled out the long sword, aligned the blade with the warhammer, and slid the surface. The ogre jumped back in a hurry, but Wom, who was prepared for it, was one step faster. The ogre's finger, which was clenching the handle, was cut off, and the weapon came off from the hand. The ogre sent a fist, albeit incomplete, to Wom, but he was faster at decapitating the ogre. Wom, who followed his instinct, immediately turned his body, and prepared himself for the last kill. He moved the entwined halberd, and the cross spear was approaching him once again. The tip of the sword and the tip of the spear met with each other, and it kept repeating a few times. Wom jumped in at the moment when the ogre's stretched spear was pulled back a little far. The ogre distorted its face, but flipped the hand with the handle and tried to parry the stab in a hurry. The ogre caught the attack with the back of the hand. The arm with the halberd was numb as if it had an electric shock, but the remaining hand thrust a long sword. The tip of the sword caught the knee and the half of the body leaned toward the stone pavement. Even so, the fighting spirit of the ogre didn't loosen, and the spear once again came to him. Wom wrapped around to the side to escape. The ogre also turned around with its remaining legs as the pivot. Wom quickly tilted his leaning body in the opposite direction and kicked the ground up. The ogre tried to catch Wom's attack with the handle of his spear, but it was faster for his sword tip to pierce the throat. Seeing the blood-squirting ogre, Wom twisted and pulled out his sword. The giant doll fell to the ground like a puppet that just lost its thread. 5 minutes in time, he noticed that only his breathing sound remained. Swung his sword down in the void and took a deep breath while shedding the blood. A slight sense of relief broke the thread of tension in him. It was at such a time. A feeling of intimidation pierced the skin, cold sweat flowed from the back. He spat out blood once and faced each other with that which stood in the center of the corpse of the ogres. Chapter 62. The One in Command. Huh! At first glance, Wom instinctively understood. The ogre in front of him must be one of the monster commanders who caused the northern walls to fall. Its short vermilion horns extend high in the sky. Its body was a size smaller than a normal ogre, but its mana and muscular strength seemed densely compressed, and felt like it had more than the body's size. The vintage armor was carved with the scratches of the battle, but there were no brand new scratches or stains. The mask was swaying like never before. Randomly shaking, Wom inwardly vomits a curse to the mask for its no moderation behavior. The golden eyes caught Wom straight. In the right hand, like Wom, was a blood-soaked long sword, and in the left hand was grabbing the hair of human heads. In addition to the lacerations, a part of the cranium was bitten to fill the ogre's abdomen. Still, Wom was able to tell who the owner of the head was. Wake, Al! It was the company commander who Wom had ordered to sweep the monsters in the northern castle, and the head of the adventurer Al. His head was casually thrown into Wom's feet and rolled on the cobblestones. Although Al was a former enemy, his heart couldn't help but shake at the death of those who were on the same side as him on the battlefield. But he steeled himself to not be dragged by such a feeling, especially in the middle of a battle. While Wom was devoted to eradicating the ogres, the ogre in front of him was also eradicating the High-Cirque soldiers and adventurers. Wom was familiar with what the commander of the armed ogre that looked intellectual called Ogre. Lord. The apex and commander of the race, designated as S-class monster. The herd led by the Lord species could even bring a big city to fall. It might emerge as one of the main troubles of a large-scale outbreak. The Ogre Lord certainly laughed while pointing the sword at Wom. Words weren't needed. Next is you. That was what the Ogre Lord wanted to say to Wom. It was provoking Wom. Strangely, The surrounding area was wiped out by Wom and the Ogre Lord. Wom's decision was quick when the soldiers and people to be protected were lost. In a moment, Wom needed his mana. Hot air blew and blue flame approached the Ogre Lord. But it disappeared before the blue flame could touch and entwine it. Ugh, RRGGH. The Ogre Lord had a speed as if it was wearing wind magic all the time, and with a posture that was lowered as if crawling on the ground, narrowed the distance to the side of Wom. The demon fire was scattered in all directions, but the Ogre Lord pierced through without escaping from the blue flame. It didn't get burned. A mighty magical barrier blocked the blue flame. Judging from the red color horn, there was even a risk of it having fire-resistant skills. The omnidirectional attack by the demon fire was effective for the soldiers, but those who had a certain amount of mana could withstand it to some extent or even completely. If one narrowed down the range and concentrated the mana to increase the firepower, he might be able to give an effective hit, but the problem was the mobility of the Ogre Lord. Wom caught the blade approaching from the bottom with a sword. With denser mana, he launched strike, as if it was a matter of course. Even if the opponent slid it away, the sword would still leave a strong impact. Don't be on defense, don't give any chance. Wom told himself as he unleashed his attack, but the sword never reached the Ogre Lord because of the delicate yet powerful sword technique. Attack on his feet, throat, wrists, fingers, and many more unfocused slashes by the Ogre Lord gave him a hard time doing anything else than parrying it. His usually reliable demon fire was also blocked by the agile reaction speed and excellent magical barrier. Wom rolled on the ground as he was pushed through by the difference in strength. To avoid the approaching sword, he immediately broke away with wind magic, but blood spilled from his arm with sharp pain. He was injured even though he accelerated himself with the wind magic. He must have been fatally injured if he had not used magic. The Ogre Lord was superior in terms of strength, mana, and sword skills. Still, Wom didn't give up. He couldn't. The enemies of his subordinates, the wishes of the girl, and his pride as a soldier drove Wom into this struggle. He attacked in a wave-like manner while adjusting the distance with the blue flame, and now the blue flame was dancing on one side without giving any effective hit. The Ogre Lord evaded by reading a slight sign of the activation of demon fire. Even for the inevitable blue flame, it was smashed and slashed by strike with its dense mana. Through the sea of blue flames, the Ogre Lord jumped out. Wom switched to a thrust attack. He quickly thrust 3 times to its throat, hand, and feet, but all of it slipped off and was misaligned with the sword. The Ogre Lord had excellent reflexes, but what was remarkable was its eyes. Unlike Wom's muddy eyes, the golden eyes reflected the battlefield well. After parrying the slashing of the Ogre Lord, which was delivered continuously to the left and right, Wom launched a strike, but the Ogre Lord deflected its upper body and avoided the attack. Wom stepped in and realized his missteps. Even though he was now in close contact, the thrust into his throat was growing. Wom leaned his body, but a blade extending to his blind spot rubbed the sides of his helmet violently. A sharp kick followed Wom, who had lost his posture. Despite being over his armor and magical barrier, a shock ran through the gut. Air was exhaled and the acidity of stomach acid could be felt in the mouth. The pursuit didn't stop, and the Ogre Lord, holding the sword around the torso, shook the sword horizontally. Holding the long sword with both of his hands, pain ran on Wom's shoulder as he tried to divert the sword pressure diagonally upwards. Despite being guarded, a part of his right arm was cut with his armor, and blood oozed. Bleeding was suppressed by the magical barrier, but further consumption of mana would make Wom inferior even more. Think. Don't stop thinking. Keep moving. If you stop your hand, it'll be your death. With a scream, his shins, flanks, and arms were slashed and bruised. His ribs also squeaked and screamed, but his thoughts and body never stopped moving. Rolling around the ground ungracefully, Wom scooped up the rubble scattered on the cobblestones with his sword tip and threw it to the Ogre Lord. The Ogre Lord didn't even try to avoid it, but it was favorable for Wom. In the blink of an eye, Wom unfastened his cloak and created a divider between the Ogre Lord and himself, while spreading demon fire. Blue flames were extending from the left and right like open arms trying to entangle the overlord. The flame on one side was rejected by strike and was wiped out. The remaining blue flame was about to slip through the mobility that had been demonstrated so far. What a dangerous monster. Wam even praised the overlord's skill. Still, it was within expectation so far. Some kind of trust as an adversary made him believe the overlord would break away from his tactics. Wam pierced the cloak with his sword, and it pierced the overlord, right at the place it ran away to. Only then did Wam's sword capture the overlord, and the demon fire flowing on the sword melted the armor and burned the flank. The mithril longsword given by Commander Gerard fit well with Wam's demon fire. Wam smiled for the first time at the sound of roasting meat on an iron plate. The long-awaited noise sounded like a gospel for Wam. "Do you hate it being rare?" Contrary to Wam, the overlord screamed in agony, but soon switched to an angry expression and got rid of the sword. Compared to the injuries inflicted by Wam, its glare felt like a reward. Wam's sword skill, mana, and vision were sharpened and sublimated even to a higher level in the battle. While covering the difference in strength with demon fire, Wam didn't take a step. The dense and large amount of mana collided with each other, the stone pavements were peeling off, and they turned into rubbles. Without noticing, the monsters and soldiers were watching the battle from a distance. On one side, it was the highest strength that had been supporting the Dandard castle. On the other side, it was one of the lords behind the great outbreak. It was clear that the winner would have the upper hand in future battles. After dozens, no, hundreds of times crossing swords, Wam was about to enter the height of concentration he had never experienced before. The mouth forgot to even swallow the saliva, and only the information and actions necessary for vision were kept. The slashing wounds that were unilaterally inflicted would no longer be incurred anymore. If the overlord came to attack, it would be flexibly parried by sword technique and magic, and if there was a slight gap, Wam would attack. The high-pitched sound of the sword rubbing echoed repeatedly on the battlefield. It was like a duo playing a tune, and the sword was the instrument. Legs moving here and there, body turning here and there, from afar, it was like a breathtaking dance despite the hostility. It was the death that was waiting for those who chose to drop out. Even though Wam's left hand and organs were injured, the overlord's half-body was burning with a demon fire. Sure, it might be a small scale, but the demon fire was a skill that consumed a lot of mana. If Wam were to use it in an endurance battle, he would be inferior. Wam had to place a bet in order to break the rivalry. Wam cast wind magic as he jumped backward using the sword pressure of the overlord's attack to make some distance. Wam's body, which accelerated rapidly, screamed. Along with Wam, who wrapped around from the side to the rear, the overlord chased with an agility that couldn't be imagined from the large body, and a long sword was pointed to the landing point. Barely pulling his sword to parry, Wam recast wind magic, despite his ankles twisting and his muscles rupturing. The blade of the overlord cut the armor, but at the same time, Wam crossed the overlord again and wrapped around completely behind it. Wam, who crushed one of his legs, had only one option. He burned the stone pavement with a demon fire, and forcibly fixed his leg there. And with all his might, he slashed his sword. The sword that the overlord pulled back was pushed away, and the tip of the sword that got into the sturdy neck burned the flesh, cut the bones, and then separated the neck from the body. Wam was convinced of his victory, but distorted his mouth immediately. The overlord was beheaded for sure, but it smiled at the end. Wam's position, which was supposed to be the winner, was about to be reversed. It was an unsightly struggle from the overlord, but it was a fatal blow to Wam now. It felt like slow motion as the fingers of the overlord, which had lost its neck, approached his face. Wam realized that neither the effort to shift his upper body nor his magic was in time. Bastard! A sharp finger approached to fill the field of view. At the moment of darkness, Wam screamed with pain that shook his brain directly. G-H! G-H! Unbearable pain ran from where his eyes used to be. It wasn't clear to Wam whether it was a pain that was already too late, or not because the nerve-cutting sensation was still there. It's gonna break. My brain, it's gonna break. Juan didn't even have the time to flutter his limbs. The whole body began to convulse against the will. Arg arga. Like a poorly made automaton, Juan kept leaking words. Breathing was disturbed, the body was bending back, and it didn't stop. He heard some words, but his brain couldn't process them like usual. Juan was slowly invited into the endless darkness with severe pain. He struggled to grab something, but there was nothing. He couldn't even think whether his hands had lost senses or he completely lost it. After leaking a small groan for a while, as his voice got smaller, Wam's consciousness was completely cut off, and unlike the unobstructed bright blue sky, his empty eye sockets were dark. Chapter 63. Lost Light. Even at the start of the defensive battle, people had been continuing to come and go from the treatment center without stopping. It didn't change much even after the Flame Emperor Dragon destroyed the walls and castle tower with a breath attack. Tiredness started to be reflected in the healing magician's eyes. Treatment triage was put in effect. Ironically, in order to avoid useless death more than necessary, the priority was soldiers who can return to the front. Injured citizens, children, and women could only cry out loud for intolerable pain. The feeling that the life that could have been saved in peaceful times overflowed Ayan's mind and body. Her mana had already been squeezed, but she couldn't stop. For a while, dizziness and nausea had been rushing in her intermittently. Please help this child. Please help. I understand your feelings, but go back to the line. A father and mother with wounds in their arms, trying to bring their child under Ayan, were returned to the waiting line by High-Circ soldiers. It was a serious injury. The child's back had been scratched by a wolf, and the arms had been bitten. For the first aid, stopping the bleeding would be enough. But there were other lives to prioritize. She couldn't help the life that could be saved by prioritizing the life. There, Ayan noticed that she was fluttering. She started to wonder what was the difference between her and the prejudiced High-Circ soldiers. At that time, an adventurer with a large body rushed to the treatment center. A man was carried on his back. Movie! Open the way! What's the matter? Slightly delayed, High-Circ soldiers rushed through the crowd to make a way. Moritz, who was taking care of Ayan while monitoring her, asked the soldiers what happened. Knight Dano has. Battalion commander has been. The name wasn't shouted, but there was only one person which was called Knight in the besieged castle. Moritz, who changed his expression, moved around the back of an adventurer with a great shield and let out a whimper. Lay him down on the bed. Slowly. Moritz's suffocating and heavy words made Ayan's heart beat faster. That's no way. The man who was put on the bed was someone familiar, but he looked very different from the last time she saw him. Wawam-san. Looking directly at Wam's face, Ayan was desperate to suppress the nausea feelings that sprouted inside her. At the first meeting, they looked at each other with murderous intent. At times, they laughed together. The man who made Ayan feel emotional, Wam, his eyeballs weren't there. The hole was so deep that she hesitated to look at it, and the liquid, no one sure whether it was only the cerebrospinal fluid or the blood, was overflowing. It was so strange that he didn't die instantly. This is too horrible. Even Maya, who had been on the field as a healing magician for quite a long, couldn't hide her dismay. Maya Dano, could you heal him? Moritz asked with a murderous tone, but Maya didn't respond. To be precise, the silence was the answer. The soldiers who couldn't wait any longer shouted. We all need Commander Wam. Without him, the castle would fall. The commander cared for the soldiers and the people involved in the war. He fought and killed the Ogre Lord alone. The enemy's leadership has collapsed, but they are all still hungry and aiming for humans. The castle gate is about to be broken through. Without Knight Dano, we'll lose it for sure. One of the soldiers threw the head of the Ogre Lord, who had crossed blades many times with Wam, out of his hand as if it was something abominable. The head rolled on the ground. Although it was decapitated and died, the Ogre Lord's face wasn't full of anguish. The face had an eerie smile, and the mouth looked ugly. There might be exceptions, But even so, monsters and humans were incompatible with each other. At the treatment center, which was filled with confusion, a mutter was made that seemed to be drowned out by the hustle and bustle of the surroundings. "Wam-san, are you still conscious?" Ayin regretted having her ears close to Wam's mouth. If she didn't listen, perhaps she wouldn't need to know the ruthless reality and give up early. But she heard it. It's train time. I'm gonna be late to company." The light, still, red, always red. The crossing, strange. Shadow is coming. Stop, no. For those in this world, words that didn't make sense and sounded like a weird mumbling of someone on the verge of death were different for Ayin, a transferee. She remembered that in the past, he used the word high schooler, that the people of this world shouldn't know, and mentioned the clock hands, that shouldn't exist in this world. The true nature of the sense of incongruity in conversations up to now started to link in her mind. Hearing words from her hometown that she probably used in her daily life up until a few months ago, Ayin felt something stab her heart. She couldn't help but think, how could a human being, who was a citizen of a peaceful era and unrelated to the war, fight to the death every time? "Help, blood doesn't stop. Please stop it. Someone help. It hurts. It hurts. And my arm, where? Where is it?" Even now, from behind Ayin, everyone was calling for salvation. In the priority based on who could be saved, one was now in low priority. Should have been low. HM? I have to fight, or the castle, the people, the country will, nothing, I can't see anything. It's dark. So cold. The trembling hand was wandering in the air as if looking for something. Wam's fingers were wandering around without grasping anything. Ayin grabbed them with both hands. "Wam-san, it's gonna be okay. It's okay." When Ayin grabbed his hand, the remark stopped as if he was relieved, and he weakly grasped back. Feeling it, Ayin ridiculed herself as a terrible and selfish person. She had been throwing the word, priority, to excuse her actions, but now she was trying to help someone who was unlikely to be saved or healed. She just wanted to help. She couldn't help it. The way of their meeting might have been the worst. Still, the current relationship was comfortable for Ayin. Ayin herself didn't know whether it was the suspension bridge effect or the nostalgia of her hometown, but she opened her mouth. "The wounds? Will close the wounds. For sure." Ayin put her preparedness into words. "Ayin-sama, even if you close the wounds, what about his eyes?" Maya said sadly. The eyeballs that should have been in the eye sockets had been lost. Even Ayin, who could heal the defect, could not completely regenerate the complicated eyeball. "Could you heal him if you have eyes?" "Use one of my eyes." "Me too. As long as I have one eye, I won't get lost in the netherworld." Soldiers who fought under Wam, albeit for a short time, offered what they could give one after another. Maya rebuked those who were trapped in the madness of such rationality. If there is too much difference in mana density, even if you transplant it, it will only rot in no time. If you don't have eyes that can withstand Wamsan's mana, you shouldn't try to transplant. Also, there is a thing called compatibility. There were probably no more than 10 of the Hyserk Empire's army with mana that was comparable to Wam. There were no such soldiers in the barely holding castle. The people surrounding the treatment bed looked down due to the harsh and strict conditions. Meanwhile, Moritz ran his gaze on the rolling head. "What about the eyes of a monster, the Overlord?" "Moritz, are you saying it's the one who scooped out the commander's eyeballs?" "You're crazy." Soldiers rushed to Moritz and threw curses at him. Among them, only Maya and Ayin were considering it seriously. "Maya-san, do you have any precedent? People say that transplanting the monster's eye is something heretic, but there is no legitimate document saying about such thing in Krayist Kingdom, so... Are you really gonna transplant that demon eyes to Night Dano? Really?" Ayin confronted the Hyserk soldiers who uttered words of refusal. "Either way, this is the only eye that may be compatible. Or you say, there's another way to save him? Sure, It might sound selfish. Still, Ayn wanted to save Wam. The soldier faltered at the figure of a girl who lifted the head of the ogre lord with a threatening and angry look. I'll heal him. I will heal Wam-san. Ayn, who was only about the height of a trained High-Cirque soldier, gave off a feeling of intimidation that someone with her height shouldn't have. There was no longer any opposition, and she procced the treatment. Chapter 64. How long had it been since Wam entered a state that was too vague to call as conscious? For sure, it had been quite a long time since his brain's ability to understand the language completely had been lost. Nevertheless, the emotional screams echoed in his brain. Fix his position. Don't let him slip off the bed. What's going on? It's supposed to be compatible, right? Blood keeps oozing. There's no end. The eyelids are closing. No. This is bad. His consciousness is not coming back. Damn it. His heart and breathing have stopped. Move. I've some idea. Or what's with the cover? Push his heart as hard as you can with both hands. It's okay even if his ribs break. Fast. Come back. Wandano. Come back. No way, it's hopeless. Why? Even though I've connected the nerves without problem, why? The temporary wall has fallen. The castle gate has been destroyed. Soon, the monsters will come. Move the corpses out of the bed. Where? Just stack them there. Who cares? It's not the time to care about the dead. Refugees are being eaten. There aren't enough soldiers. Hold the affected area. As long as you can. It's the remnants of the Overlord's group. I'll stall them. Amy, stand. Nothing can be done to Elle anymore. I know it's painful, but save the villagers. Fight. You must fight. My intestines are coming out. Garg. We've not enough people to carry the injured. Carry them? To where? There's no escape anymore. It's over. No, I want to stay alive. I don't want to be eaten. Help me help. It was so noisy. Even if one wanted to move from such a place, his body felt heavy and his brain felt hot as if it was melting. With no ability to move, one had no choice but to listen to the hustle and bustle of the surroundings, just like hearing a broken radio. Wam-san, get up. Only one voice reached his brain. But, even processing the voice was already a heavy burden to his brain. Guessing the owner of the voice was almost impossible for him now. Wam tried to abandon it. Since he came to a different world, he had worked hard, perhaps more than enough. Crawling around the battlefield with bloody vomit everywhere, moving his body that should be put to rest, forcing himself many times, swinging his weapon down again and again, killing around, another killing, and more killing. Kill, and kill, he was exhausted. He wanted to rest so badly. Wam's consciousness was fading away, and slowly becoming muddy and muddier, but water droplets fell on his hands. It felt different from blood. He perceived someone holding his hand as he consciously sought the identity. Wam-san. A girl who continued seeking mercy from the world, comrades who kept fighting without stop, and citizens who had lost their escape were all seeking help, seeking salvation. What do you wish for with those muddy eyes? Worn out by the ruthless reality, the ethics inside him had become muddy. Even though he might be not that productive and could only crush, burn, and kill others, for now, Wam only wished for the ability to save the person in front of him. The eyes felt hot as if about to melt. Still, Wam tried to move and continued to exert force. The muddy consciousness cleared up rapidly. The first thing that jumped in the sight of Wam, who slowly opened his heavy eyelids, was a crying girl. Stop that terrible face. Wam couldn't think of good words since he still had a terrible headache. The girl's face, Ain's face, was swollen, probably because she kept crying. Wam-san! Since when have you regained consciousness? Ain said so while sniffling. Yeah, thanks to you. Even though it was a bloody world, the world felt vivid. The muddy eye that had been fighting together with him for a while was no longer there, and instead, it had been replaced by something else. As he ran his gaze around, he saw something nearby. It was the head of the ogre lord with no eyeballs. Wam realized what had happened. The monster that had scooped his eyes out was now got its eyes scooped out after its death. Wam touched his eyes through the eyelids. It was burning as if it wanted to reject the new body. He couldn't get rid of the piercing pain as if he was struck by a rusty nail, and the heat as if it wanted to melt away. Still, it fulfilled its purpose, even though the world looked lagging behind. The gears in the brain had been started a while ago, and were now in a better condition. Without long thought, Wam determined that it was a characteristic of the eye, his new eyes. I'm glad that you're awake, really. But for the Overlord's eyes to be compatible with you, it's just... Maya put her hand on her mouth, as she still couldn't believe her sight. My eyes feel like they're about to melt. It hasn't been stable yet. I have to continue to cast recovery magic, but my mana... A girl who had exhausted her mana and might faint at any moment, Ain. Her dedication to everyone in need was immeasurable for Wam, who had been only going around killing others. Wam groaned in pain, but turned back to a familiar voice. Wam Dunno! Since the loss of HQ, Wam had been unable to be at the treatment center and left the escort team to another man. That man rushed under Wam, as if a child jumping to hug their parent. Moritz, you're safe. So, what's the situation? After sorting out his thoughts, Moritz spat out the current situation in the castle in words. Half of the castle has fallen, and under the command of the brigade commander, some gate towers and walls are still holding on, but it's only a matter of time before the monsters reach here. The situation was as bad as it could be. Although Wam won the life or death battle, he couldn't stop the monsters completely just by that. Perhaps this situation could have been prevented if he didn't collapse. But at the very least, he was somewhat happy that the situation was a little better than he had expected. I understand. Not only the crushed eyes but also the leg that got twisted when forcibly using wind magic was healed. Wam picked up the clothes, put them on, and put on the equipment. The people there were stunned, but Ain immediately shouted. Why are you still trying to fight? If you force yourself in such condition, you'll die for sure this time. Yeah, I may die for real. Still, I can't just sit down. You healed my eyes for this reason, right? Wam had been turning a blind eye to any reason he had in his mind because he always followed the order. But as the headquarters, which was full of higher-ranking soldiers, had been lost, he thought that there was no need to make an excuse anymore. Staying alone until the end, he didn't want such a thing to happen, to share a pitiful fate with the castle. That was why he decided to keep fighting as long as he could move. That's not why I healed you. Why don't you understand? Why? Why can you give your own life so easily? Is it for the people? For the country? Why? Wam, who couldn't think about a reply, shut his mouth. Is it because this is your second life? Wam opened his eyes as if he had been pierced by the girl. Perhaps his expression looked so dumb right now. I don't know. Just that, I don't plan to give my life away for free. Please stay alive. Please come back alive. I didn't heal you for you to die. I healed you because I wanted you to stay alive. Yeah, I promise. When Wam nodded, he wore all the equipment and looked down at the mask. It was shaking as if to make fun of what he just said. Although the owner, Wam, was fatally injured, the mask didn't seem to care in the slightest. What a rude mask. While complaining, Wam wore the familiar mask. Perhaps it was actually concerned about its owner. Now after it stuck to his face, it swayed modestly. Luckily, someone smart picked up Wam's equipment and brought it to the treatment center too. I shall leave the defense of the treatment center area to you. And I shall go back to strike the enemy. The soldiers returned a good cry. The fierce men had been baptized with bloody vomit and sneaked through the life or death situation many times. Their bodies had been wounded many times. No soldiers were a battle virgin. Such soldiers were ready to defend the treatment center, to expose themselves to the battlefield once again. Being sent by the soldiers' battle cry, Wam returned to the front line where the last stand was still ongoing with an uncontrollable impulse from his burning eyes. Chapter 65. Why you small fry, when the battalion, Commander returns, it's over. The High Ogre bit the flank of a soldier with a big mouth. The prey that could only groan momentarily recoiled, and blood overflowed from the throat after a painful voice. You gah! The High Ogre tasted and swallowed the chewed meat. The crunchy fresh flesh with mana, overflowing fresh blood, and screams stimulated the appetite and atrocity of the High Ogre. The High Ogre broke open the ribs while enjoying the elasticity of the internal organs in the mouth. Then the heart was torn off and swallowed. Feeling thirsty, the High Ogre tore off the limbs and drank blood. Haven't been satisfied yet, it tore off the abdomen and ate the entrails. In the castle full of humans, the High Ogre behaved according to its desire. Speaking of miscalculations, the Lord, that was the pinnacle of High Ogre, was in conflict with a human, who spouted blue flames. The death of the revered Lord kept the High Ogre feeling sad and embarrassed, but it was quick to switch. The tops of the same rank were killed in action in the battle with a human. To decide the next leader, the High Ogre must kill the myriad of compatriots that claimed to be the strongest and reigned over their corpses. But now the High Ogre could reign at the top of the flock as the next generation leader without doing anything. Not only the compatriots, but the other vulgar monsters would also follow. The diverse herds were intoxicated by the feast of humans, even at the cost of great sacrifice. The High Ogre was continuing its meal, but extracted only its favorite human organs. The internal organs of human warriors and wizards with a lot of mana, especially the heart, were a treat. The best. By continuing this, it started to see the road to be the Lord both in name and reality. The High Ogre was full of ambition. Besides, even if it wasn't the meat of a warrior, the meat of women and children was soft. It could eat them, use the women, or crush them. Human beings were just born to be overrun. Feeling enough, the High Ogre threw away the human with the squishy torso after eating it roughly. Inferior little monsters were flocking to the leftovers. In search of more prey, the monsters marched to a place where humans were sheltering. Wolf bit the whole body of a soldier who had been late to escape. A stupid troll swallowed a child, crushing the bones of the whole body, and a goblin was using a woman who had her limbs crushed. It was complete pandemonium, a banquet for monsters. The human territory was slowly turning into demon territory. Seeing the full of destruction scene, the High Ogre shook itself in joy. The monsters following the High Ogre rushed into the human's fragile defense. A hole was made in the goblin's throat, the skeleton was crushed into mere bones, and the orc was cut in the neck. The High Ogre ridiculed the useless resistance. Kicking the kobold and using it as a shield from a spear attack, the High Ogre slashed the spear tip with a claymore and jumped into the nasty human. The High Ogre swung the claymore several times, and all the clique humans would sink to the ground. A monster covered the human being who was constantly lying down on the ground. The human was bitten by the ugly jaw, scraped off by the claw, and finally, his limbs were torn off. The humans who could escape had escaped. And now, there were monsters inside and outside the castle. For the High Ogre, the humans in here weren't different from a horned rabbit shivering inside the burrow. The monsters started running after the humans who tried to run away now, slaughtering them one by one. It should have been a good amount of exercise before a meal. At that moment suddenly a wind blew in the castle where there should be no wind. The air became hot and turned into a stormy wind. The overflowing blue flame turned the skeleton into ashes and purified the ghoul. A little monster was fluttering around the ground. A wolf was running around in the fire. For the High Ogre, it wasn't the first time to see the abominable blue flame. What emerged from the flame was the human who killed the Lord. He also had the eyes of the Lord, the golden eyes, that made any ogre give up in one sight. One thing for sure, it wasn't as shiny as before. Impossible. No way. Why was the human still alive? Why did the human have that eye? Was the human really a human? Such a feeling sprouted inside the High Ogre when it saw the human behind the blue flame. The High Ogre denied its feelings. A superior being shouldn't be as afraid of humans. If the human was alive, the High Ogre could just kill until the human died for real. When the High Ogre roared, the kobolds nearby threw arrows, spears, and stones. Goblin mage and wraith cast magics. Instead of shrinking, the blue flame spread and invited those monsters to the sea of fire. The monsters screamed while dancing weirdly. The traces that it passed through were equally turned all heads into skulls, and without stop, it turned them into a skeleton on the ground that would never stand up again. The steps of the human were like a king, like the flame emperor dragon. The one from the same race as the high ogre jumped into the man, but even though the body warped in mana, it was easily killed by a sword wrapped with blue flames. As if weeds were cut, they were slashed, burned to death, and just like that, the human was approaching the high ogre. A hellbat and death condor were flying overhead, but in a moment, they got burned down from the sky due to the turbulence of the airflow and the scorching blue flame. The ground, the sky, and the landscape were all dyed in blue. Still, the high ogre snarled and jumped in. There was no such thing as running away. The human moved the eyes and narrowed them. The high ogre tried hard to not look at the eyes. The high ogre kicked up the ground and slashed down the claymore with all its strength, but was stopped. For a human with a height just about the chest of the high ogre, the human could be considered as strong. But the high ogre didn't want to admit it. Gripped the big sword and pulled it back. The high ogre slashed it to the left and right, lower and upper, but the human didn't make big movements. The attack was avoided with just a slight movement. It was as if the high ogre's behavior had been seen through. The instinct shouted to escape, yet the pride as a great monster, an ogre, continued to push the high ogre into battle. Raised the roar that shook the atmosphere, the high ogre tried to suppress the blue flame. With the greatest blow of the high ogre, the human should be dead. The high ogre noticed a sense of discomfort from the half-body. The body slowly shifted, and the heat burned its whole body. The torso of the high ogre was then slashed, and blue flames overflowed from the scar. The high ogre fluttered one of its arms and opened its mouth to breathe, but only flames came out from the mouth. Blue spread around the high ogre's view. Gradually, the movement of the high ogre slowed down, leaving only a burnt corpse on the cobblestones. Chapter 66. Repeating shallow breathing while kicking up the cobblestones, blood and mana were circulating in Wam's body in a confusing manner. His lungs were thirsting for oxygen, and he could feel the blood rushing from the bottom of his belly. It had already been several hours since the fight with the high ogre, a monster that shouldn't be strange to be called the quasi-commander. The high ogre brought together some monsters and scaled up the attack into a big offensive. Wam was lucky. The humans in Dander Castle were on the verge of annihilation for sure, and although it was unclear whether they were proud or lacking in overall force, the movements of the monsters became careless. Had he not succeeded in reaping the head of the colony first, Wam would have died, being pushed by a number of monsters under it. Without sticking to one place, Wam kept moving and killing only the monsters in the direction of travel. If he was surrounded, he would deploy demon fire to procrastinate the checkmate, and even if the monsters weren't burned to death, they would be at least burned to the extent where their fighting ability was greatly reduced. Huff ha huff ha huff. Backed by the giant stamina and power, the half-burnt troll that endured the low output of the blue flames slammed the pillars of the collapsed barracks against Wam. Wam tilted his upper body, slid the sole of his foot, which was in contact with the ground, and jumped into the air. A pillar was approaching in front of him, but it passed by without touching his body. Swung the sword with the momentum of slipping, slashing the fibula and ligaments of the ankle, and the posture of the giant who lost support collapsed. The troll punched his hand onto the ground and escaped the fall, but it couldn't prevent the pursued stab. Penetrating the Adam's apple, Wam held his sword without letting it go. The sword kept moving to welcome the war hammer that lizard man unleashed, shifting the trajectory from Wam's body. Feeling the pleasant treble of metal momentarily, Wam turned his wrist back. The throat of the lizard man, which hardened as if time had stopped, burst in no time, and fresh blood overflowed like a fountain. A goblin jumped out of the shadow of a troll's corpse while slamming an iron scrap that couldn't be called a weapon against Wam. But he shifted half of his body, and the attack passed right beside him, giving him no danger. Grabbed the goblin's head with one hand, pulled it to his feet, and kicked it up with his knees. Wam slammed the unconscious goblin against the ground, smashing its head. At the same time, he felt monsters were rushing in from all sides. Mana was consumed, hot air spread, and blue flames eroded the surroundings with a slight delay. A horned grizzly wrapped in blue flames. Feeling that its eyes got roasted, the bear closed the eyes and swung its powerful arms. Wom knocked down his sword at the top and broke the skull of the bear, which was swaying its claws in all directions. Relying on its sense of smell, a wolf with burnt fur jumped in even though the skin had been exposed. A long sword was inserted into its mouth and pierced the throat, causing the wolf to stiffen in the air. Smashing the corpse, Wom ran through the side of the corpse, chasing the rest of the dancing monsters. How many times did Wom repeat slashing, wiping, stabbing, crushing, burning, and running? Even Wom himself didn't know. The slime that tried to sprinkle the digestive juice was roasted, and its liquid body scattered into the air. A werewolf who had endured the fire tried to chase after Wom. A sharp claw that could easily tear his skin was stretching, but cut through the sky without scratching any of his muscles. The werewolf was still close and tried to hug Wom like a lover, but Wom's answer was a rejection. Before its arms could grab his body, a sharp tip cut off the torso, and the lower back broke while screaming. It was a great outbreak that seemed to last indefinitely, but as the battles continued, the influx slowed down, and Wom noticed that the number of monsters had dropped sharply. It was as if what was written in the scriptures of Durga Agama, Sanjeeva, Wom could imagine the future of his struggle there. Sanjeeva is the reviving Naraka, aka hell. In short, it's a place in hell, where it's said that you'll be killed by something hot like fire, or fiery weapons, then you'll be revived, killed again, revived again, as many times. The limbs were as heavy as lead, the viscera were screaming, and the eyes were trembling with dull pain. From the time he was aware of the end, Wom's movement lost its fineness. A lizard man thrust a short spear from behind. Wom crossed his legs and flipped, but his legs were slightly entangled with the spear. Wom, who deflected the spear tip with the sword, used strike in a trajectory from the bottom to top, rubbing the ground to the air. The lizardman's arms and neck were cut off, and blood blew out of its remaining torso and arms. At that time, Wom captured the creeping shadow while avoiding blood splashes. The chin was torn to its cheeks, the head and chest closely resembled those of humans, but the lower body was in the shape of a serpent. 2 daggers shimmered suspiciously. A pair of Chris daggers, a weapon with a wavy blade like a flamberge. Wom's hand was slightly numb when he caught the stab with his sword. Even in this situation, he couldn't help but have extra thoughts, and it cost him his momentum in handling his sword. Ha ha huff. Focus, look only at the monster in front of you. Circulating his breathing, Wom managed to switch his gears. The remaining Chris dagger approached from the side, and the tail extended to his feet. Reflexively caught the Chris dagger with the back of his hand, and scooped up and cut the tail that was about to entangle him with a sword. The lamia tried to push to the end with another stab while making a menacing sound. Wom, on the other hand, took advantage of the longsword's reach, and when he stepped on one foot, he slashed the lamia from the waist to the shoulder. The lamia didn't die immediately, but could no longer be a threat. A poison spider jumped from the rubble wreckage, and at the same time, a double-headed Orthrus also jumped in, giving Wom no break. Wom skewered the poisoned spider that fell from overhead and threw the cramping spider at the 2-headed wolf. The Orthrus made a small step to the left and turned its 2 jaws toward Wom, but only one evasive action, and now he had a chance to fight back. Wom jumped back and extended his sword horizontally. The Orthrus was slashed from the chin to the top, cutting both heads in one go, and the body, which had lost both heads, slid on the ground with good momentum. 3 orcs, which saw an opportunity, were approaching Wom, who was sluggish. The leading orc covered the vital area with a round shield while approaching, but it was easy for Wom to deal with it. Knees were cut off as it was the blind spot of the shield user, and the orc fell forward. Wom slid his finger into the orc's eyeball, and the blue fire went inside. The eyeballs popped instantly like popcorn, and the brain was boiled. A second orc thrust the spear, but the tip of the spear was crushed with strike, and just like that, the attack went to cut through the defenseless throat. The orc tried to escape its death by holding down its throat, but couldn't stop bleeding with a mana barrier, in the end, only prolonged its life by a few seconds. The last orc was approaching. Wam changed his grip and supported the bottom of his handle with one hand. He fixed his sword in its path and greeted the orc. Feeling that the tip of his sword stabbed its heart, Wam pulled it out while twisting. The dead orc spewed blood in a lot volume from the stab wound in its mouth, leaning against Wam and lastly, falling to the ground. Wam ran his gaze around as if twisting his neck. The surrounding monsters were about 30. Hundreds or more remained in the entire castle, but the torrent of monsters that felt like infinity started to feel finite, somewhat manageable. Chapter 67. Wam kicked the kobold while exhaling an unsteady breath and noticed the shaking earth. He wondered if his semicircular canals were paralyzed by the pile of fatigue, but his body was still normal. Perhaps it was caused by a few remaining comrades, or a monster that escaped death. In any case, Wam was convinced that something was causing the crawling vibration, and so he tried to search for the cause. To his wonder, something was finally in sight. Sprinkled with rubble and soaring dust, the castle gate was crushed without any trace, and something was heading straight to Wam. It looked like an earthworm, but its surface was covered with hardened skin and there was no eyeball. Above all, it was huge. Wam had heard about it. No way is it a tyrant worm. Such a big one still left. Wam got the information about some monsters from the Deborah family, a former adventurer, who thought that some other dangerous monster might have invaded the Hyserk Empire's territory along with the Flame Emperor Dragon. The monster, which could be said to have a high degree of danger even in A-class monsters, shook its giant body, lifted it, and slammed it in Wam's direction. Despite the casual slamming, the monsters surrounding Wam were wiped out. When the tip of the head was opened in 5 directions, the tyrant worm entangled the monster that was stuck, lifted the head, and swallowed it. Blood droplets and pieces of meat from the pathetic monster poured onto the surface of the earth like heavy rain. No discrimination, huh? It had a destructive power and indiscriminate predation, but this was a desirable development for Wam. The commander of the great outbreak that attacked Dandard Castle had been lost, and some demons must have been freed from the constraints. If there was a problem, it was the fact that Wam was also regarded as a very attractive and favorable prey because of his mana. Do I look like a tasty food? Wam used wind magic to avoid the approaching head. The buildings are collapsing as it rubbing the ground, and the rubble, which should be heavy, was scattered like a cannonball. The movement was slow, but due to its size, it caused widespread damage. Wam couldn't get closer to the treatment area anymore. If such a monster rushed in, the injured who couldn't move would be a nice snack to fill its stomach. Wam deployed demon fire as what his mana allowed him to, and kept roasting the tyrant worm. Perhaps it had no vocal cords. The tyrant worm bit its teeth, twisted itself, and randomly spread destruction around. As a matter of course, the outer skin was enveloped in a magical barrier, and the whole body couldn't be burned by the blue flames. It might have been burned to death if it continued to be roasted in maximum power, but now Wam couldn't have such a luxurious way of fighting. A long sword was slashed to the outer skin, but the outer skin was thick. There was no choice but to make a hole somewhere like when fighting a crawler in the past, and burn it from the inside. Since there were no joints or eyeballs, it wasn't possible to aim at a relatively soft place and burn it to death. It was extremely difficult to identify the place of excretion. At this moment, the broken battle axes at one of the defense layers in the Sarajevo fortress came to mind. Unlike the 3 idiots, there wasn't even any trace of his body left. The former squad leader would have tried to destroy it from the inside with his battle axes and his skill strike. Such a begging was nothing but escapism. Wam immediately switched his consciousness. Fortunately, the tyrant worm was following its tasty-looking Wam. He was about to succeed in moving it to near the walls, away from the treatment center and other human standing areas. The oral cavity of the tyrant worm, which had begun to pick and eat nearby food with its chin wide open, was exposed. The whole body of the orc was rubbed down by the myriad of fangs. The spilled limbs were covered with yellowed saliva. The unscrupulous tyrant worm was obsessed with fresh monsters and abandoned corpses. In terms of toughness and strength, It surpassed a crawler, but its brain was less than an insect. Wam, who went into the gaps in the rubble and escaped to the outside of its senses, ran up to the rampart with wind magic and got a whole view. At this rate, his mana would only be wasted. It was obvious for Wam that his mana would be dried out by the end of the fight. The tyrant worm, which would have been fishing for prey by relying on the smell, couldn't find Wam, who had escaped to the rampart, and was trying hard to pick up the surrounding monsters. The tyrant worm was excellent at eradicating its fellow monsters, but such a big oral cavity shouldn't be pointed at humans. Even now, the ugly mouth was open in 5 directions, and the ogre that had become burnt was going inside. Wam, who was thinking about how to land damage, had his eyes nailed to its huge mouth. A dangerous bet just came into his mind. There might be other safety measures, but if the tyrant worm ate up all the food, it would start moving. If that were to happen, Wam would miss the opportunity. Is there any other way? After moving from the wall to the gate tower, Wam searched for the object. Fortunately, there was still abundant of it. Wam randomly tore the monster's belly and bathed it from his head. An ugly odor spread into the nasal passages, and when the body rejected it, the acidity rose from the back of the throat. The intestines and other organs that had no function anymore stuck lightly to Wam's body. The color was perfect, and the rich scent would strongly stimulate the appetite of the customer. Wam, who praised himself for his good sense, screamed while spreading the odor with wind magic. "Earthworm's bastard! Until when you're going to eat that bad stuff? The real treat is hurry!" Wam shouted like high-pitched mourning of a girl who was taken down by her rival and driven by the flames of jealousy. The flirtatious tyrant worm shifted interest from the monsters which were craving its attention and rushed straight to Wam. "Yes, come! Follow me!" The big mouth opened and the inside of the oral cavity was clearly visible. There were a lot of fangs that were too small to count, and a lot of food scraps were caught in between. Wam ran while keeping a certain distance. If he stumbled, he would join the pieces of meat in its mouth. He had no desire for atrocities such as letting himself be minced. "Ha ha ha, it's fast even though it doesn't have legs." Fortunately, Wam arrived at the destination without getting lost or falling. Wam jumped into the entrance of the gate tower. Countless fangs were approaching his eyes. The mouth tried to swallow Wam, but the dragon-like giant was too big to fit the entrance for the purpose of human passage. The tyrant worm collided with the gate tower, making an unbelievable roar as it felt like being blocked. The tyrant worm tried to bite the fangs into the gate tower and prey on the stones, which was the sight that Wam had been waiting for. The odor that could bend someone's nose was all over the body. It was unclear how much corpse meat was caught and eaten. Wam's nasal passages were rejecting, but he pushed forward in the face of the long-awaited opportunity. "Are you sure leaving your mouth open that big? It'll get burned!" The demon fire that was deployed with all might spread explosively in the oral cavity and burned down the viscera. The tyrant worm was closing its mouth and tried to escape from the blue flame, but the fangs dug into the gate tower, and the flame burned its muscles, causing adhesions and not closing normally. "I won't let you run away!" The tyrant worm was twisting violently, and continued to be burned from inside the body by the blue flames that could melt even iron. And after a few seconds, the giant trembled a little. The movement slowed down, and finally, the tyrant worm was exhausted without escaping from the gate tower and the blur fire. "I won!" Repeated battles, exhausted mana, nauseous fatigue, distorted vision, and even loss of balance. Unbearable, Wam collapsed from his knees. Wam felt the victory, but he frowned at the falling objects. It was only a fragment, but it gradually increased in size and number. The rush and bad footsteps of the tyrant worm caused fatal damage to the gate tower, which was built where its structural strength could be maintained without relying on pillars. The gate tower began to collapse. His plan wasn't very thorough. It was no joke for Wam to win the battle but lost the war. "Ha, is this the end?" The only entrance had been blocked by a large burnt tyrant worm. A large amount of rubble that could easily crush a human fell from overhead. He crawled miserably, and could only try to escape even if it would end up futile. Then, Words flowed from his mouth naturally. I'm sorry. Was it for his country? Comrades? Or only Wam knew? The last thing Wam saw with his burning eyes was the approaching rubble. As the vivid world turned dark, his consciousness was lost. Chapter 68. Burnout. 12,000 Heiserk soldiers, 3,000 former Myard soldiers, 7,000 volunteers, and 81,000 refugees were all humans who had filled the Dandard castle. It had now been reduced to less than 10,000 soldiers and civilians. Men and women of all ages and those who could move were all involved in the battle in some way. In short, it was the result of being involved. The monsters that might reach 100,000 in numbers have fallen everywhere inside and outside the castle, and the monsters that have been missed were still wandering around. In the corner of the castle tower that escaped the collapse, those who had been raised to the representative position exchanged opinions. It should be a holding up in this castle. We have destroyed all the monsters, haven't we? Heiserk's soldier with one arm hung said so. Sure, we've destroyed them, but it's all thanks to the demon fire, right? Deborah, who had been made to be a temporary platoon commander, brought the story back to reality. The success of the defense of the Great Outbreak, if he focused on words alone, it certainly sounded sweet. But not for those involved. Moritz, who had been quietly listening, opened his mouth. Yes, we lost our pillar, Wamdano. Moritz had determined that it was time to face the unacceptable reality. Wam's worth as a military man for Moritz was that of a hero. To the headquarters which lost the chain of command, Wam organized the confused castle, and always fought on the front lines. For Moritz, who spent most of his military career as a messenger of the headquarters, he was so grateful for his good luck that he could be in a position of assisting Wam, who was a supportive person even in private life. The Lord to serve should have been found. Now, it was lost, and Moritz was knocked down to the bottom of his disappointment. Still, 10,000 people survived. He couldn't afford to stagnate. Without Battalion Commander Wam, we can't talk about defense. We fought together, even though I was behind the scenes. There were countless monsters that he had killed alone. That's the truth. Can we get the same results without him? He had killed the Crawler, Tyrant Worm, and even the Overlord. Who can do the same? Frigg, the survivor of Wam's subordinates, shuddered. Moritz could understand his feelings well. It was the troops led by both men who searched around the castle to the end. They fought under a hero whose story would be handed down to posterity, and won the siege battle that was supposed to be their demise. But the protagonist didn't last until the very end. Who had the right to scream loudly for victory now? None. Moritz turned to Ain, who was participating in the meeting. The effects of physical and mental fatigue on the ghastly battlefield were enormous already. And now, the figure of the person who she barely saved and hoped for his return from unreasonably jumping into the deadly zone, wasn't there. How much mentally worn down was she at this moment? The absent-minded figure of Ain was really painful to see. And the first one who cursed at the cause of it was Moritz. He thought that his lord was such a terrible person to make a girl sad and leave her behind. Moritz was aware that what his lord did was a stupid act. Although it was to defend the castle from being destroyed, Wam, who had been injured to the extent that he was almost dead, after being healed, immediately went back to the battlefield. The Dandard castle was craving for Wam to return to the battlefield. Those who had looked his back as a soldier were hoping for it. Even Moritz wanted a hero named Wam. Rather than the loss of the hero, those who knew Wam were more saddened by the loss of Wam as a person. Though he had a short relationship with Wam, Moritz was one among those people. But the one who was most saddened by this must be Ain, who was the last person to exchange words with him and saw him off. Despite the relationship between a prisoner of war and the supervisor, there was a sympathetic connection between them that Moritz couldn't understand. Moritz believed it was Ain's dedication that brought Wam, who was traveling to the netherworld, back to the real world. That was why Moritz thought that the feeling of loss the girl had right now must be immeasurable for him to even understand. The last time Wam returned to the treatment center was with serious injuries. And he didn't come back this time. Ain's shock couldn't be healed that easily. And even if it was a sentimental meeting, they must proceed. In our beloved homeland, 200,000 monsters are lurking along with the Flame Emperor Dragon, and the other two armies couldn't be contacted with communication magic tools. Even the Imperial City couldn't be contacted. Justice, the only brigade commander, wartime, who escaped the difficulty of the Flame Emperor Dragon's breath, said so to confirm the status quo. The thin hair was polished, and the dark circles were deeply carved under his eyes. Moritz was well aware that justice was the shadow pillar of the defense of Dandurg Castle. A shift in force, distribution of supplies, and guidance for the citizens. Without justice commanding that side, the number of survivors could have been less than half of what it was now. Moritz thought that the Flame Emperor Dragon, which destroyed his home country, would likely return to its nest in the demon territory. If that were to happen, there would be a risk that it would return following the path it came. Only this time, the humans left in Dandurg Castle would be eradicated for real. We have no choice but to go to Celta territory of Mire. Ask for forgiveness and beg for mercy. No way. Relying on Mire, even though they also affected, they're one of the culprits. Brigade Commander, are you serious? Until the end, I'll always be a soldier of the High-Cirque Empire. Even if the country is going to ruin, I'm prepared to devote myself if necessary to bring it back to glory. I've a family and friends in the Imperial City, but now, they no longer exist. Justice scattered the documents he had in his hand on the desk. I wrote down the communication history using the communication magic tool. It's still not confirmed, so I refrained from telling it. The reactions of the High-Cirque soldiers who read through the scattered documents were mixed. The First Army and the Second Army are destroyed, and His Excellency Gerard also died in battle with the castle as a pillow. And His Majesty the Emperor. Did the Flame Emperor Dragon invade the Imperial City just one day after overtaking Dandurg? All contact with major cities is lost. There is no response from any place under High-Cirque territory by communication magic tools, and the only place where you can contact within the communication range is Celta territory of Mire. Justice told so and squeezed his mouth until everyone had finished reading the paperwork. Communication blackout would mean that humans had been lost from the surrounding area. Moritz was once again struck by reality. At the same time, he marveled at the boldness of Justice, who even after knowing the surroundings, personally hid it and continued to take command. I don't want to admit I don't want to. But the High-Cirque Empire isn't dying, it's already died. And no way High-Cirque is, nah. Did we lose? Then, for what reason we're still here? I can't. I don't believe this. I've a family in the Imperial City. When the expedition is over, I'm going to give them souvenirs. I was going to give it. Even generals and commanders who survived the hellish battlefield couldn't hide their dismay and were weeping. Is it really not possible? Perhaps it's a malfunction of the communication magic tool. Communication is completely cut off, including reserves. Ha ha ha. Ha ya ya. Fa. The general, who was holding back his emotions, held his head while making a meaningless scream. There was no one, no participant of this war who could keep their face. Not a single one. Even Moritz couldn't help but shed tears. He was just doing his best to stay silent. Do we have no homeland, no war god, no heroes? Dead country. These two words were clearly in Moritz's mind. Feeling lonely and cold, he quietly put himself on a chair. The high-ranking soldiers of Mire, who were taken prisoners and fought together on the battlefield, survived. They've talked to them with the communication magic tool. We'll head to Celta and go into exile in Mire. That's all there is to the Empire. I will not stop those who are feeling crushed and want to head to their hometown. Still, as a soldier of the High-Cirque Empire, I want to save you. Even if this is something hard to endure, intolerable, you have to steel yourself. Even if what awaits you is only a series of endless misfortunes, it won't change the fact that you, brave soldiers, are the only remnants of the High-Cirque Empire. If blood were to flow out of eyes, it wouldn't be possible except now. Justice clenched his teeth as if wanted to crush them, opening his red-colored eyes. Those who keep their eyes on the desk and cry, those who look up at the ceiling as if they were in love, those who just keep quiet and ponder. In the end, no one criticized justice. On this day, people disappeared all at once from Dandard Castle, and the old castle, which had escaped the fall despite being hit by a great outbreak, fell under the control of the monsters. Chapter 69. The abdomen of the tyrant worm, which was integrated with the walls, was burned, and heated body fluids and burnt pieces of meat were scattered around. From the inside, a protruding sword tip repeatedly scraped off the outer skin and something crawled out. It was Wam. Wam took pride in his decision to jump into the mouth of the tyrant worm, which had died out of breath, but in addition to fatigue, he was squeezed inside by the rubble of the gate tower and the weight of the tyrant worm. He was stuck and fainted. To have fainted 3 times on the battlefield. Loss of consciousness on the battlefield shouldn't be that strange, but those unconscious people died in most cases. Those who could stay alive should be considered lucky. Still, Wam, who had fainted 3 times over a long period of time, could be said to have bad luck. Overlooking the castle from the giant corpse of a lying tyrant worm. It was horribly quiet. No sound. Wam, who landed on the ground with a long sword thrust against the outer skin, started running. Birds were singing on the top of the corpses of humans and monsters, and insects were springing up. Some corpses had turned into undead and were reaching out to Wam in search of fresh meat, as if they envied the living flesh. Sorry. A sword that entered from the temporal region stopped its action as the head was sliced. Frustration and anxiety dominated Wam, accelerating his feet. There were no large monsters left, and the number wasn't that many. The problem was that humans couldn't be seen at all. There was only their corpse that was eaten and hunted, or that became a monster. Anyone there? Is anybody out there? Wam shouted while sprinkling death on the monsters. There was no one in the warehouse, and no one on the ramparts either. He felt lonely, as if he were alone in the world. Death was scattered everywhere. There were various causes of death, regardless of whether they were old or young, women or men, soldiers or civilians, humans or monsters. A faint black smoke rose from the scorched hut. It was just a place full of corpses. Reply if you hear me. Please. As long as the one who replied was a human, it should be fine. Move the eyes here and there, searching hard. Still, hope never came true. Wam realized that his steps were getting heavier as he headed to the treatment center where he promised to return. It was as if a wraith was holding his foot. Hey, please. Don't do this to me. Stop. I won't believe it. Wam had to see. But he didn't want to see. Hesitated, his hands were quivering. Still, he decided to open the door to the treatment center. The odor had been engraved in the air. A stink that seemed as if it had been condensed spread in the nasal cavity. The viscera and excrement were mixed with the putrid odor. It even painted out the residual scent of incense and holy water. From the dimly lit room, the sound of chewing and slurping something could be heard. There were only goblins fishing for meat. Those engrossed goblins continued to shake their hips over the corpse. Full of wrath, Wam embodied the flames of hatred. Don't think you'll die easily. A group of goblins, about 20, attacked to welcome the late visitor, Wam. In less than a minute, the goblins were trying to escape from the room. Cut off the limbs of the goblin that the legs had been burned by the blue fire, then tore the torso repeatedly, until it died. If there was no reaction, time for the next prey. All that was left was a pile of goblin corpses and devoured corpses. It was no longer possible to tell who was who. Still, it didn't change the only reality, that there were no survivors left. In the room, which was smeared with viscera and bloody vomit, only corpses were left. All the beds, which should have been full of people, were empty. Everyone, are you all dead? The comrades who fought together, the people seeking asylum, and the girl who came from the same world, same country. All of them couldn't be seen. Ha ha ha! You damn useless! You couldn't do anything at a crucial time. You couldn't help even one. Nothing could be saved. You're just a useless human, you worth nothing. Wam laughed at the decaying castle. He could only laugh. He couldn't control my emotions well. Randomly killing monsters and roaming the castle in search of survivors, but everywhere, only the traces of a bloodbath were left thickly. At some point, Wom stopped letting out any voice. The area around the temporary wall was particularly terrible, with millions of human corpses and monster corpses. It was a place where they fought for their survival after all. At one corner, Wom was reunited with the adventurer. Leave the body to the rubble and didn't make a slight movement. Life had been lost from the eyes staring at the void. There was Amy, and her arms, lovingly holding Al, who had only his neck. There was no doubt that the cause of death was bleeding from the neck caused by the wolf species as seen from the bite marks. I couldn't let go of my grudges for what you did in the forest, but I didn't want to kill you. It's true. Believe me. I'm sorry. Having fought side by side, Wom found that they were nice people to get along with. They fought not only for the mired people, but also for their nemesis, the High-Cirque soldiers. Although it was all for survival, they looked good in Wom's muddy eyes. There were no survivors in the castle. As he continued to wander, he arrived at where the headquarters were set up, and he climbed the castle tower that was half destroyed by the breath. The inside of the castle tower, where the trace of a dragon's blow remained strong, was also stained with blood. There was no preferential treatment between men and women of all ages. The mother with a baby in her torso was pierced in her belly, and now was laying down with no breath. High-Cirque soldiers who left only a few pieces of meat clinging to the armor were scattered on the floor. The wreckage of citizens, who had completely lost their hometown, was piled up in the corners. Every time Wom walked in the corridors and stairs, sticky water stuck to the soles of his feet. Even though it could be easily identified, he didn't want to confirm. As he climbed the stairs, a spider web and corpses greeted Wom. Corpses covered in white like a mummy were piled up in one corner as the body fluid had been sucked dry. A fat death spider lifted its legs, threatening Wom. The mana of the human facing the spider swelled, and although the spider had patiently sewed the nest, the spider abandoned its nest and chose to rout. Immediately, blue flame ran down the aisle and burned down the spider and its nest, even the corpses too. After extinguishing the fire, Wom turned to the carbonized corpse. There was a slight expression of anguish on his face. It was hell. The sense of balance went wrong. It was the limit. Support the staggering body with a wall and proceeded down the corridor. Wom found a room that couldn't be opened. It seemed that the entire castle tower was deformed by the breath, and some rooms couldn't be opened because there was something wrong happened with the door. Held the sword and pried open the twisted door with strike. The doorknob was crushed and pieces of wood were scattered around. Wom invaded the room. Fortunately, no one blamed the act. Household goods were left in the room, which was supposed to be the private room of the castle servant. It wasn't contaminated with blood or filth, and was kept clean. Now, it could be regarded as a valuable place in the castle. Wom, who blocked the entrance with furniture, took off his whole armor into the room, held a sword and a magic bag, and jumped into the bed. Having already exceeded his limits, Wom exhaled his emotions. Ah-ha-ha-ha! Damn it, damn it, damn it! Why? Why did it turn out this way? Wom, holding a sword, was struck by intolerable loneliness. In order to keep his sanity, he took out the fruit liquor from his magic bag and swallowed the contents of the bottle at once. He didn't savor the taste. Took out the high percentage liquor in succession and poured it all into the stomach. The liquor bottles were emptied one after another and rolled to the floor. Gastric acid began to regurgitate, as if suddenly rejecting alcohol. He leaned out of the window and scattered the contents inside his stomach one after another into the castle. The mass that was beside him shook a little. Wom laughed a little, seeing the mass that looked as if it was comforting him. Coo-hee-hi-hi, are you and me the only ones left? Once again Wom, who drank fruit wine, put on a cloak, and when he held the mass to his chest, he curled his body while scratching his head. After drinking and vomiting several times, Wom fell asleep. Chapter 70. Broken. When Wom woke up, nothing had changed in reality. The only thing that changed was the number of monsters under his eyes, which was increasing rapidly. Ha ha ha, is this the reality? Wam admitted that there were no living humans in Dander Castle. Rotating dull thoughts hard. The military organization that gave orders to him had collapsed, and Wam must think about what should he do from now. After beating his brains, forcing his mental to be somewhat repaired, Wam decided to return to his hometown. He collected the equipment he had taken off and pushed the preserved food seized from the supply storage into his mouth. Preserved foods made from wheat, dried grapes, and oil deprived Wam of saliva and water. Poured in water, but this time the stomach screamed. Urgiaga, working hard to prevent gastric fluid from flowing out. The sour taste that spreads in his mouth was the worst taste he had tasted in a while. Wam, who put up with the urge to drink, left the room. Wam ridiculed his own appearance of searching for halberds, short swords, armors, and coins from the corpse. After all, it wasn't so much different from the monsters fishing for corpse meat. After collecting supplies, Wam climbed the roof of the castle tower while putting them in his magic bag. The mountains were carved, the valleys were destroyed, and even the rivers were scraped off, creating a huge road. There was no doubt that it was the work of the Flame Emperor Dragon. At the same time, following that road would lead him back to his homeland. Encountering a large number of monsters along the way? It would have been a hesitant option, but it was a small matter for Wam today. It was more painful for him when he had nothing to do. After all, when killing each other, there was no need to think of other extra stuff. Even if he were to be killed, a lonely High-Cirque soldier wouldn't be seen by anyone. It was a really easy to understand ending, a good ending for Wam, a defeated soldier. He descended from the temporary wall that he couldn't and failed to protect, and looked back. The old castle was dyed with red color and was about to decay due to repeated onslaught, as if showing the end of the High-Cirque Empire. Unlike in the castle, there weren't many monsters on the road. The monsters invited to the densely populated areas were scattered in those areas, and after slashing dozens of them every 1 or 2 hours, none could be seen anymore. Ironically, the passage created by the Flame Emperor Dragon during its invasion shortened Wam's travel time. The mountains and trees that should be detoured were equally overrun, the valleys were burned down, and even the rivers were dried out. It was a walking natural disaster that even changed the terrain. After walking for half a day, Wam arrived at a small village, but the village had been swallowed up by the outbreak, only barely leaving small remnants of human activities. All the houses had collapsed, the foundations were barely left, and there were no corpses or bloodstains left, let alone humans. Countless monster footprints told that it had been overrun by monsters. In the next city, the buildings were left according to the scale, but monsters and human corpses could be seen even from a long distance. It seemed that the garrison and volunteers were the centers of resistance, but in the end, the fall was unavoidable. Even Konoha is no good? Avoiding the collapsed city that wasn't where he wanted to go, Wam continued his way home. Unlike the battlefields up until now, the barriers on the border of the homeland, which deviated from the path of the Flame Emperor Dragon, had fierce resistance, and the walls and empty moats were filled with monster corpses. A soldier who had a business with an Orthrus was hugging each other, as if they were reaching a deal. The two-head bit the arm and throat, and the soldier pierced the chest of the two-headed wolf with a long sword. The collapsed fortified tower was filled with rubble along with the corpse of a cyclops, and the limbs of humans and monsters sadly went over the place. Wam would have ended this way if he wasn't lucky. Crossed the border from the collapsed wall. Both the barracks and the command post were overrun. Soldiers collapsed as if integrating with the walls of the collapsed barracks, and at the command post, there were a large number of monster corpses, and in the middle of it, there was a general with a large sword with a torn body, seemed to be killed in action. After that, Wam continued to look for a checking station. There were monsters that liked corpse meat, but in the end, only new corpses of monsters were presented. Wam built a bed on the half-destroyed observatory turret after clearing the surrounding monsters. Tied the cloak to the arrow shield or pillar of the turret to block the outside air and prevent the light from leaking. At Dander Castle, he had borrowed several cloaks. Some of them were a little dirty with blood, but they were suitable for the current Wam. No matter how much you lost your appetite, if you didn't put food in your stomach, your physical strength and mana would decline. So, after taking out the small pot, Wam used fire magic to boil the water he poured, and stuffed beans, shredded dried fish, and salt. The protest from the stomach increased with pain. Wam sipped the soup and chewed the fluffy black bread without caring about the taste. After the belly had been satisfied, Wam suppressed nausea and tried to let go of consciousness. The twin moons began to fall from the sky in his repeated opened and closed eyes, and were finally expelled by the sun. Wam left his resting area after cleaning up his bed, ran at a speed that could be called a forced march, killed all the monsters that came near as if they were bugs, but it never cleared his muddy heart. The corpses of refugees were increasing on the highway. A soldier on the ground was beaked by countless birds, and the eyes of an infant staring at the void were squeezed out. Didn't have the energy to drive it away, and enough hands to mourn. Wam advanced his foot silently. Wam, who didn't even have time to maintain weapons, picked up the abandoned weapon and threw it away not long after, again and again. If the spear broke, he would wield a sword, and if the sword broke, he would wield a war hammer. As the sun went down, Wam climbed a large tree and spent the third night since he left Dandard Castle. There was only a short road left to go home. Wam ran out of breath on a road that remained vivid in his memory. His childhood memories revived in his mind. The forest, where he played around with the bad boys and his brother in the neighborhood until sunset. The country road he had trampled many times. The rocks and trees that he marked. And finally, the village. One felt that it was a short and long way. Seeing the village, the taste of the sweet and sour raspberry he ate with his brother came to mind. Ran through the entrance of the village. The unrepaired fence remained the same as when Wam left the village. Wam opened his mouth as he dived through the gates of his nostalgic home. "I'm back!" The family welcomed the return. Tears overflowed from Wam's eyes without stopping. "Sorry for being late." One didn't say that he had the best family in the world. Still, they were the family he spent with until he was drafted. Even though it wasn't a wealthy house, on the day when the draft was decided, ever since Wam was born in this world, the treats he had never eaten were lined up on the table. He stuffed them inside his stomach to the point where he was no longer hungry, and drank alcohol with his father and brother so much that he couldn't remember vividly. When he thought about it now, he realized that he had never really talked so much with them before that day. It might have been influenced by the fact that Wam, who inherited the memories of the previous life, was feeling somewhere away. Might be too late, but Wam regretted it. As his brother advised, he should have prioritized more time with his parents. The parents turned their empty eyes toward Wam and reached out for a hug. With a half-open mouth, they dragged their torn body and approached Wam. "I have become stronger. I won't lose to those soldiers and monsters. I've repelled the dragon species and even the 3 heroes of the Crest. But my comrades and my family, anything I didn't want to lose, I couldn't protect them. Not a single one." Wam accepted the hug. Their skin was terribly cold. The oral cavity with bloody vomit filled his field of vision. I'm sorry, my beloved mom and dad." A long sword was inserted from the lower jaw, and so, a second death was given to the family. Wam crawled out of the house and spat out the contents of his stomach. Achka. The nice neighbor, the strong-willed childhood friend, and the nervous village mayor welcomed Wam's return. Even the kind old man who taught Wam, who was about to be overwhelmed by anxiety before his draft, about the battlefield's knowledge and his experiences, had joined the circle. The entire village had turned into an undead den. Out of breath, but sobbing didn't stop. It couldn't be. Wam clasped his hand on the ground. Sand overflowed through the gaps between fingers. Tears wet the eyes and distorted the vision. Couldn't stand the muddy image, so looked up at the sky. Contrary to what was in mind, the sky was clear with no clouds. Just to say that heaven didn't overlook the ugliness of stupid humanity. Wam roared and mana enveloped his body, spreading blue flames to the village with maximum firepower. His relatives and neighbors were all equally swallowed by blue flames. The fire turned the houses and the whole village into a living hell. What do you mean, Knight? What do you mean? User of demon fire. You're just a stupid, useless person who can't save anyone. Juan sobbing continued while spitting out the blue fire. For those who he couldn't protect. For those who were in the space between the world and the netherworld. Juan continued to offer the blue flames so that everyone wouldn't get lost. Section. Juan didn't know how long he had walked or how many days had passed. When he noticed, he found himself there. A hill overlooking the most populous capital at the heart of the High-Cirque Empire. The hill, loved by successive emperors and the war god, Gerard, was filled with a few High-Cirque soldiers who somehow managed to reach here, but had lost their way. Juan joined in without speaking to anyone. At this point, his tear glands were finally dead. No words were needed for those who gathered on the hill. Everyone was staring at the capital with the same feelings. The defeated soldiers who lost their place, it was the identity of those who gathered on the hill. The country couldn't be abandoned, but it couldn't be protected, and it couldn't completely die either. The capital was swallowed by monsters, and the great buildings that High-Cirque citizens had built, their history, were burned down. The wall, which seemed to be impregnable, had collapsed due to an attack of non-human force. Once again, the transplanted eyes became hot and sharp pain rushed. But nothing changed in his vision. People were extinct, fields were full of monsters, and the country was crushed. Sacrifice for the ideal. Peace by oppressing other countries. It was a repeated history. Good and evil would change depending on the position, but since the situation had become like this, Juan no longer knew what he was fighting for. Just that, today's tragedy shouldn't be wasted, and the lesson learned from this bloody event should mature the world. That was the only thing Juan wished for. End of Volume 2.